I'm going to call this meeting to order, everyone, and if everyone could stand for the Pledge of Allegiance and the flag is the Pledge of Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. So we'll start with the minutes from the April 1st meeting. Is there anyone who would has any questions or any corrections on the April 1st meeting?
Madam Chair, I move that we accept the minutes.
It's second.
Thank you. It's been motioned and seconded. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Okay, next is the commission expenses. Gosh darn, so, yeah, that'll probably help. I was muted. Next will be the approval of the commission expenses.
Madam Chair, I move that we approve the commission expenses.
Second.
Second, Commissioner Siebel, thank you. Are there any questions or comments on the expenses? All right, seeing none, all those in favor of the approval of the commission expenses, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Motion carries. All right, we'll start out with our commissioner reports. Commissioner Tabor, would you like to start?
Thank you, Madam Chair. In Region 1, we have primarily, we got a CAC group now approved, and people will be notified, and they will most likely have their first meeting in the fall, just prior to the season. Got a couple of pretty important EAs going on out for public comment. One is in the Bad Rock Canyon area for a future wildlife management area. It's actually a very exciting project. Also looking at a Kootenai Forest Lands conservation easement. As you'd well suspect, there's quite a challenge with the fires, in particular the one just to the west of the, or excuse me, east of the lake, the Boulder fire. And so FWP has been pretty significantly involved in boat traffic and other issues, trying to ensure that that goes well. And finally, there's going to be implementing an augmentation request for sheep on Wild Horse Island. I believe the traveling show with the director and the staff is coming to Kalispell on the 25th. And so they're getting geared up and ready for that visit. That's the report I have from Region 1. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Byer.
Thanks, Madam Chair. It's nice to be meeting in person with a new commission. This is our first time all together, and it's our first time over here in the Capitol building. And this historic building always kind of gives me pause. It makes me proud to be in Montana. And I walk down the hall, you know, or up the stairs, I see Jeanette Rankin. I walk down the hall by the dump toward the governor's office. There's kind of a hall of heroes, and these are people that have inspired me throughout my life to do what's best for Montana. This is the room where the Constitutional Convention started off our new journey in wildlife management and fish and water management, and helped us build this 50-year success story where we've gone from populations of elk that were barely scattered around the national parks and in the wilderness areas to an abundance across our state. Our predators are full complement across the state now. So this 50-year experiment has been an incredible ecological success story, but it's also a huge economic success story. And I'm proud to be part of it, and happy that you're all here to be part of it today. And I hope that legacy can continue. I'd also like to mention a few heroes of mine. One was Jim Posowitz. He was memorialized just last month. He was started out as a fish biologist with FWP and had a long career with the department and the Ecological Services Division. and passed away, I think, last winter or fall. And he was a hero of mine. One of his great passions up to the day he died was fair chase hunting. And he wrote a great book on fair chase and how minimizing our technology and maximizing our wildlife populations were our charge. And I think that's apropos today. Two other heroes I want to mention are Howard Burt and John Ensign, two wildlife managers, one from Region 7, one from Region 3 that just retired this past couple months. And I'm just proud to have them as mentors and as friends. And I just want to recognize all their service over the years, keeping our wildlife legacy alive and keeping our populations healthy and our opportunity to hunt and fish alive. Down to business, I think everybody knows that drought and fire are the watchwords. We're also entering the game damage season. We had hoot owl closures pretty much across my area, my region, from the Boulder over to Anaconda is my area. We had just went to full closures in 2 reaches of the Big Hole River. We just lifted the hoot owls on the Madison on Monday, and we hopefully will, with this nice cold snap and this moisture, we'll be able to lift up additional hoot owls and get back to business. It was an interesting year because we've never had so many all at once, or at least I don't remember this. And the support from the angling community and the outfitting community was really large, and it was heartening to know that people were willing to step up to protect the resource. And I appreciate all those people who recognize the hard work of the staff. This is not an easy decision for the staff. By the time it gets to the commissioner in the given region, the desk, they've done all the hard work. And I just want to say thank you for putting up with all the tough work that goes into getting these. It's not an easy decision. One gentleman said we had cost him $250,000 in business this year. And, that's significant, and I don't want to minimize that, but it made me ask later how much economic value he was brought to by having a healthy fishery the rest of the time. And it must be fairly significant because this, 4 or 5 weeks of half-day closures obviously had an economic impact that we're keenly aware of. I think the game damage hunts, I think we're up to, at least the ones that have come across my desk, I think we're up to 8 or 9, extending everywhere from down in the Horse Prairie country up to the Boulder Valley, just south of here, and the Boulder over by Big Timber as well. We have one up in the Big Hole, down Paradise Valley, and one in the Ruby. So when we look at this, the staff has their ear to the ground, and they're very responsive. So when a rancher calls and says, hey, I still got my last cutting of alfalfa, or I got my hay down the field in windrows and the elk are starting to hammer it, the staff responds quickly. And I'm impressed at how fast the system works, and I hope I wasn't the stumbling block just in terms of getting a hold of me. But we got these game damage hunts going, and hopefully, I haven't heard feedback yet, but they just started on the 15th. So hopefully they're working, get the elk moving back onto public land and public range, and so the farmers and ranchers can get their hay put up this year. It's forage is at a premium during this drought year, and we certainly want to be responsive, and I believe that we are quite responsive to landowner problems. Finally, Commissioner Siebel and I spent the day with a group of people down at Big Timber talking about potential motorized restrictions on the Boulder River, and we'll have a proposal, and I'll let Commissioner Siebel elaborate if you'd like, but it was a great process. Great diversity of people showed up to hopefully solve a problem, and look forward to getting that behind us, or before us, I guess, technically. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Byers. Commissioner Walsh.
You bet. Good morning, all. I echo Commissioner Byers' comment about great to be here in person in the Capitol. It's also great to have rain and see temperatures in the 50s this morning. Since our last meeting, I've spent a fair bit of time working on the Madison River Work Group, organizing it, and chatting with the 12 members who will be meeting early next month. I visited every access site on the upper river a few times since that meeting and spent the 4th of July weekend fishing on the river just to get a sense of crowding and how many vehicles were in the takeout sites. So we're having our first meeting on September 8th, and the focus of that meeting will be how can we improve Montana's fishing access sites along the Madison to improve crowding issues and social issues. Big topics in my district recently have been the damage hunts, damage hunt approvals, and concerns about drought, lack of grass for both livestock and wildlife. And in addition to that, I've been involved in looking at water temps with the Fisheries Department and hoot owl restrictions on many of our rivers, and understand the impact that's had on both residents of the state and outfitted trips. I also had several calls concerning apparent declines in brown trout numbers, and we'll be dealing with that to some extent this morning. Unfortunately, I missed the Region 4 regional meeting on July 26th. It's been a busy summer for the Walsh family. We've had 2 of our daughters get married, and I was stuck on a plane and delayed flight and couldn't get up to Great Falls in time for that meeting, but I assure Gary Bertolotti and his team that I will be there for the next one. Also went up and spent some time on the Marias River. I'm quite interested in the FAS site that we'll be looking at this morning on the Marias, and just a great fishery and resource for the state, and hope more people can discover it as a result of that. The only other thing I'd comment on is to all of you who've provided feedback to the commission and to me individually. The volume has been staggering in this past couple of months. And if we don't get back to you right away, it's not from lack of interest, it's lack of time. And we all have other jobs that we're working on and other outside interests. And so I work with Jessica Plunkett, who's the CIO of the department. And hopefully we'll get a better way to respond to calls and emails in the future. I have spent the last 30 years working for a customer-centric organization at Sims Fishing Products, and I hope I can help the department become more customer-focused when it comes to providing that important feedback. Thanks for being here.
Thank you. Commissioner Siebel?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I echo the comments from other commissioners. I'm really glad to be here in person. It's good to be able to see everyone in person and the COU as well. I represent both Regions 5 and Region 7. There are portions of those, and of course, what's been dominating Region 5 and Region 7 has really been the fires, like everyone else. So we're really glad to see this rain. It's always a day or two behind in our part of the state, but it's definitely getting there, at least to Region 5. We've got some massive wildfires. A Richard Spring fire south of Colstrip was over 170,000 acres of land that's burned out there. So of course, the issues with grazing, the issues, we've had a lot of block management that's being shut down due to high fire danger. So people that voluntarily or put their land into block management now are having to pull it out or at least pause it while we wait for this. Hopefully this rain event will change that. As obviously antelope archery season is already open, so we have a lot of hunters out even in our part of the state already, which is really exciting. But we need to get this rain over there, and hopefully we'll get those block management areas opened up again. Just to mention what Commissioner Byers said regarding our Boulder River Advisory Committee, I want to thank Sergeant Kilbreth, who's here today. I also thank Mike Ruggles, the Region 5 supervisor, for organizing the event yesterday. It was an all-day meeting in Big Timber. And it was due to a motion that I made at one of the past commission meetings, based on the request to ban all motorized vehicles or all motorized boats on the Boulder River. We knew it was going to be a precedent-setting event, and it was going to happen a lot with rivers that have private land, which all of them do. So I think that what we did yesterday was a first step in a longer process, but we brought together stakeholders from the multiple use groups, the landowners, people who are really interested in the health of the fishery, and others to talk about the impacts of, and we even got a little demonstration of a small 10 horsepower jet boat on the Yellowstone, so we could see what that looked like and hear what it sounded like.
So it's a really well done meeting. So again, I commend the staff for the work that they put in and the time that they spent on that. And I think in the long run, it's going to be, both the process itself, and I think some of the recommendations and the agreement that we came to as a group is going to be precedent setting for the commission and for us going forward when we're petitioned by landowners in the future, especially with regards to voting regulations. So again, thank you all for that. And the rest of what's happening in Region 5 and Region 7 right now, I think is pretty much what everyone else is doing in the state, and that is everyone's praying for rain, and I think our prayers are finally answered. So thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. So for Region 6, I have a short update, and I just wanted to tell you guys that it was 102 degrees at home near Zortman on Monday, and by Wednesday, it was only 50 degrees, and we got a half inch of rain. So we had a fire in the Low Rocky Mountains, and it's still raining at home. So very blessed to have that rain. And I attended a Missouri River Breaks Elk Working Group meeting in Malta on Wednesday. There was a good turnout, lots of discussion and lots of input. There will be a meeting in Glasgow on September 1st with the director and deputy director and staff from FWP from 5 to 8. And there's several around the state. So just check the website to see when there's one in your region. Antelope surveys were completed prior to the August 15th archery opener, and the numbers appear to be stable, but slightly declining, most likely to drought having the biggest impact on the fawns. There's some game damage issues popping up, like Commissioner Byer spoke about. And if the drought continues, then we expect to have more problems with game damage issues. There's a draft Fresno fish management plan that is receiving comments right now, and the public comments can be made till August 31st. So if that's something that you would like to comment on, the deadline is August 31st. We have a CAC meeting coming up the end of the month at Fort Peck, and that about wraps up what I've got for Region 6. And I just want to thank everyone too for coming in person. I'm very glad to have this meeting in person, and it's sometimes a long ways for people to come here to testify before us. So I just want to thank you for making the effort to come. All right. Director Warsack, would you like to do your report, please?
Madam Chair, yeah. First of all, I really appreciate the opportunity to be here and do it in person as well. I think this is a good opportunity for the department to learn that we can do it in person here, have it in person in the regions, and also have it through Zoom. So transparency is really good. It's reaching out to everybody. As the chair indicated, we are going to be doing an open house around the state. August 23rd will be in Region 2, August 24th in Region 1, 31st of August, Region 4, September 1st, Region 6, September 7th, Region 3, September 8th, Region 5, and September 9th in Region 7. The goal for this was to basically to hear it from us, what's going on. So I've always believed in an open door policy, and people can come in and ask me any questions, find out what we're thinking, what we're doing, come and talk to us. So this is an opportunity to do that for people. We're also going to talk to employees during the week when we're there during the day and talk to them and get any input they have on things. Something else that you'll probably hear about quite a bit as we're gearing up for is a regulation review. It's starting to hit the papers now. That is something that I've directed everybody to look at, is look at simplification of regulations and make sure they do things from the science up, and try to figure out the best way to manage the herds and look at this. So it's a full court press on doing that. I worked for the department for many years in licensing, and one of the biggest concern and complaints I had was how confusing the regulations were and the number of hunting jurisdictions and why it was hard to figure out where you were hunting and different things like that. So we're looking at all that. There'll be ample opportunity for the public to make comments on it as they go forward. I have several looks at it. As far as the moisture, like everybody said, it's welcome. We do have some BMAs that are delayed to start due to the dry conditions, but we've also looked at emergency haying and grazing options are out for review on some of our WMAs to help the ranchers with hay. And hunting has begun in archery antelope, and up in the bird will start on September 1st. So That's it.
Thank you. All right, we'll start with our first presentation. Go ahead, Ms. Cooper. Thank you.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the commission. My name is Emily Cooper. I'm the licensing bureau chief for Fish, Wildlife and Parks. Your first agenda item this morning is for the selection of organizations to award the 2022 auction licenses for moose, sheep, goat, mule deer, and elk. Last year, the sale of these 5 licenses brought in $624,500. This year, for 2022, we've received proposals from the Wild Sheep Foundation for the sheep license, the Mule Deer Foundation for the mule deer license, Safari Club International Great Falls for the goat license, Montana Ducks Unlimited for the moose license, Rocky Mountain Elk Foundation for the elk license, and Grand Slam Ovis Club for any of the available licenses. Representatives from several of these organizations are present in the audience today if you have questions about their proposal specifically. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any comments or questions from the commission? Does anyone have any questions for any of the organizations? Okay.
Generally, they give a short presentation if they, is that something they'd like to do?
Are you prepared to just a very brief presentation or? That's okay, go ahead.
Madam Chair, fellow commissioners, Director Warsack, my name is Kurt Alt. I'm the Conservation Director for National Wild Sheep Foundation and also the Montana chapter of the Montana Wild Sheep Foundation. So I work for 2 boards directly. The Montana initiatives that are going forward are unbelievable. There's no other state or province in the West that's working together with wool growers like the interests in Montana. It's being expressed in the work that was done just last year. In addition to us selling the sheep permit last year at the highest in the event in the world, second highest ever for $440,000 coming back to sheep programs in Montana. We also generated and donated another over $200,000 between Montana and national to the Montana efforts last year. And you can expect a similar level of work this year, this next year coming up. So we really appreciate your consideration for our efforts and for your efforts and the department's mission to restore and conserve bighorn sheep. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, members of the commission, my name is Robert Sanders. I'm Manager of Conservation Programs for Ducks Unlimited here in Montana. And I want to thank the commission, past commission for the last 6 years. Ducks Unlimited's had the privilege and the honor of auctioning off the moose license, and it's done very well. I think our 6-year average is just over $30,000, which I think is significantly up from past efforts prior to Ducks Unlimited's tenure. The auction is conducted here in Helena and typically is pretty well attended. We also have quite a bit of outreach across the nation through our magazine. And we get a lot of in-state as well as out-of-state bidders on that. So quite competitive and keeps that value up. Just wanted to say a few words about Ducks Unlimited's mission in Montana. Pretty simple. If you and I were in a elevator, we had 30 seconds and you said, hey, Ducks Unlimited, what are you guys doing in Montana? I'd say our business is keeping ranchers in business. If you're a rancher, what do you need out on the landscape? That's grass and water. If you're a duck person and you're looking at breeding waterfowl, you need grass and water for nesting and for brood rearing. So pretty simple mission. As far as the connection to moose, obviously wetlands are primary moose habitat. We've got about, we've put since 1984 when we started our US program and also the year we started in Montana, we've put about $29 million on the ground of wetland and associated upland projects. And that's impacted about 340,000 acres. So significant impact over that period of time. So thank you for your time.
Thank you. Are there any other organizations here that would like to speak? Somebody like to make a motion?
Madam Chair, I'll make a motion. I move the commission approve the following organizations to be awarded the 2022 auction license: for Bighorn Sheep, the Wild Sheep Foundation; for Moose, Ducks Unlimited; for Elk, Rocky Mountain Elk Foundation; for Goat, Safari Club International Great Falls Chapter; and for Mule Deer, the Mule Deer Foundation.
Second.
Okay, Commissioner Siebel seconded. Thank you. All right. All right, I will, are there any other comments from the commission? Okay. Are there any public comments?
Madam Chair, Commissioners, my name is Mark Cook. I'm with Wolves of the Rockies. And I find it ironic, and I don't expect you to know this, but several years ago, 3 or 4 years ago, the non-consumptive community, which were many conservation organizations, and Wolves of the Rockies was one, worked with the department to set up a funding network mechanism with the department that would have allowed individuals that value wolves and other wildlife to donate to the department. But the senior management at the department obviously aligns itself with the consumptive community, and eventually they killed it after 3 or 4 years of hard work. And I find it ironic now that the department is gladly accepting money from the consumptive community. That's a disgrace. Thank you.
Are there any other comments? Seeing no comments, I will, all those in favor of the motion on the table, say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, same sign. Motion carried. Thank you. All right, next will be Dr. Rice with the presentation for fisheries.
Good morning, Commissioners, Director. It is nice to finally meet you all in person. Just to start off with, I guess first I'll start with, for the record, Eileen Rice, Fisheries Division Administrator. As usual, we'll start with our drought update. Several of the commissioners have already referenced drought. Hopefully this will be our last drought update for the year. To be really brief, conditions have started to improve. As you're all aware, we do still have some restrictions and closures in place, but this week we did put our restrictions on the Missouri, the Upper Madison and the Stillwater. And we're hoping that with this recent rain and cool down that we'll be lifting more restrictions next week. And hopefully this cool and wet weather continues. Conditions are still very bad in several areas. The Yellowstone is one we had several conversations on this week with flows being very bad there, but with this recent weather pattern, they have started to pick up, and we'll be watching that one particularly closely. With that, moving on to our agenda items, I will present the first 3 fishing access site items together. The first is an endorsement for an addition onto the Sharon Fishing Access Site in Region 2 on the Clark Fork River east of Missoula. This addition is intended to provide for safer parking and access, and if endorsed, the department will proceed with public process, including an EA. The second item is a final item for the acquisition of the Marias Crossing Fishing Access Site in Region 4. This is a highly desirable site, with the only other fishing access site on the Marias being at Loma. 2 comments were received during the public process, and both of which supported this project. The third item in this batch is a final for the temporary closure rule for the Clark Fork River near the Bearmouth Fishing Access Site. This is a temporary closure for safety during bridge construction by the Montana Rail Link. The public comment closed on August 16th. No public comment was received. With that, myself and staff are available for any questions on those first three items.
Thank you. Are there any questions from the commission? Commissioner Siebel?
Madam Chair, Dr. Rice, just a general question, especially regarding new fishing access sites and new public. Most of these reports that we get say that the department's going to be responsible for maintaining the sites. And I'm just curious from a financial or budgetary standpoint, where the dollars, as we continue to add fishing access sites, where the dollars come from within the department to be able to handle that maintenance and upkeep.
Chair Robinson, Commissioner Siebel, prior to us bringing any fishing access sites to you for endorsement, we do an evaluation looking at any additional cost, particularly for maintenance. As an example, for the Sharon expansion, the staff have estimated that will be an additional $2,500 a year. For a site like the one on the Marias, that's a brand new site. Expenses will be more for that site. We look at it based on current operations, where staff currently operate, how it will be fit in. The funding comes from our current base operations. But we don't bring anything as an endorsement to you without doing that evaluation. The other part of that is working with enforcement to make sure that there's the enforcement capacity to handle any additional sites.
Follow up, go ahead.
Madam Chair, Dr. Rice, just a follow up. So when we add fishing access sites, is there typically, are we adding additional employees to the department as well as we build up more fishing access sites, or is it typically handled with existing staff?
Chair Robinson, Commissioner Siebel, typically they're handled with existing staff.
Are there any questions or comments? Somebody like to make a motion? I think we'll do three separate motions, but we'll take comment at the same time on all three of them.
Madam Chair, I move the commission approve the acquisition of the Chiron FAS on the Clark Fork River.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Commissioner Tabor. Okay.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
I move the commission approve the department secure permit for the recreation site with MDT, approved development of the Marias Crossing fishing access site.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Walsh. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Tabor.
Madam Chair, I move that the commission adopt the proposed Clark Fork River temporary closure rule.
Thank you, Commissioner Tabor. Is there a second? Okay, thank you, Commissioner Siebel. All right, any other questions or comments before we go out for public comment? All right, is there anyone in attendance that would like to make comments?
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the commission. For the record, Clayton Elliott, ELLIOTT. I'm here today representing Montana Trout Unlimited and share everyone's comments this morning about it's great to be back in person and in this room that I also am lucky enough to spend a lot of time in on odd numbered years for 4 months. Montana Trout Unlimited is excited to see the opportunity at the Chiron site in particular. While certainly I don't want to suggest that more pavement and more parking lots is the solution to every problem, but this particular site right outside and adjacent to the Missoula community in East Missoula is one where we see significant use. And unfortunately, that site is really pinched in with those existing landowners in the road, and there are some legitimate conflict situations. So the opportunity to expand that site that is heavily used and heavily valued and sort of a front country recreation opportunity for the community of Missoula is a good one. And it's one that won't come up very often with the land ownership there. So excited about that. And I would just offer, while we didn't submit public comment on the Clark Fork temporary closure for that construction project, it certainly makes sense and is a good one. So thank you for the opportunity to provide comment today, and it's good to see you all in person.
Thank you. Are there any other commenters in attendance?
Madam Chair, we do have a hand raised on Zoom.
Okay, all right, thank you. I want to remind everyone too that it's a 2-minute time limit for public comment. With this being 3 different motions, I would allow a little bit of leeway, but just everyone try to keep all of your comments today within the 2-minute time limit. So, okay, I can't. I don't know that I can read that from here.
Good morning, Chair Robinson and members of the Fish and Wildlife Commission. My name is Eric Lewis. That's CLEWIS, and I'm with the Montana Wildlife Federation. One of MWF's core values is the expansion of access across Montana, and this ethos includes expanding the freedom that Montanans exercise to fish our pristine waters. MWF supports these fishing access site acquisitions, and we look forward to the increased access they will provide. We would also like to point out that MWF, along with other conservation organizations, fought and succeeded in securing record funding for Habitat Montana. While it is my understanding that Habitat Montana funds were not allocated for these projects, we urge this commission to look to these funds for other potential acquisitions in the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other commenters on Zoom?
Yes, Madam Chair, they're moving in right now.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Mr. Baumeister, if you want to go ahead with your comments, please.
Yeah, Madam Chair, members of the commission, my name is Thomas Baumeister. I'm the chapter lead for the Montana chapter of Backcountry Hunters and Anglers. We stand in support of all 3 proposals before us, and we appreciate your endorsement and support. Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right, I'll ask everyone in attendance if there's anyone else that wants to comment. Is that it for Zoom commenters?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Thank you. All right, having no other comments from the public, is there any questions or comments before I call for a question? All right, all those in favor of the Sharon acquisition, all those in favor say aye.
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 All opposed, same sign. Motion carried. Thank you. Okay, the Marias Crossing acquisition, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, same sign. Motion carried. All right, on the Clark Fork River temporary closure, all those in favor say aye.
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 All opposed, same sign. Motion carried. All right, thank you. Commissioner Rice, Dr. Rice. Thank you.
Chair Robinson, Commissioners, our next item is the summer 2021 Future Fisheries Improvement Program recommendations. The panel recommends funding 14 projects for a total program cost of $416,000, with matching funds being over $2.5 million. In your packet, you have a summary for each of the projects, and we're happy to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you. Are there any questions for Dr. Rice? Commissioner Walsh?
I have one. It struck me as unusual that we were approving a summer 21 budget item in August. Can you just explain that?
Chair Robinson, Commissioner Walsh, the Future Fisheries Program works on a 6-month cycle. They have a winter cycle and a summer cycle. It's based on the time when the panel gets together, which is typically June, July. So applications are submitted in for a summer funding. And then by the time that goes through the panel public process, we bring it to you at our next commission meeting. The next time we'll bring one to you is the winter cycle, which is typically either December or February when we bring the recommendations to you.
Is this work underway now?
Chair Robinson, Commissioner Walsh, no, this work has not started yet. this is the first step in getting these projects approved. So the applications go to the panel makes recommendations to the commission approves the funding, then we'll start allocating the funds. Some of this work will occur during the fall, or will go into next spring.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Someone like to make a motion?
Madam Chair. I move to approve the Citizen Review Panel funding recommendations for the summer 21 funding cycle of the Future Fisheries Improvement Program.
Second.
Thank you, Commissioner Siebel and Commissioner Tabor. Are there any comments from the floor?
And good morning again, Madam Chair. For the record, Clayton Elliott, ELLIOTT, here today representing Montana Trout Unlimited, and appreciate the opportunity to rise in support of the summer recommendations for the Future Fisheries Improvement Program. First, I wanted to thank the staff, and I can thank the staff in the Fisheries Division on each one of these agenda items this morning, but there's a lot of work that goes into each of these projects through the review process, through the internal staff review, and then with the panel, the Future Fisheries Program. I think I could talk at some length about that, and I often do during the legislature when they authorize these expenditures. But I just want to suffice to say, one of the beauties of this program is the amount of dollars that are actually leveraged for the investment. If you look through the applications, you will notice that in many cases, the Future Fisheries investment is one small part that leverages additional federal dollars, additional private dollars, additional state dollars in other places as well. So I just want to highlight that in terms of bang for the buck, in terms of fisheries restoration. And for us at Trout Unlimited and Montana Trout Unlimited, one of our mottos is that we fix rivers. And this is an opportunity to fix rivers, to make fishing better, to make the ecological system better. But I also want to highlight, most importantly, that it's an opportunity to work with our partners on the ground, be they irrigators, agricultural interests, communities. Most of these projects that we're involved with often hire local contractors, so creating jobs and spending those dollars in many of these small communities. And I think at the end of the day, helping keep agriculture on the ground, because that's the best thing we can do for fish. And I would just end with saying about 8 of these projects have TU involvement in some way, shape, or form, whether it's National Trout Unlimited, Montana Trout Unlimited, or many of our chapters across the state. So if there are questions on specific projects, please know that I'm a resource, that I can connect you with the right person that can answer questions about the projects. Don't need to do that today, but just know that I'm available and happy to do so. So thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Are there any other comments from the floor? I don't think we have anyone on Zoom, but is that correct?
You are correct, Madam Chair.
Thank you. All right, with no other further public comments, are there any comments or questions before I call for a vote?
Madam Chair, just briefly, if I may.
Sure.
I just want to recognize Michelle McGree, who runs the Future Fisheries Program, and she does an excellent job. She stays behind the scenes, but she is really a rock star in getting these projects from concept to the ground. So,
okay.
Thanks, Michelle.
You. All right. All those in favor of the motion to fund the Future Fisheries Improvement Program for summer 2021, say aye.
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 All opposed, same sign. Motion carried. Thank you.
Chair Robinson, commissioners, if any of the commissioners are interested in attending our winter Future Fisheries meeting, we would love to have you in attendance. So I'll make sure you have that information and we'd be happy to have you there.
Thank you.
Our next 2 items I will again lump together. These 2 are both related to fishing regulations. The first is the proposed regulation changes for 2022. The second item is specifically to address wild brown trout population declines in southwest Montana. I will address the annual regulation setting process first. Since this is your first time for most of you going through a fish regulation setting process, I thought I should spend a little bit of time explaining the process and timelines. The regulation setting process is on a 4-year cycle, Every 4 years, we go through an extensive review of all regulations along with extensive public input. The next full review is scheduled to occur in 2023 for the 2024 regulation book. This year is what we call an off-cycle year. During the off-cycle years, regulation changes have to fall within one or more of the 5 criteria that are outlined in your packets. Most of the off-cycle regulations fall within the categories of clarification and enforcement needs. This year, the department is proposing 19 changes, 15 of which are for clarification, enforcement, or relevancy, and 4 for conservation reasons. The proposed changes are detailed in your packet. The next steps for these proposals would be to release them for public comment, with us returning in October to get them finalized. The regulation booklet goes to print early in January in order for us to have it ready for the new fishing season that starts March 1st. We do not anticipate any of these 19 proposals to be controversial. The next item is the brown trout regulations. Unlike the previous regulation item, this one is a final item and could go into effect immediately. Within the off-cycle criteria, it falls under the category of conservation. In this specific situation, conservation for a wild trout population. This regulation proposal is specifically to address the declining wild brown trout populations we have seen in several of our southwest Montana rivers. Your packet includes 500 responses we received from the public. Additionally, we hosted a focus group to help develop a proposal that could be effective biologically, as well as taking into account concerns of anglers and outfitters. Research we are conducting with the USGS has indicated flow is a primary driver for wild brown trout recruitment in these rivers. However, fishing regulations could be effective at reducing both stress and other impacts on these wild populations. The recommendation from the department, based on biological relevancy and concerns raised through public input, is for seasonal fishing closures on the Beaverhead and Big Hole rivers. We would recommend full fishing closures from November 1 through the 3rd Saturday in May on the Beaverhead from Clark Canyon Dam to Pike Organ Bridge, and for the Big Hole River from the BLM Maiden Rock site to Browns Bridge fishing access site. Our recommendation would be to keep other regulations in place. These seasonal fishing closures would provide protection for both spawning wild rainbow trout and wild brown trout. Implementing the closure November 1 could be after peak spawning for brown trout, although it does provide a balance between opportunity and protection. Whatever regulation the Commission decides to implement for brown trout protection and enhancement, the department is committed to a thorough evaluation and will propose adjustments as necessary. With all fish regulation changes, our preference is always to have them in place for at least 3 years in order to measure any population response. With that, myself and staff are available for any questions.
Thank you. Are there any questions or comments? Commissioner Walsh?
I have one question. In reading through all the materials and the focus group feedback that we received, Dr. Rice, that the majority of those involved and the majority of the feedback advocated for catch and release regulations on brown trout. And in that this was on several fisheries where they don't currently apply. So I think specifically on the Big Hole and Beaverhead. And I'm just wondering, do we, if we want to modify the plan for 2022, would those regulation changes be part of this a proposal and go out for a public comment, or would that be part of the brown trout closures that you're talking about, or the department has proposed?
Chair Robinson, Commissioner Walsh, there's a couple of different ways you can do that, because we do have the 22 booklet that's going out as a proposal to you, and we have the brown trout regulations as a final. If you wanted to make that proposal specifically for brown trout regulations, that's as a final item with you today. Catch and release, as you mentioned, was scoped. So we have done extensive public review on that already. So that change, if it was for specifically for brown trout, could fall within that agenda item. If the commission wanted to expand that beyond just the brown trout, I would recommend putting it under the item for the 22 booklet, which those proposals still have to go out for public comment.
Just a clarifying question. Dr. Rice, do you feel like we've received sufficient feedback from the public on the topic of catch and release for brown trout to modify the plan today?
Chair Robinson, Commissioner Walsh, we did receive a lot of public input on catch and release, specifically as it relates to the brown trout populations. The department did not recommend a catch and release change due to our concern that it would have less biological relevancy than a seasonal closure. We already know the majority of angling that occurs on these waters is catch and release. So we would expect less of an impact to the population than perhaps a seasonal closure could provide.
Go ahead.
Yeah, one more. Thanks, Chair Robinson. And Dr. Rice, I guess where I don't follow the logic on a majority of angling is currently catch and release, and assume that that's going to work to the benefit of brown trout. You know, having, again, I mentioned earlier, I was down fishing the Upper Madison over the 4th of July, and I might argue that we should also be looking at methods of take, given the number of spin fishermen that I saw fishing on the Upper Madison in those areas that are designated catch and release. But, you know, we have several rivers that are protected with catch and release regulations currently. And you could also say, well, the Upper Madison is mostly a catch and release fishery, so why not have a 5-fish bag limit? I just don't follow the logic and the level of concern I've heard from the public on this specific issue on brown trout is, you know, right up there with damage hunts and wolves. I've taken a lot of phone calls on this one, and I was really impressed by the preponderance of feedback that we received from the public advocating for catch and release regulations on certain fisheries. And I'd say the one that I heard the most about was the Big Hole River. I'm not disrespecting in any way the department's biological assessment of this, but I would think if we're taking action to close spawning areas for months on these rivers, we should advocate or propose catch and release fishing along with that.
Chair Robinson, Commissioner Walsh, I'm not quite sure what the question is, or do you want me to respond?
Well, I might just editorialize a bit more. You know, I'm fortunate in my profession to fish around the world, and you know, I was you know, whether it's Idaho on the Henry's Fork or a Labrador for Atlantic salmon, Russia for Atlantic salmon and large rainbow trout. The adoption of catch and release fishing in states around us on critical fisheries is widespread. And so when we get to this motion, I'd like to modify it and advocate for the catch and release fishing on brown trout in those areas that don't currently have catch and release fishing and are of highest concern to the department.
Madam Chair.
Go ahead, Commissioner Tabor.
Madam Chair, Dr. Rice, I have a series of questions I just wanted to ask for my edification. First of all, when's the last time we did a creel census on the Big Hole?
Chair Robinson, Commissioner Tabor, with your indulgence, I'll transfer that question to Eric Roberts.
Sure.
Madam Chair, Commissioners, Director Warsuch, my name is Eric Roberts, Fisheries Management Bureau Chief of Fish, Wildlife and Parks. I'm not sure when the last creel survey was done. We do annual mail-in surveys. We do have an idea of angling pressure on these rivers, how much use they do get. We also do other types of surveys. There was a tagging study done on the Big Hole back in around 2014, 2013. And from that, we do have an idea of the prevalence of catch and release that already occurs in that river. Also, on top of that, we're already making moves towards implementing an on the ground creel survey in some of these rivers. The Big Hole may not be immediately, but we already have the things in the cogs in motion to get a creel survey underway on the Beaverhead. And so creels are an area where we want to get that information from anglers directly from them on the ground. We've been boosting that program up over the last few years. And so we're getting that out to these different rivers. And so the Big Hole, it's been a while since we've had a structured creel survey, but we're working on it.
Follow up, Madam Chair.
Yep. Follow up.
Mr. Roberts, Madam Chair, Mr. Roberts, when's the last time we did a creel survey on the Beaverhead?
Madam Chair, Vice Chair Tabor, I'm not sure. I can get back to you on that at a later time.
Madam Chair, follow up. I have a series. Should I keep asking or?
Okay, yeah, go ahead.
Madam Chair, Mr. Roberts, so when we look at brown trout specifically, what would be the age class where a brown trout effectively starts being ineffective as a major potential populator? And if you can potentially measure that in inches of the fish, what has your research shown?
Yeah, Madam Chair, Vice Chair Tabor, that's going to vary by water body. And I would like to defer, if I could, to the region. I believe we do have some Region 3 staff available. They could probably give you a better estimate of that than I could here at the podium. Maybe if I could defer to Fish Manager Horton.
I think Region 3 needs to be unmuted. Please. Are we good?
Okay. Chair Robinson, Commissioner Walsh, my name is Travis Horton. I'm the Region 3 Fisheries Manager, and I didn't quite follow the question. Could you repeat it, please?
Madam Chair, actually, Commissioner Tabor that was asking the question. The question was, at what age does a brown trout start to decline relative to its ability to produce eggs, and how would you measure that in inches? Specific to the Big Hole and the Beaverhead, I understand that varies, but do we know the answer to that for those two rivers?
My apologies, Chair Robinson and Commissioner Tabor for not hearing who asked the question. In general, our take on that, I had to consult with the staff in the room, is that, trout in general, their fecundity, the number of eggs produced, increases with age and length of those fish, with size of those fish. And so to our knowledge, they will continue to spawn throughout their life. And they may skip years depending on the condition of the individual fish. It may not be an annual spawning event. But in the big hole, it's probably around 20 inches where they top out in their age structure and they start to senesce it from the population and have natural mortality die off. Does that answer the question?
Madam Chair, and I'm sorry, who am I addressing? I can't see we need binoculars up here because the screen's so far away. I'm not even sure who I'm talking to right now. Travis Horton, excuse me, Mr. Horton. Follow up, Madam Chair.
Go ahead, follow up.
Madam Chair, Mr. Horton, I guess what I'm wondering, is there an age limit or a size limit where if we did limit the actual mortality of that to let's say a 12-inch fish or lower, that we would not be running the risk of taking an active spawner out of the population?
Okay. Chair Robinson, Commissioner Tabor, I think I understand now more. It's more when the maturity of those individuals, they begin to spawn. Is that kind of where your question lies?
Madam Chair, Mr. Horton, yes, I think I twisted my question incorrectly, and that's really what I was looking for.
Excellent. I think I understand now. I would say that about 2 to 3 years, the males will mature earlier. The females are probably by 3 years old. And in the beaverhead, that's about 18 inches. What would you say? 14? 14 inches in the Big Hole River. It varies by river based on the growth of those individuals.
Follow up, Madam Chair.
Go ahead, follow up.
Madam Chair, Mr. Horton, so does the department have a size limit where if we establish, let's say, nothing over 15 inches, that we would be safe in taking fish out of the river that really aren't going to affect the future population of spawning?
Chair Robinson, Commissioner Tabor, given the current situation with densities and lack of recruitment of brown trout, I would say that we want to do what we can to encourage all fish to get to spawning age. And I'm going to look at my staff to make sure that that was what they agreed with. I've got some who are texting me at the moment. Like I said, recruitment has been down in these rivers. We've got low numbers of age 1s and age 2s. Our expectation is this year's recruitment will be very poor, just given the flow conditions. And so that's going to take a 3-year lag before we see those fish start to become adults, of course, and spawn. So we have concerns of the recruiting individuals moving forward to adulthood and being able to contribute to these populations, if that makes sense, Commissioner Tabor.
Madam Chair, Mr. Horton, it sounds like you're strongly advocating for catch and release.
I think that catch and release is an option that you guys certainly have to consider. And I think that we are in a dire situation with these brown trout, in particular with this year. It certainly would not hurt the situation to encourage those juvenile fish to be able to grow up. I guess I'm looking at it from more of a slot limit perspective that I understand you're asking. I'm looking at text messages. I apologize. In the past, we have had higher density issues, in particular in the beaverhead, where we did want to thin out juvenile fish to encourage the growth of the remaining fish in the population. So it's dynamic through time, but at the current time, I think in particular with the poor recruitment we're expecting from this year, I think having more fish recruited into the spawning population is a good idea.
Madam Chair.
Madam Chair, before I yield, I just have 2 more questions and then I'll be done.
Just go ahead with your last 2.
Okay.
Please.
And this might be for Dr. Rice or Mr. Roberts. Dr. Rice, if the commission did so choose to impose basically a catch and release, what would be the date structure for that? Because we're talking about, I guess, the remainder of the 21 season and then into 22. So what effectively would we do if we wanted to go ahead and move to catch and release? What would be the effective date going to catch and release on the Big Hole and Beaverhead.
Chair Robinson, Commissioner Tabor, as I mentioned, the effective dates that the department recommended for a seasonal closure would start November 1. If you wanted to do a catch and release restriction on this particular item, you could make it effective immediately. Obviously, it wouldn't show up in the regulation booklet until next week, but you could make it effective immediately. Just one comment to add on catch and release for your consideration. One of the things that the department considered when looking at a seasonal closure was reducing that stress in the fall on those fish that are going through a very stressful period of spawning. Without a seasonal closure and going to a catch and release restriction, you wouldn't be reducing that fall stress. You may reduce some take from the population, but you certainly wouldn't be reducing any stress from the population.
Madam Chair, final question. Madam Chair, Dr. Rice, so with regards to methods of take and in particular in equipment, I think one of the other things, the preponderance of comments kept coming back were recommendations of eliminating bait and going to eliminating treble hooks, going to a single hook type scenario. If the commission so wish to impose those additional restrictions, is there anything stopping us from doing that today?
Chair Robinson, Commissioner Tabor, you could certainly address gear restrictions in your motion.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Dr. Rice.
Thank you, Dr. Rice. Commissioner Byer?
Thanks, Madam Chair. Dr. Rice, I have a few questions as well. It seems that the limiting factor for brown trout populations are actually getting eggs out of the gravel and recruiting them into the year. Is the number of eggs going into the gravel going to matter at these population densities?
Chair Robinson, Commissioner Byerworth, I'll answer part of that question, and with your pleasure, I'll defer to the region again. Certainly, we're looking at it twofold. One is to reduce the stress on the spawning adults. When fish are spawning, it's exceptionally stressful. They're also easy to target. After spawning, they're in very poor condition. You know, all of their energy is going into making gametes. So post-spawn, with the November 1 closure, we would essentially be post-spawn, maybe a little bit of spawning going on. What we're doing at that point is giving those fish an opportunity to recover. We do see mortality after spawning just based on stress and poor condition of those fish. To the other part, you're exactly right. What we're trying to do is also protect the eggs and the very susceptible fry that are still in those eggs, that in the red prior to emergence. So again, part of a seasonal closure proposal would be to physically protect those areas. Obviously, if there were people in trampling, that could cause issues. But if, with your permission, I would defer to the region. We should have the biologists available who may be able to give you more specifics for the rivers we're talking about.
Chair Robinson, Commissioner Tabor. My understanding of the question is the relevancy of, or the effectiveness, I guess, of the various tools ahead of us in terms of seasonal closures, as well as catch and release and maybe bait restrictions. I think the one key component here of this discussion is population dynamics and mortality rates of these fish. Egg mortality in the reds is 60, or survival, I should say, 60 to 80%. the age 0 fish, once they hatch out, that's where we see the most significant mortality that's most influenced by flow and environmental conditions. Whereas that is where our primary concern comes in with these flow concerns. And that is where survival at the age 0 stage can be down to 0 in a year like this, where there's very little habitat for those juveniles to survive and recruit in. Once they get to age 1, their mortality rates decline to somewhere in the 30% range, depending on conditions, of course. And the adults are generally, anything above age 1 is probably surviving about 30 to 40, or mortality is about 30 to 40% a year naturally. And so the focus, in terms of the biology of the situation, as we've mentioned, as Dr. Rice mentioned earlier on in this presentation, the work with the USGS has made it very clear that flow is one of the primary drivers to recruitment and viability of this population. And that age 0 group is where that is really influencing them very significantly. And in terms of the ability to influence the population through time, we would have more effect by protecting. Fishing regulations will not be protecting age 0s because they're really not recruited to the fishery at that point at all. People may catch 5-inch brown trout, but that's pretty rare, I would guess. And so I hope that answers the question. I can stand for a follow-up if I didn't answer it correctly or satisfy it.
Madam Chair, Travis, thanks for your answer. I guess maybe I should clarify. I think you did mostly answer my question, but in the end, I guess what I'm getting at is by restricting harvest and by restricting or by restricting methods or terminal tackle, are we really protecting a significant part of the population from mortality?
I apologize, Chair Robinson, Commissioner Byworth, I apologize. I'm having a hard time telling who's asking questions clearly. Yeah, the screen's very small. But anyways, the question I now understand is what will the effect be? I think Dr. Rice mentioned very clearly that we don't anticipate that there's much harvest occurring out there, although we have not had a creel survey recently on the Big Hole or the Beaverhead. When we have had them on the Madison, which was in 2016, there was, I think, of course, one reach of that river is open for a 5-fish limit. So it's a little bit different to compare with. But the harvest rate of trout in the Mad Mile downstream of Hebgen Dam, I think there were something like 3 fish observed harvested. And that estimate was in the double digits for numbers of fish for the entire year. Similarly, on the Yellowstone River, it's a little bit older creel survey. We saw less than 5% harvest rate on the fishery in the last creel survey there. So I guess in the context of the question, because we don't see or anticipate much harvest is taking place, we don't anticipate a catch and release regulation having an effect. And in terms of terminal tackle, it's a highly debated topic, of course. The gear restrictions, there's no evidence in science or no support for the science to show that, certainly there is a difference between bait mortality versus artificial mortality. However, once you're in the artificial realm of lures or terminal tackle, there's not a tremendous difference between it in the literature out there today. And lastly, the barbless hook question frequently comes up. And our expectation there, again, based on the science, is that there is really no difference between barbed and barbless. Again, a very hotly debated topic. And I understand a lot of folks have varying opinions on that situation. Does that answer your question, Commissioner Byworth?
Thank you.
Are there any other comments or questions?
Chair Robinson, and I'm not sure who I should direct this to, but Dr. Rice, let's start with you. My understanding is that there is quite a bit of evidence and literature documenting that the mortality with treble hooks is significantly higher than single hooks.
Chair Robinson, Commissioner Walsh, I don't have any of that right in front of me, but it is, like Mr. Horton mentioned, it does vary within the literature. Certainly barbless single shank hooks typically are easier to release and may cause less damage. And where the debate begins is what's the long-term impact of versus a treble hook or a single shank hook or even a barbless hook. That's where we keep coming back to what's the best method to reduce stress on the fish. Certainly with repeated catch and release, oftentimes these fish and these very popular river stretches are caught multiple times of year. During certain times of the year, that would cause less or more impact based on the condition of the fish. So again, coming back to why we're focused on seasonal closure is the condition of those fish, and even catch and release with a single barbless hook could have significant impact on a fish that's already significantly stressed and in poor condition.
Chair Robinson, Dr. Rice, I've been involved with the Atlantic Salmon Federation for a long time, most of my life, Trout Unlimited for most of my life. And I know both of those organizations would disagree with the assessment that you just made. And they would advocate for barbless single shank hooks in these situations. And I don't think we're talking about either or here. We're not talking about, catch and release or fishing closure. I am advocating for the adoption of both in the case of brown trout. And I guess the other question I'd have for you is if we observe that most of these fisheries are catch and release, and we can have a 5 fish bag limit because it's not really taken advantage of, then why do you have catch and release restrictions for cutthroat trout in the Yellowstone and other rivers?
Chair Robinson, Commissioner Walsh, our cutthroat trout regulations and other species of concern regulations are far more based on conservation. It's hard to compare one river to another or one species to another in different rivers because the conditions are all very different. Our ultimate goal is when a population is stable enough to handle take, we like to provide that opportunity for those anglers who do like to catch and keep fish. So if we have several cutthroat populations that can handle catch and keep regulation, and we do know that some of the public enjoy that opportunity.
Any other?
No, thank you.
Commissioner Siebel?
Madam Chair, I believe this question will probably be for Mr. Roberts.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Siebel.
Mr. Roberts, Dr. Rice mentioned a probably 3-year period of time to be able to evaluate maybe the effects of what we passed. I'm a little bit disturbed by what I heard today that maybe the department doesn't have a really good handle on the fish populations in these rivers. And it sounds like most of the information is coming from effective creel surveys from the users, the outfitters and the sportsmen. And I guess I want to hear from you, what is the plan for the department to be able to get us scientific information so we can understand and get feedback from any decision that we make today to make sure that what we're doing is having the intended effect? And
yeah, Madam Chair, Commissioner Siebel, creel surveys are only one piece of our monitoring. We do heavily monitor a lot of these most popular fisheries, especially in like the Big Hole, Beaverhead, a lot of these other rivers that we've discussed that we've seen these brown trout declining trends. The way we detected these declining trends was anecdotal reports from anglers, but also through our standardized monitoring surveys. Our crews are out there each spring, each fall on these different river sections, monitoring the population. And we're doing population estimates, population assessments, age and growth assessments. Those are all, it's kind of a large puzzle putting this together. And so the monitoring is the one tool. We maintain that as best we can. maintain that continuity. So we do have good running data sets for how these fish populations are trending. And typically we usually have kind of a cycle where we do have creel surveys that we do implement to see if what we're seeing from our population surveys, if that's corroborated through what we're seeing, what the anglers are seeing and what we expect the anglers to see when they're out there fishing, when they're out there catching fish. And these creel surveys over time, we see changes in trends as far as angler use, types of angling, that sort of stuff. But it's more protracted than what we'll see just on an annual or biannual basis when it comes to monitoring a fish population. And so if we see a sudden change in a fish population, the first thing we'll do is get out there on the ground with a creel survey also and just get our hands on some fish and talk to some people directly. And so there's sort of a mosaic of monitoring that goes on with this. And that field monitoring, the sampling, population assessments that our crews are doing in the spring and the fall, those are the foundations of how we manage these fisheries.
Follow up. Just to clarify, Ms. Roberts, so you are doing the fall and the spring, spring and fall surveys on both on the Beaverhead and the Big Hole.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Siebel, that's correct. And we do have structured monitoring sections and how that's handled, when it's handled, all of that. Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Barr.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I guess my question centers around the basis of the regulations in monitoring and what's the other protective tact. I mean, I just get straight to the point. Catch and release has never been shown in a wild trout population to be critical for healthy wild trout populations, is my understanding, is my experience. It's native species that are rare, where population mortality caused by either catch and release or harvest is critical at a population level. So my question comes back to the brown trout. Is a catch and release regulation likely to help these brown trout recover in the fastest pace possible?
Chair Robinson, Commissioner Byerworth. So as I think some of you are aware, we've been going through a fairly extensive research project on the brown trout population in the Southwest rivers. What that information has shown us, and we're doing it in collaboration with USGS, what it's shown is the primary driving factor for recruitment is flows. And looking at what we can do to assist these populations, there's nothing that we have at our disposal that could immediately put more water into these systems. Rain certainly helps. So the next best tool we have, as you're all aware, is regulations. Certainly when looking at wild trout populations, what we're looking at is what helps the fish population be the healthiest. And as you indicated, with all of the information we have available to us, based on what we know about the angling activities and based on what we know about potential benefits of a seasonal closure, if we were to pick one thing that we think would help these populations the most, it would be a seasonal closure. That's why we've been promoting that in combination with catch and release. Our concern with relying too heavily on a catch and release regulation is it is the predominant activity out there already. Our concern is more about allowing these fish to go through a successful spawn and protecting the juveniles.
I guess one final follow-up.
Go ahead.
Madam Chair. Madam Chair, Eileen, can you briefly describe the mortality that's caused by catch and release fishing in terms of percentage rate of fish that are caught and released dying?
Chair Robinson, Commissioner Byerworth, I don't have numbers at hand right now that would tell you an exact number of fish that are killed through catch and release. And it varies widely, as I've mentioned, based on the condition of the fish, how the fish are handled, how often those fish have been caught. The one thing we know for definite is the more the fish are stressed, the lower the survival rate. And that's related to a multitude of factors, including development of disease, less likelihood of making it through stressful events. So what we know is as the fish are handled more, and as the fish are handled more aggressively, mortality certainly goes up. I hope that answers your question.
Travis stood up to answer. Madam
Okay.
Chair.
Go ahead, Mr. Horton.
Chair Robinson, Commissioner Byworth, I just wanted to add to what Dr. Rice said. Generally speaking, for one hooking event in good conditions, catch and release mortality is low. The best data we have available comes from a study that was done about 15 years ago through Montana State University. The mortality rate where these fish were caught, they were held in cages for 72 full hours. And those the mortality rates were 2 to 3% for brown trout. And I forgot to mention, this is in water temperatures above 73 degrees. For rainbow trout, it was 8 to 10% mortality. And for mountain whitefish, it was 22 or 28% mortality. I don't have it sitting exactly in front of me. And again, that's one hooking event in warm water temperatures. When we get into multiple hooking events, that's a very difficult subject to study. The best data that are out there is generally from laboratory situations. So it's not necessarily, we don't know how accurate it is, I guess is my point. There was some research done I don't remember exactly where the research was done. One of our committee members on the Madison River contacted the researcher who had a model for multiple hooking mortality events. And this is back when we had done the 2016 creel survey on the Madison River. In that creel survey, we estimated every adult rainbow trout was caught 4.5 times in the Madison River. And based on that person's research, it was somewhere around 30% mortality for that level of catch and release. So it does multiply up with multiple events. That's about the best information we have there. I guess the last thing I was hoping to mention during this discussion that I've forgotten was we certainly had talked to the public and worked with the biological staff looking at ways to actually test the efficacy of some of these fishing regulations. And that was how we had set up situations where we had river sections that may have these regulations put on them and changed, and others that did not, such that we could compare and learn from those situations to understand whether or not the regulation did have an effect on the fish population through the next multiple years. The last thing I do want to mention, just for context, on the Big Hole River, I think the commission's very well aware we have grayling populations in the upper river, largely above Dickey Bridge. And the current fishing regulations upstream of Dickey Bridge for trout allow harvest of 5 trout of no size limit on them. And that regulation was intended to try to help the conservation of Arctic grayling upstream of that point. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair,
Commissioner Tabor.
I'm not sure who to direct the question to, so perhaps we'll start with you, Dr. Rice, and then so the only part that I'm confused, because I think I'm the only non-fish biologist around this conversation here, so I just use my logic, but the part I'm just not grasping here on catch and release versus, mortality is if we kill a fish, it can't spawn. I mean, if you catch a fish and release it, it still has an opportunity to spawn. And if I understood Mr. Roberts correctly, or it could have been Travis, it could be up to 5% of the population that is being killed off. We don't know because we haven't done creel surveys and we're having to kind of piece that information together. So I'm just trying to understand the logic of why we would kill off fish that can actually produce substantial numbers of other fish in the future. I just don't follow the logic of why we wouldn't embrace that as a pretty significant technique. I realize it may be statistically small, but just about every other place where we're really worried about fish, we do this. And I don't know why there's a resistance to doing that here. I'm just confused.
Chair Robinson, Commissioner Tabor, you're exactly right that a dead fish can't spawn. Part of what we're looking at is also providing that opportunity for the public that do want to catch and keep a fish, knowing that it is a small percentage of the population that exercises that opportunity. We gauge it as a low impact on the population. During the public process on this item, we held 5 public meetings and a focus group meeting. And at each of those meetings, we did hear very passionate pleas from members of the public who did want us to maintain that opportunity of catch and keep. So part of what we're promoting here, and I apologize for not making that clear, part of what we're promoting is a diversity of opportunity, and balancing that with the biological impacts that each of those opportunities cause to the population.
Any other further comments or questions from anyone? All right, well, we'll start with the 2022 fishing regulations. Does someone have a motion?
Madam Chair, I move the Fish and Wildlife Commission approve the proposed tentative fishing regulations for public comment.
Well, second.
Thank you. Are there any other comments or questions before I ask for public comment? Okay, the people in attendance, would anyone like to speak about the 2020 fishing regulations?
Again, good morning, Madam Chair, members of the commission. For the record, Clayton Elliott, ELLIOTT, here today representing Montana Trout Unlimited. And I do want to just clarify, Madam Chair, we are, even though both were presented together, we're just on the 2022 right now, correct?
Yes, correct.
I just wanted to double check. We're happy to rise in support of moving these fishing regulations out to public comment. As Dr. Rice mentioned, this is a off-cycle regulation revision, and there are certainly some opportunities in here that we look forward to offering comments, feedback, suggestions. Overall, I think it looks good, and we appreciate the work of the department in moving through this. So ask you to send it out for public comment today. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Are there any commenters on Zoom on the 2020 fishing regulations?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Thank you for this opportunity, Chair Robinson. This is Ryan Barba. I'm a co-owner of the Sunrise Fly Shop and an outfitter on the Big Hole and Beaverhead rivers for the last 14 years. And I have seen the decline in the quality of the Big Hole fishery. And I think FWP needs to take action to try and increase the brown trout population in the Big Hole and the Beaverhead rivers.
Right now, the motion on the table is just the 2022 fishing regulations to go out to public comment. So I'll come back for the trout comments.
You're going to come back to that? Okay.
Yep.
Okay, thank you.
Did you have any comment? Oh, go ahead. Is there anyone else for the 2022 fishing regulations?
Madam Chair, we have Rich Day.
Go ahead, Mr. Day.
Hi, my name is Rich Day. I live in Butte, Montana, and I'm representing the George Grant chapter of Trout Unlimited. And we have more than 200 members of our local chapter. I'm actually online to comment on the brown trout issue, but I would also support going forward with the proposed regulations for 2022.
Okay, thank you. And we'll come back to you for the brown trout once we have a motion. Thank you. All right, are there any other public comments just on the 2022 fishing regulations going out to public comment?
Madam Chair, we have Good Morning Smiths.
Yeah, my name is Tom Smith. I've been a fishing guide in Southwest Montana for 37 years, and I'm an outfitter. And I'm very concerned about regulations for this coming up season. I think we need to have gear restrictions and catch and release on the Beaverhead River. And I believe that this spawning deal is, we should probably do October 15th rather than the 31st. There's actually a lot of hunters that come up into the area, and will, after they don't kill their elk, they'll try to kill some fish.
Okay, thank you. Are there any other commenters on the 2022 fishing?
Madam Chair, we have Craig Jones with Great Divide Outfitters.
Okay, thank you.
Hi, everybody. My name is Craig Jones. I'm the owner of Great Divide Outfitters on the Big Hole River. I've been guiding and outfitting here for 20 years. I also have seen the declines, as Ryan had mentioned. I also wanted to say, as Tom had mentioned, that an earlier closure in the fall would have more benefit than closing it after the peak of the spawn. It seems that if we're making these rules to save and protect these brown trout, why would we not protect the peak of the spawn? And I would support a closure of October 1st. That way it would give the early spawners a chance as well. And I would just comment to the creel limits. I've been fishing out here my entire life. I have never one time been asked how many fish did I keep per year. I know that our clients don't keep many fish, but the stringers of fish that I see come out of the Big Hole, just this fish that I've seen this year, just by my eyes, are more than what these numbers are coming out of the FWP and Travis Horton. I know that's probably a manpower issue, but I don't think creel counts are something that should be considered as accurate. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, just a reminder, I'm asking for comments on the 2022 fishing regulations. If anyone else has any comments on those. Okay. No, with no more comments, I'll ask the commission if you have any other questions or comments before we go to a vote. Okay. All those in favor of sending out the 2022 fishing regulations to public comment signify by saying aye.
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 All opposed, same sign. Motion carried. All right, up next, we will have the Southwest Montana brown trout fishing regulations. Casey.
Madam
Commissioner Walsh.
Chair, I'd like to move that the commission impose the following seasonal fishing closures restrictions for the 2021-22 season. For the Beaverhead River seasonal closure from Clark Canyon Dam to Pipe Organ Bridge from November 1 to the 3rd Saturday in May. For the Big Hole River seasonal closure from BLM Maiden Rock to Browns Bridge from November 1 to the 3rd Saturday in May. And in addition to those, that we change the regulation to catch and release only for brown trout, single hook, artificial lure only in both of those rivers.
Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Okay. Commissioner Tabor, second. Okay, so is there any comments or questions before we go out for public comment from the commission? Okay.
I'm sure just one. Is there any extent or limit to your catch and release? You want to go all the way up into the upper Big Hole where the brown trout are potentially influencing grayling? Entertain a modification?
I think that's a question for the Commissioner Byer. I think that's really a question for the biologists on staff. My understanding is that the brown trout populations have been so depleted that they aren't likely to be having an impact on Arctic grayling, but I'll defer to the staff, and if we need to modify it, I agree we should.
Go ahead, Dr. Rice.
Chair Robinson, commissioners, this is purely information. So as you're aware of the current regulations, I understand your motion was catch and release only for brown trout. So just for your consideration, so as you know what's currently in the book, entire river, there's a combined trout of 5 daily and in possession, only one over 18 inches and only one maybe a rainbow trout. So my question is, your catch and release regulation is specifically for brown trout, and you would still keep the other regulations in place for the other trout?
Chair Robinson and Dr. Rice, yes, that's correct.
Okay, that for, yeah, so both, sorry, I'm looking at, but that was the beaverhead, and then on the big hole is combined trout, 5 daily and in possession, headwaters to Dickey Bridge. So there will still be catch and keep going on for trout other than the brown trout with your proposed motion?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay.
Chair Robinson. Here, I'm sorry, Quentin.
I'm like, okay, where?
If I,
Please, go ahead.
if I may, I have a clarifying question of Commissioner Walsh. I understood single hook to be also in your motion and just wanted to clarify if that was for the rivers or for the stretches.
Maybe you can explain the difference between the stretches and the rivers.
If I can point to Dr. Rice. Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you, Chair.
Chair Robinson, Commissioner Walsh, and Mr. Kujala. I believe what Mr. Kujala is asking with your additional add-on of catch and release only for brown trout and single hook artificial lures only, does that apply to the 2 stretches you mentioned for seasonal closure or for the entire river? And I would add an additional question of just brown trout or all trout? And and this is purely, Eric and I are the ones that have to write it in the book, so we want to make sure we get it right.
I understand. Chair Robinson and Dr. Rice, based on my understanding of the depleted populations of brown trout in both of these rivers, my intent was to apply that to the entire river and for brown trout only.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Yep, go ahead. Commissioner Byer, then Commissioner Siebel.
Okay. Can I direct this question to Jim Olson out there in the region? Madam Chair, Jim, when I studied the Big Hole River, there were no brown trout upstream of the North Fork Big Hole. It appears that now the brown trout have encroached up into that reach. Would you please comment on the current conditions and whether you think a catch and release regulation above the North Fork is appropriate in light of the efforts to restore and protect potentially threatened Arctic grayling?
You're good.
Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay. I'm Jim Olson. I'm the fish biologist on the Big Hole River, and we've seen dramatic change in the upper river upstream of the North Fork in the brown trout numbers. It was primarily a brook trout fishery, and now it's primarily brown trout, and those brown trout have expanded clear up to the headwaters of the Big Hole. So the brown trout are actually expanding in the upper river while they're declining in the lower river. And brown trout abundance is one of the few factors that have been closely correlated with grayling, negatively associated with grayling abundance too. So as brown trout density has increased in some areas, we've seen the grayling density decrease. And so, and also there's also the symbolic nature of, because we know that association exists of protecting brown trout in an area where we're trying to conserve grayling. Those two things are going to be contradictory to each other. So the brown trout in the upper river are expanding as opposed to declining in the lower river. Does that answer your question, Commissioner Byworth?
Madam Chair, yes, thank you, Jim. I appreciate it.
Yep.
Okay, all right. Are there any questions? Commissioner Walsh, would you mind repeating your motion before we go up for public comment, please?
It sounds like maybe we need to modify it.
Okay, well,
I move the commission impose the following seasonal fishing closures and restrictions for the 2021 22 season for the Beaverhead River. Seasonal closure from Clark Canyon Dam to Pipe Organ Bridge from November 1 to the 3rd Saturday in May. For the Big Hole River, seasonal closure from BLM Maiden Rock to Browns Bridge from November 1 to the 3rd Saturday in May. In addition to that, catch and release only for brown trout in the entire stretch of the Beaverhead. And catch and release for brown trout below the North Fork. Headwaters to Dickey Bridge. I'll come back with a comment on that in a minute. Single hook artificial lure only in the entire stretches of both river.
Okay, so since there is a change to the motion, I think it was Commissioner Tabor who seconded it.
I amend my second as well.
Okay, thank you. All right, are there any comments before I go out to public comment? Oh. Commissioner Siebel.
Madam Chair, just a clarification question for Commissioner Walsh is that going to be, you said 21-22 season, is that going to be effective immediately?
I think that's a question for Dr. Rice.
I was just in his motion, but Dr. Rice, would you recommend it was effective immediately?
Chair Robinson, Commissioner Siebel, our recommendation would be effective immediately because of the spawning closure. Otherwise, we would put it in for March 1st when the new regulations go into place.
Commissioner Walsh.
Yeah, Chair Robinson, the only question I have is if the current bag limit for trout in the upper river on the Big Hole is 5 fish, but we have a problem up there. Should we be encouraging the public to take more than 5 fish? I mean, what's magical about a 5 fish bag limit? If your intent is to reduce the population of brown trout in that area.
Chair Robinson, Commissioner Walsh, my understanding with your motion is the existing bag limit that's in the book right now would only apply to rainbow trout and not to brown trout.
So I mean, if we, Becky, if we go that direction, is it even possible with this being a final?
I guess Chair Robinson, Commissioners, Dr. Rice, is this, I guess if you don't mind, I'll direct a question to Dr. Rice. Is this something that was contemplated in the proposal, given that this is a final now and then also heard through public comment?
Chair Robinson, through the scoping, the public meetings and the focus group, the primary purpose was to look specifically at regulations for brown trout enhancement. Catch and release was considered generally, but it was done under the heading of brown trout improvement.
But for to change your what you were, excuse me, to Commissioner Walsh, you were asking about changing the bag limit for.
It was more of a theoretical.
Okay.
So it was more of a theoretical question, but just to be clear with Dr. Rice and the staff, I modified the motion to keep the same bag limit from the headwaters to Dickey Bridge for both brown trout and rainbow trout.
Okay, so Chair Robinson, Commissioner Walsh, so you would have on the Big Hole, you're talking.
On the Big Hole, sorry.
On the Big Hole, it would be the current regulation is headwaters to Dickey Bridge, combined trout 5 daily, and then possession, no size restriction. That's currently what's in place. Then your motion is from Dickey Bridge to
the mouth.
Dickey Bridge to the mouth, catch and release, brown trout, single barbless hook.
I didn't say barbless.
Oh,
but
no, single
Single
hook,
hook.
sorry. Didn't mean to put words in your mouth, I
Artificial lure.
apologize. For specifically for brown trout. So then just to add one further clarification onto that, the current regulation in the book from Dickey Bridge to the mouth includes maggot season from December 1 to third Saturday in May. There's a catch and release that currently exists. And then there's the maggot part that exists. So to be clear, we would keep that in place for other trout, for brown trout, artificial lures only, catch and release, single shank hook.
Chair Robinson, my own assessment is that would be very difficult to implement.
Chair Robinson, Commissioner Walsh, that is also the assessment by our enforcement division, who did mention that the confusion over different gear restrictions for different species of fish. It may be easier, and I think it would fall within the umbrella of what we scoped, to go for the same restrictions for all trout. It would make it easier for the public. It would make it easier for enforcement.
Chair Robinson, my intent was artificial lure through that stretch.
For both, for all
both.
trout.
No maggots. I think in the public comment, we're going to hear a lot of concern about wild brown trout populations in this river.
Okay. So I am just going to ask you one more time to please just read. Are we ready to go for public comment? I just would like you to please read your motion one more time just before we go out for public comment, so people are clear on what they're commenting on, please.
I move the commission impose the following seasonal fishing closures and restrictions for the 2021 and 2022 season for the Beaverhead River. Seasonal closure from Clark Canyon Dam to Pike Oregon Bridge from November 1 to the third Saturday in May. For the Big Hole River, seasonal closure from BLM Maiden Rock to Browns Bridge from November 1 to the third Saturday in May. For the Big Hole River, for the stretch from Dickey Bridge to the mouth of the river, catch and release only for brown trout, single hook artificial lure only for all fishing. And on the Beaverhead, catch and release only for brown trout, single hook artificial lure only as methods to take.
Okay, thank you. Is there anyone in attendance that would like to comment on the brown trout fishing regulations?
Good morning again, Madam Chair, members of the commission. Again, for the record, Clayton Elliott, ELLIOTT, here today representing Montana Trout Unlimited. And I promise this is the last item you'll see me today. I'm happy today, more than usual, for fisheries to be the first item on the agenda. And I would also just ask maybe, Madam Chair, if folks in the audience could take their conversations out of the room, it would be really helpful for those of us trying to follow along.
Okay, thank you.
And appreciate that. So I wasn't planning on standing up today actually on the brown trout regulation change. And part of that, I think, for context, is just the conversation you heard today and where MTU stands in terms of the science and the biology suggesting that flow and habitat being the primary limiting factors to population. And certainly that's the reason and part of why I was so excited to stand up on things like the Future Fisheries Improvement Program, is that there are tools out there that we as Trout Unlimited use and others in partnership with folks to put more water back in the river and to address those flow issues and those habitat issues. So I think that that's the work that we will continue to do. I understand where we are with fishing regulations being the opportunity to try to tackle what is a very concerning population trend of brown trout in Southwest Montana. And if we are going to go down the route of regulations, I think that what I heard from the biologists, and I was lucky enough to be part of the focus group in Butte a few weeks ago, was to make sure that we are able to learn something. And that is, I think the caution and the advice that I would pass on behalf of our organization is you've got a lot of options, and I sort of liken it to when I make pasta sauce at home, and oftentimes it turns out pretty good, but many times because of my cooking style, I don't remember if I added more oregano this time or more salt or more red pepper flakes. And when you start doing too many pieces at once, I think it becomes more difficult to be able to understand what it was specifically that we changed and what the response was.
So the noise was the 2 minute time limit.
Okay. So I will end with that. I would hope that I think that the revised regulation, the revised cover sheet is a step forward. It's a lot more clear. I would just offer that advice as you look at these options to make sure that we are able to learn something from a good experiment. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you for your comments. Is there anyone else in attendance in person that would like to comment? Okay, go ahead.
Director, Madam Chair, Commissioners. My name is John Malovich. I'm the Executive Director of the Madison River Foundation. I too was honored and able to be a part of that focus group. And in that process, we looked at and considered all the different public comments. We categorized things into different groups and groupings as to what the public had said and what they'd asked for to be done by the commission and by FWP. And while catch and release was at the top of that list, so also was seasonal closures. And in that process, taking that information back and the discussions that we had to my membership, to my board of directors, to guides and outfitters and community members, overwhelming response was about seasonal closures, protecting the brown trout spawn from start of spawn till hatching and rearing of those eggs. And so I've heard friends and constituents use the comment about everybody taking a haircut. And in this particular process, I think we all need to take a haircut. I think we need to look at what's been proposed by Fish, Wildlife and Parks and the Fisheries Department as far as these dates. Along with that, during that scoping and during that focus group meeting, there was also proposed regulation changes or adjustments for those 3-year periods to be put in place on the Madison River, which I'm here representing at this point. The biologists have commented about fish die-offs and losses this year. I was able to go down and survey with some of the biologists, some of the fish kill that had happened below Bear Trap. There's no question we're losing our brown trout in the state of Montana. And so I would propose with this motion, we would also include the Madison River to be included in these regulation changes and in this scoping period to get a better handle and understanding of what's happening to our brown trout. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else in attendance that would like to speak?
Morning, Madam Chair, members of the commission. My name is Tim McKenrick. I don't really quite understand this. I'm hearing that you have an excess of brown trout in the headwaters that you want to get rid of because they're killing your grayling. Would it not be wise to capture some of those brown trout, take them downriver and release them into the area? They're in the same river. They obviously moved upriver because the habitat was better. But if you foresee low numbers downriver, would it not just pay to implement, catch some of the trout from upriver, take them downriver, turn them loose back in the exact same river and let them repopulate down in that area? It's just a thought. Thank you.
Thank you. Would anyone else like to comment? All right, we will go to Zoom for the commenters on, and I just want to remind everyone that there's a 2-minute time limit and to comment on the motion that we have on the table, please.
Madam Chair, we have Ryan Barba.
Thank you for this opportunity, Chair Robinson. This is Ryan Barba. I'm one of the co-owners of Sunrise Fly Shop, an outfitter on the Big Hole and the Beaverhead for the last 14 years. And I've noticed this decline on our fisheries. And I am all for catch and release that needs to be implemented from the mouth of the Big Hole all the way up to the North Fork. I think in that grayling section, we can have harvest of brown trout in the grayling recovery section of the Big Hole. And then bait fishing should not be allowed on the entire Big Hole or Beaverhead rivers. And to get down to the seasonal closure from BLM Maiden Rock to Browns Bridge during the spawn, I really think we need to take another path on this. I am really in favor of trying what has been done on the Jefferson River, marking these spawning areas like they do for the rainbow trout, and basically floater passage through these areas with no fishing allowed. Our game wardens need to monitor these areas. They can talk to fishermen, outfitters. We know where these major spawning areas are. And if we just close BLM Maiden Rock to Browns Bridge, we are leaving major spawning areas that can get trampled from the road. Fishermen on the upper river, there are known places where people fish and harvest fish and trample spawning beds. And by closing this reach, BLM Maiden Rock to Browns Bridge, we are leaving these anglers are going to go somewhere else. And we really need to take into consideration a different type of closure. And I'm all for marking these zones, these major spawning zones, and having closures in those areas.
Okay. Your time is up. Thank you for your comments.
Madam Chair, we have Rich Day.
Hi, my name is Rich Day, last name D-A-Y. That often gets misspelled, so I thought I'd clarify that. We support the motion before the commission right now, but I'd like to add a couple of things. I think we believe strongly that we need to bring the closure date, the beginning closure date, to October 1st. And it was mentioned earlier, it doesn't make any sense to close this for spawning if we're actively fishing out when the fish are spawning and modifying or potentially having the problem modifying the spawning beds. In terms of the hook part of this thing, we strongly support a single barbless hook, no bait, artificial lures only. I have some experience in fishing in Alaska, where it's mandated that in some places you have a barbless hook single, whether you use a spinning rod or what have you. So, and I think we all know from common usage that it's much easier to release a fish when it's barbless than when you have a barb on it. And the less we handle the fish, the less mortality we're going to have. I think that there was some talk about it's an either or. I think we need the closure, and I think we need the change in different types of catching the fish, which is basically goes back to the artificial lures and the barbless hook. So we basically support the motion.
Thank you. I want to remind the regions too, if you have someone in person in your regional offices, to make sure, raise your hand. So we know that there's someone in the regional offices that need to comment also.
Madam Chair, we have Mike Bias.
Okay, go ahead.
Chair Robinson, Commissioners, my name is Mike Bias, B-I-A-S. I'm the Executive Director of the Fishing Outfitters Association of Montana, or FOAM. Brown trout population modeling efforts led by Fish, Wildlife, and Park biologist Matt Yeager out of Region 3 revealed that primary critical factor best contributing to population increase is young of the year juvenile brown trout survivorship. Juvenile brown trout survivorship is greatly influenced by successfully hatching from the egg, fry emergence from the gravel, fry survivorship into the spring. Fish, Wildlife, and Park biologists also suggested strongly that if any angling regulations or restrictions be implemented, those restrictions be implemented in a way that effects of the regulation can be measured. Further, we think that any imposed regulation or restriction be adaptive in that the regulation can be altered or modified to produce a more desirable effect on the brown trout population. Based on Fish, Wildlife, and Parks, limited control over water flow and brown trout modeling efforts, and the need for a measured desired effect across Southwest Montana, FOAM supports the recommended spawning closures on the Beaverhead and Big Hole rivers. Additionally, FOAM supports incorporating a catch and release regulation for brown trout and also incorporating terminal tackle restrictions as well. Lastly, if the goal of this management is to promote recruitment of juvenile fish into the population, FOAM could not support regulations that promote the harvest of fish under 2 years old. I appreciate your time and thank you for all your work on this effort.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, we have Good Morning Smiths.
Yes, this
Go ahead.
this is more of a question. This is more of a question than a comment. You guys were talking about a single hook. Can you do a dry dropper, or is that just meant for treble hooks? I'm asking.
Chair Robinson, commissioners, with your pleasure, I'd like to ask enforcement to address that if possible, if you would like.
Okay.
Chair Robinson, members of the commission, enforcement would interpret a single hook to be just exactly that, one hook per line. So additional hooks on a line in a single hook regulation would be unlawful.
Okay, thank you.
Can I continue to talk? Yeah, so I don't know if that's the best idea. I think that what you need is, single hook with, most days people will fish with two nymphs on a rig or a dry dropper, but a single barb or barbless, but we need to be able to use two hooks on a rig. That's a, pretty conventional way to fish. I say 99.9% of fishermen, that's how they fish.
Okay, thank you.
Madam Chair, I have no more Zoom speakers.
Okay. All right, so we have all of the commenters done. Are there any other comments or questions from the commission before we go to a vote?
Just one, Madam Chair.
Sure. Commissioner Byer?
This is kind of a whiplash situation in that not too long ago, we went through a cycle where the department was being accused of being elitist and preventing young anglers from being recruited into the fold. And so they mandated that we allow catch and release of even cutthroats in statewide. So now I'm kind of doing a whiplash, especially in light of the upcoming hunting regulations, is what are we trying to do? We're trying to limit opportunity to a certain group of people to protect the brown trout, which I think is a noble goal. And I'm a little perplexed at what do we do now? We've excluded a segment of the fishing population from being able to participate. So I guess I'm not against the regulation. I'm just a little bit baffled at how we can make sure we're providing the maximum opportunity while protecting the resource. And I think we need to be able to trust the staff and the biologists who spend their time monitoring the population to make the right decisions. Otherwise, I think we get into this Gordian knot that is our fishing regulations, and we might cause some unintended consequences. But thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Tabor?
Madam Chair, just a few comments before we vote. First of all, in terms of opportunity, and I really am a strong advocate for opportunity, but we're talking about a very specific area where we have a very big concern about the fish population. And if we had closed the entire state down, that would be concern. We know that there's just an area of opportunity just up on the northern river, and there is an ample supply of other places where folks can catch and keep. So we're being, I think, quite specific, and I feel very comfortable with that decision. The second point I'd like to make, and I'd like to ask the department for the future so that we can measure the efficacy. One of the struggles I had in trying to understand this was that beginning spawning date. And in an ideal world, what I had asked for is if I could get a bell curve so I could really understand the population of, when deposition was really occurring and get a sense for that. So in the future, when we look at this, I would like to be able to see that. I would like to see a graph that tells me where the percentage of populations are starting at the very first sign, reaching a peak, and then tailing off. And then finally, the last caller made a very compelling argument relative to the single hook. And so I would ask Commissioner Walsh if he would consider a clarification on his amendment. I think the single hook scenario was really quite specific for artificial lures, and it was not intended to negate the utilization of a trailing nymph off of a dry fly, which tends to be, I believe that it's always a single hit. I mean, I've never known of anybody that bags two fish on one setup, but one's an attractor and one's potentially the catcher. And so I would think we maybe have to modify our motion to allow for that, because I believe the focus really was on artificial lures, getting rid of a treble hook, and going to single hook. So.
Chair Robinson, Commissioner Tabor, on your first point, yes, we're committed to getting that information that we spoke about earlier in the week. We will also put more effort into creel surveys on these waters and use that information to look at, are these regulation changes doing what we all hope they're going to do. As for the question on single hooks, there is actually currently a definition in the book that talks about single hooks. So with your pleasure, I'll ask Mr. Roberts to address that so as everyone understands what currently is in the book.
Yeah, Madam Chair, Vice Chair Tabor, we went through some of this in our last 4 years regulation setting process on the forks of the Flathead River. And so we do have some single pointed language. And maybe for the record, I'll just read this. This is an example from the North Fork Flathead River. I believe we're looking at a similar restriction as I understand the motion on the table. So on the North Fork Flathead River, this is page 39 in the current regs book. Single pointed hooks only, no treble or double hooks. Anglers may remove treble or double hooks from the lure and replace them with a single hook, or the shanks may be cut off other hook points to leave a single hook. Lures with multiple hook attachments may still be used, but any treble hook must be replaced by a single hook. So commissioners, I believe that opens the door to the type of attachments, the type of artificial lures that we're talking about here.
Chair Robertson and Commissioner Tabor, that was my intent in the motion.
Any other comments or questions?
Madam Chair, one follow-up, and this is directed at Ms. Doctor. One of the commenters talked about the Madison River and whether the commission would consider application of any of these in the Madison. I suspect that we actually really can't, because we did not notice anybody that river was up. So I just want to ask for clarification.
Chair Robinson, Commissioner Tabor, you're right. The proposal was limited to Beaverhead Big Hole. And so any other introduction of other rivers and these types of restrictions would have to go out for another proposal, public comment, and then a final with the commission.
Thank you. Thank you for that clarification. Dr. Rice?
Chair Robinson, I always hate to contradict chief legal staff, but we actually did scope the Madison River. So it was part of the public process, and we did take comment on the Madison River as terms of these, but I think maybe specifically you were talking in terms of the specific motion that's on the table right now. But I did want to make clear that we did scope other rivers beyond the Beaverhead and Big Hole.
Chair Robinson, Commissioner Tabor, I stand corrected then. You would have the ability to make another additional motion today if you so chose. But as for the current motion, obviously I heard that limited to Beaverhead, Big Hole.
Madam Chair. So this is just an opinion, and I'd like to hear from the other commissioners. My only hesitation to do it on the Madison, although I really believe strongly that's maybe where we'll get, is the fact that we have the full spectrum committee formed and we're looking for a variety of different recommendations coming. So I kind of don't want to preempt anything that group is going to do by making this type of motion at this point. That I'm just speaking off the top of my head right now, but that's a comment that I just wanted to share.
Commissioner Siebel?
Madam Chair, just a few follow-up comments, and I support what Commissioner Tabor just said, because the way that I look at this motion and specifically what we're trying to do is really a micro-focused effort. Low flows are here to stay probably for a long time. We're going to have years where we have high flows, low flows. We need to understand how we can help improve the health of our fisheries. I think by targeting the Beaverhead and the Big Hole, that's exactly what we're doing. And we're doing with seasonal closures, we're doing with equipment. So there's a lot of variables here, but I think it's very important. And I don't want to restrict people's access to rivers. I don't want to certainly don't want to restrict people's opportunities to fish, but I think it's really important if we focus on the quality that'll expand opportunities later with the increasing fish populations. And with that being said, I want to go on record just saying that I'm going to push the department in the next few years to make sure that we're getting feedback on how this experiment, if you want to call it that, is working and how the brown trout population is responding. Thank you.
Any other comments or questions from the commission before we go out for a vote? Commissioner Byer?
Madam Chair, I managed the Madison River for a number of years and did deep dives into the population. And my concern is that, as I think Mr. Elliott was the commenter that said, our focus has always been on habitat and flow. And that's really where our wild trout fisheries rubber meets the road. And we often get distracted by these regulations. And for many years, across the state, we get into these conversations about special regulations when they often are either irrelevant or have a very minor effect. And I just don't want us to get sidetracked into a regulations. We have years and years. We have 50 years almost of wild trout management in Montana, and we've created these, $750 million fisheries based on good management. I don't want us to be distracted, and I guess I won't be around for the next regulations, but there's a lot of work that can be done at that time, and this is not the time to try and micromanage our fisheries. Thank you.
Any other comments or questions? All right. So all those in favor of approving the Southwest Montana brown trout fishing regulations signify by saying aye.
Aye. Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Motion carries. All right, our next item on the agenda is wolf and furbearer trapping setbacks.
Chair Robinson, before we start with that, can we take a quick break?
Yes, let's just take a 10-minute break. We'll start at 11 o'clock. So.
Chair.
Okay, if we could get seated, we'll get started again, please. We're gonna start with the wolf and furbearer trapping setbacks and see where we end up to when we can break for lunch. But so I'm just gonna play it by ear to do that one first, and then we'll see where we're at.
Madam Chair, Commissioners, my name is Ken McDonald. I'm the Chief of the Wildlife Division with Fish, Wildlife and Parks. And as you noted, the first topic we'll be talking about is trapping setbacks, and this will be a final. The proposed setbacks we're going to talk about would apply to both the furbearer regulations and the wolf regulations. So the current default setback language in the furbearer and trapping regulations is 50 feet from roads and trails. And roads and trails are defined as designated by administrative sign or numbers. In the wolf regulations, it's 150 feet from roads and trails with that same definition. Roads closed year-round to vehicles and off-road, off-highway vehicles are not subject to those setbacks. Additionally, we have in both regulations, 1,000-foot setbacks at campgrounds and recreational areas. If it's a lethal, and 300 feet of non-lethal sets, and then 1,000 feet at trailheads. There's also some high-use recreation areas that are identified in the regulations where there's 500-foot setbacks in place, and there's some where there's no trapping allowed. The origin of today's topic is the previous commission had directed the department to work with land managers and interested publics on identifying areas where setbacks along roads and trails may not be needed, or where potentially bigger setbacks are needed due to conflicts with recreationists with dogs. The objective was to update the trapping setbacks to be effective and consistent with current public land uses, both in areas where dog-related recreation is increased and areas where setbacks are not needed as much because there's little to no dog-related recreational use. And although the public processes were challenged by COVID pandemic over the last year, the department did commit to reviewing the setback language and making recommended adjustments. So before you today are several proposed changes to our setbacks in Region 1 and 1 in Region 3. Specifically, the department is recommending 5 areas in Region 1 and 1 area in Region 3 for an expanded setback for trapping along roads and trails to 500 feet. There's 1 large area in Sanders and Lincoln County in Region 1 where we're proposing elimination of setbacks along roads and trails for trapping. And then there's 12 relatively small locations also in Region 1 where trapping would be restricted altogether. And just to be clear, the setback requirements for trailheads, recreational sites, and campgrounds would still apply in that no setback area in Lincoln and Sanders County. The expanded setbacks and restriction on trapping areas are generally high-use recreation areas or administrative sites. The areas where setbacks are proposed to be eliminated is generally a more lightly used recreation area where potential for conflict is less. The proposal was put out for public comment from July 14th through July 30th. We received 178 comments, most of which either advocated for setbacks. There was an advocacy for no additional setbacks or opposition to the no setback area in Sanders and Lincoln counties. There's a lot of others that just expressed opposition to trapping in general. That goes beyond the scope of this proposal. So with that, we're recommending that the commission adopt the proposal before you as final, and that would get incorporated into both the wolf regulations and the furbearer regulations.
Any comments or questions for Mr. McDonald?
Madam Chair, I just have one.
Go ahead.
So the Sanders County lifting of the setbacks is a pretty large area. Ken, do you know how many acres of that roughly would be federal versus private lands, private timberlands or private lands?
Chair Robinson, Commissioner Byworth, I believe quite a lot of that is public land, U.S. Forest Service.
And follow up?
Go ahead.
And one of the comments I received was that the forest, would it be the Lolo up there or what's your Flathead?
Lolo.
Lolo. The Lolo forest hadn't been consulted and I don't know what to make of that. Can you tell me if the forest is?
Commissioner Robinson, or Chair Robinson, Commissioner Byworth, if I could defer to Region 1 on that, they're the ones that conducted most of this. I think they're on the line.
Region 1, are you on the line?
Are they on, you know?
They're on. They're talking.
They need to unmute, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Region 1, you just need to unmute, please.
I'm trying to.
All right.
You have to go over there and.
You're good.
Yes. All right, we're good. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, sorry about that. Chair Robinson, members of the commission, Director Warshak. Commissioner Byworth, yes, we did speak with the Forest Service. It's primarily Kootenai with a little bit of Lolo forest up there. We spoke primarily with the district rangers as well as the recreational staff of the forest and came up with these recommendations with the goal of trying to identify where they had specific concerns related to more or less foot traffic type recreation. So in other words, those folks that might have dogs, skiers, snowshoers, that type of stuff. So in answer to your question, yes, we did consult with the Forest Service.
Thank you, Neil.
Okay, any other comments or questions? Commissioner Siebel?
Madam Chair, Mr. McDonald, just a quick question on the 500-foot setback. What is the rationale or the science behind a 500-foot setback as you recommended in part 1?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Siebel, it's just basically minimize risk of, primarily dogs and proximity to trail. So the further you are, the less likely of a non-target capture.
Go ahead.
Madam Chair, just to move this along and get the discussion going, would you entertain a motion?
I would entertain a motion, please.
Madam Chair, I'd like to move that the commission adopt the department's recommendation of part 2, the no setbacks in region 1, including the exceptions, and part 3, the no trapping designations in region 1.
Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Comments or questions from the commission before I go out for public comment? Okay. We will start with anyone that's in attendance that would like to comment on the setback motion. Just a reminder that there's a 2-minute time limit on comments.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members. My name is Jim Buell, Guilford, Montana, and this subject has been around for 3 to 5 years. This began as a clarification to the definition of roads and trails, and then it has morphed into setbacks on these roads and trails. We addressed the subject in the Trapper Advisory Committees, and we came to no resolution on it, a dead end on it. In my opinion, these high use areas where the recreationalists use are a no-brainer for a trapper not to set these trails. And this should be addressed in our mandatory trapper education programs, and it will be. And to that end, I would ask you to table this motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other commenters?
Hello, Chair and Commission.
My name is Dagmar Riddle. I'm from Whitehall. And I think setbacks are necessary. And actually, I have a better idea is to stop trapping. Thank you.
Are there any other commenters? We have a lot of commenters that will be on Zoom also. So if we could be ready to comment, please.
Madam Chair, Commissioners, I'm Casey York with Trout Free Montana Public Lands and Trout Free Montana out of the Bitterroot. To answer a question, what I found is Sanders County is 2,790 square miles. The public land there is almost 1 million acres. 18% is private land, 325,000 acres. 52% is U.S. Forest Service land at 900,021 acres. This the setback proposal is as an afterthought feels very disingenuous. I served on one of the committees, and our reports, our thoughts were not part of it, including a bill in the legislation that would killed an interim study to take a look at dogs that are trapped, to look at where the problem areas are. And we were told specifically it wasn't necessary, that FWP was going to handle it through the Citizen Advisory Committee, and it has never been mentioned again. We're talking different traps. This is a trap used commonly for coyotes. This is what's used 10 pounds for wolves. There's a big difference. It takes someone 200 pounds or more to open this trap or a special trap set. You put snares out there, those are the deadly silent killers. This is not the time when you're entertaining the thought of increasing trapping of wolves and putting snares out there. We've got all these newcomers to the state. They're not knowledgeable to say, you know what, let's go ahead and remove trap setbacks. They're already not on public lands. According to the U.S. Forest Service, there's 29,000 miles of roads. 40% of those are closed roads. So these traps can be secreted and baited directly on those roads. Conibears, even if they're in a cubby, children are curious. They're going to go check that out. These are roads that people like to cross-country ski, take their dogs. It's a disaster waiting to happen. Thank you.
Thank you.
If anybody wants to check them out, see me. You can open them.
Good morning. I think we're still in the morning. My name's Tim McKenrick. I'm with Montana Trappers Association, and I would like to agree with what the president of the association said and have you table this at this time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Morning, Madam Chair, members of the commission. My name is Michael McKenrick, McKenrick. I am Tim's son. I agree with what they have said, and I ask that you table this bill.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, Commissioners, thank you for the opportunity to speak. Mark Cook with Wolfster Rockies, we're out of the Bitterroot. I echo Ms. York's comments, and I'd like to see a proposal pushed forward on, since the trappers want more snares and more traps on the ground, it's time for 24-hour trap checks. If you're really concerned about safety, now is the time. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you. Are there any other commenters in person? Okay, sir.
I have a long title, ma'am. If I could just tell you my title, then I'll make my comment. My European name is James, James St. Godard, SCGODDARD. I had COVID-19 and 9 strokes in late September and October. But anything that's on the ground is going to get something wrong, especially the snares. But now my title is I most of all of Montana was once Blackfeet country. I'm what you call Siksika Titapi. SIKSAJAAPI. You know, I have a hard time talking, I lose my breath, so bear with me. But anything that's on the ground is going to get something. That's common sense. Us indigenous people did not trap, and I'm here to protect what you guys call the wolf, but God gave us the name of Magui, MAHGOOGI. I mean, Magui, that's what you guys are calling the wolf, the bad guy. But over here, he's the good guy to us. He's our protector. You guys brought your concept across that ocean, and I'm probably the only indigenous person in this room. And I ask that you consider what you guys do today. They passed a lot of stuff in a hurry in this country, and it has hurt us. The president's hurt us. If you're a thinker, you use science, but your science is not science no more. It seems like it's insanity. All we do is kill, kill, kill. And I don't like that buzzer. So I'm going to continue to talk. Why is science so important? It's a made-up word, and you guys use it like it's the law. It's not the law. The law is not to kill. You guys love to kill. I believe in your Bible.
Sir,
I'm a spiritual leader.
You'll get another opportunity to comment too when we have.
Thank you very much, man.
Okay, thank you.
Ixagapi means thank you in our language. I like to use that language. It's more polite. It's more human. It's more from God.
Okay, thank you. Are there any other comments on the wolf and furbearer trapping setbacks? Yeah, you've already commented, and so yeah, there's going to be people on Zoom that I need to go to. So let me check the Zoom and see what we've got. Also, another reminder to the regional offices, if you have someone that wants to comment on this, make sure you let us know by raising your hand.
Madam Chair, it looks like Region 2 may want to speak. They just might need to unmute.
Okay. Region 2, if you could unmute, please. And just a reminder, there's a 2-minute time limit. Okay, you're still muted.
Madam Chair, if they're using the Polycom, they need to hit #3 and unmute from their puck or remote.
Okay, all right. I think you're on now. Okay, go ahead.
Madam Chair, committee, can you hear me?
Yes.
My name is Stephen Capra. I'm the Executive Director of Footloose Montana, and I'm speaking in addition for Predator Defense today. A couple of things about this issue. No setbacks is a very dangerous precedent for our state, and it should not be allowed. Secondly, I heard testimony earlier that the commission had worked directly with the Forest Service. Less than 2 weeks ago, I spoke to the commissioner, to the supervisor of the Kootenai National Forest, and he had heard nothing about this proposal. And he was shocked when I talked to him about it and said his next call was going to be to Fish, Wildlife, and Parks. I find it disingenuous at best that the forest has been informed of this when the very supervisor of the forest knew nothing of what was going on. And when I followed up with him several days ago, he still said he had heard nothing about this proposal. So there's a problem in communication that begins here, and it also lends itself to the lack of a 30-day comment period on this that went forward. This proposal is being jammed down the throats of people in this state again, with pressure by Representative Paul Fielder to make this part of a plan of expanding trapping on our public lands. This is not what people want in this state, and I strongly condemn the actions of this. There needs to be setbacks. There needs to be an end to trapping in this state. Thank you.
Thank you. Or do we have another Zoom commenter?
Madam Chair, we have Peg Brownlee.
Okay, go ahead.
Good morning, Commissioner Robinson and members of the committee. Thank you for hearing my comments. My name is Peg Brownlee, and I'm talking to you from my home in the Bitterroot Valley. I feel that the proposal for having no setbacks in CPC is nothing short of criminal. Now we'll have traps in the middle of trails. And what about snares? I am not familiar with any language restricting their distance from trails. I was happy to see the additional no trapping area designations, but they are far too few. And please correct me if I'm wrong, but FWP and trappers are still failing to have signage in areas to indicate no trapping, and certainly not to indicate that there is trapping activity in an area. The public needs to have this information. Why has this not happened? But I'll tell you this, no matter what cruel and crazy stuff you trappers do under the guise of heritage and harvest or sport, you will keep hearing from we who oppose this bloodthirsty waste and suffering of our wildlife and pets. Count on it. Please stop ignoring the opposition from the public. This wildlife belongs to all of us, not just the few who would see it wounded and writhing or for their recreation and monetary gain. Please follow the science. Please listen to the public. We aren't going away. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there another commenter?
Yes, Madam Chair, we have Michelle Dietrich.
Okay, go ahead.
Hi there. My name is Michelle Dietrich, and I live in Hamilton, Montana. I wanted to start by, after listening to Ken McDonald, I'd like to thank FWP for expanding trap setbacks in, I think, 6 different areas in Region 1 and Region 3, and also to thank them for restricting trapping altogether in 12 different areas. This is the beginning of looking at user conflict and trying to find a balance, and I appreciate that. I don't think removing trapping setbacks in the Sanders and Lincoln County area is a good idea, especially with the addition of snares. This is just going to add more conflict. It will also add confusion. People who assume a road is not going to have a trap on it will be surprised in Lincoln and Sanders County. And this leads to a lot of problems in the future. I hope that you consider the increased setbacks and do not consider the lack of setbacks proposed in Sanders and Lincoln County. I think it's a dangerous precedent, and I hope it's not allowed to continue. I also want to echo the remarks of Mark Cook and Casey O'Rourke. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next, we have Greg Peters, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead.
Madam Chair and members of the Commission, thank you for this opportunity. My name is Greg Peters. I'm the volunteer president of Montana Backcountry Alliance. I live in Missoula. Montana Backcountry Alliance is a statewide group formed in 2005 representing the backcountry ski, snowboard, Nordic ski, and snowshoe community. Many of our members like to ski with their dogs and children, and they are concerned about the increasing number of traps, now including wolf snares, placed with 0 or minuscule setbacks from the snow-covered roads and trails we use to access the backcountry. In the spring of 2020, in response to previous direction from the Commission, we submitted a list of some of the highest use areas where our members and other members of the public enjoy backcountry winter recreation. Those recommendations ultimately did not make it into the trapping regs for 2020 and 21. This spring, FWP Region 2 staff reached out to us and invited us to join a subcommittee of the Regional Citizens Advisory Committee to work on the issue of setbacks. Ultimately, we and other committee members were willing to compromise and accept some areas of no setbacks, but the trappers on the subcommittee refused to compromise and allow any of the few areas of high skier use to be proposed by the department for expanded setbacks or closures. During this recent comment period, we once again submitted a list of the small handful of popular backcountry recreation spots in Western Montana that we recommend for expanded trap setbacks or closures. While virtually the entire public domain in Western Montana is available for trapping, there are only a handful of areas that are suitable and accessible for backcountry skiing in the winter. So, in the interest of reducing user conflicts on our increasingly crowded public lands, we urge the department to incorporate our requested setbacks and closures into the trapping regulations as soon as possible. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Need the next. Go ahead.
Eric Cluis, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you.
Madam Chair and members of the commission, my name is Eric Cluis, again, that's CLEWIS, and I'm with the Montana Wildlife Federation. For the 86 years of our existence, MWF has always supported trapping. However, we do not support removing trapping setbacks. These setbacks were put in place to safeguard the general public and reduce the risk of incidental tank for non-target species and to protect people's pets. Removing them caters to a small subset of public land users at the expense of others. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, but Kara McNeely, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you.
Hi, my name is Kara McNeely. I'm a Montanan and I oppose the elimination of setbacks in Sanders and Lincoln County. I echo the comments from trap-free public lands, and I believe that eliminating setbacks is a risk to the public and our pets. And I know the commission is charged with conserving and preserving Montana's wildlife, but I think public safety comes before anything else, and this elimination of setbacks puts that public safety at risk. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, next we have Carol Borden.
Okay, go ahead. Oh, you may be muted. Seems like you're still muted. What is it, star six? What is it to mute, unmute?
Yes. Star six.
Let's try star six to unmute. Three? Is it star three? Give star three a try.
Just give star.
Yeah, just. We may have to come back to Carol. Seem to be having trouble.
Madam Chair, it looks like we have video but no audio.
Okay, let's go. Oh, there we go.
I may not have put setbacks.
That would be the wrong person. We're looking for Carol Borden. Okay, let's go to the next one.
Madam Chair, we have our next speaker with her hands raised. She could.
Right, we still can't hear.
This is Susan Cronenberger.
Go ahead, we can hear you.
Thank you very much. Hello, commissioners. I am Susan Cronenberger and I live in Helena. I oppose this elimination of setbacks. I am a hiker, and I, over the many years of hiking, have enjoyed hiking with my dog and also with children. And as a woman, I hike not only just with my dog because it's enjoyable, but because the dog is somewhat of a protector. And like thousands of women throughout the state, we enjoy exploring the forest and woods. So if this torturous practice of trapping continues, I believe for all species and all areas, it should be at least 100 yards from trails so that the vast majority of the population can walk and explore the forest in safety and peace. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have,
Madam Chair, we have Kelly Little.
okay, thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Kelly Little. I do appreciate the opportunity to comment at this meeting publicly. FWP states they are committed to weighing the needs of different user groups, including future users, and balancing human use and the requirements of wildlife, state, parks, and fish resources. I oppose all trapping in general, regardless of setbacks. As a sixth-generation Montanan, I grew up hunting and fishing in this beautiful state. Many Montanans, including myself, adamantly believe that trapping is not a sport. Instead, it is a cruel and barbaric practice that should have died with the fur trapping generations. My question is, how is FWP living up to its core beliefs if it denies the views of all stakeholders? And that is my comment, and I appreciate your time today.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, we have Pamela Williams.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead.
Pamela Williams. Boise has been my home for the last 20 years, but I am a frequent visitor to Montana, and my family owns a section of land in Dawson County. I'm disappointed at the reckless proposal. I am kind of dismayed to look at the map. I feel like I need a microscope to identify the areas for expanded setbacks and for no trapping. I think that these setback proposals put residents and visitors alike at risk, and that they transform Montana's beautiful wild backcountry into inhospitable and ugly areas. I will conclude by asking, where is the democracy in this process? Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, lastly, we have Clinton Nagel.
Okay, go ahead.
Hi, Madam Chair and Commissioners. My name is Clinton Nagel, last name spelled Nagel. I am President of the Gallatin Wildlife Association located in Bozeman, Montana. And I do not have any really prepared remarks, but the topic is of interest to us for obvious reasons. We oppose the removing or lessening of setbacks for trapping. We believe by doing so, if by removing setbacks, you would increase user conflicts and you would increase the dangers to public safety. So for the life of me, we just can't understand why we would want to even open that Pandora's box. The only purpose of decreasing setbacks is, from what we can tell, is to placate a small fraction of Montana's citizenry. So, for those reasons, I won't get into our policies on trapping at this point in time, above and beyond the point, but we urge the commissioners to retain setbacks, if not increase setbacks to as much of a degree as possible to increase public safety and to reduce user conflicts. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any further commenters on Zoom? Oh, okay, hold on. I'll just make sure we're done with these.
Madam Chair, we have one last commenter.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and the members of Commission. My name is Madhu Anderson, and I am from Rock Springs, Wyoming. I am in favor of the setbacks for general public safety and their pet safety. Thank you.
Thank you. So is that our last one for sure?
I believe so. Someone raised their hand and put it back down. So.
Okay. All right, thank you. And we do have one more in person here for commenter.
Thank you for taking the time for me. My name is Douglas Balmain. I am in opposition to removing setbacks. Trapping is a unique practice in the sense that it is lethal and by nature indiscriminate and often done for private profit. And I believe that sets it apart from other sportsmanlike activities in the state. And if trapping is going to continue for the reasons I previously stated, I believe it is the trappers that must go out of their way to make exception for the public and not vice versa.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. We have one more commenter in person here.
My name is Glenn Shunavar, and I actually live in Sanders County. And I have watched our elk herds and our moose herds in the backcountry of western Montana get completely destroyed. I'm not talking a little bit. They're gone. All the elk, there's very few moose left. All the elk are down in the flats along the river bottoms, getting shot out of hay fields. And we're not here to eliminate the wolf. We're here to reduce their numbers. And we need these tools to make this happen. In Region 1, there's 500 wolves in Region 1. 500. In the whole state of Montana, there's supposed to be about 282 to 300. We've got to take these tools that we've been given by the legislature and make this work. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sir? I didn't catch his name. Did you get the name for the
Yeah.
record?
You did say your name, but could you repeat your name, please?
My name is Glenn Shunavar. I'm representing the sportsmen from western Montana. And I'm also the director of the Foundation for Wildlife Management.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much.
Are there any other commenters on the setbacks? Okay, seeing none. Is there any other comments or questions from the commission, Commissioner Siebel?
Madam Chair, just a clarification for the commission. My motion only included part 2, the no setbacks that the department recommended, including the exceptions there, and part 3, the no trapping areas that the department recommended. I specifically left out part 1, which is expanded setbacks. Just wanted to make sure everyone understood that.
Okay. Any other comments or questions? All right, go ahead. Oh, Commissioner Byers.
I'm a little confused, Madam Chair. I think there's some confusion as to what setbacks apply by default. So first, Mr. McDonald, would you explain, there's an open trapping season. So outside the trapping season, setbacks are moved. Is that correct?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Byworth, that's correct.
May I follow up?
Go ahead, follow up. Yes.
And then during the trapping season, there are a blanket set of setbacks that apply on a set of roads statewide.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Byworth, yeah, so I'll repeat it again. So there's the standard setbacks in the trapping regulations are 50 feet from roads and trails, and roads and trails are defined as designated by administrative signs or numbers. If they don't have an administrative sign or number and they're closed year round, typically that's those Kelly humped roads or permanently gated roads, there are no setbacks. So where there's a designated number, a road or trail for trapping, it's for the furbearer trapping, I mean, it's 50 feet, and a wolf, it's 150 feet. Additionally, we have 1,000-foot setbacks at campgrounds and recreational sites, which would be like fishing access sites. And then at trailheads, it's 300 feet for non-lethal traps and 1,000 feet for lethal sets at trailheads.
Thank you.
Any other questions or comments? All right, no. All those in favor of the, do you have a?
No, I'm
okay. All those in favor of a motion signify by saying aye.
Aye. Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Mr. McDonald, I think kind of spotted a couple that we may be able to get done before lunch, like,
Madam Chair?
Yep.
Just as a matter on the trapping setbacks, Commissioner Siebel's motion was strictly regarding
2 and 3.
Region 2 and Region 3 and Sanders County, or
Items 2 and 3.
okay, so 3 of them. I'm still not clear what the motion meant then. What did we vote on?
okay, go ahead, Commissioner Siebel.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Byers, just to clarify again, what I made a motion for was to move to approve the part 2 of the department recommendation, which was the no setbacks in Region 1, including their exceptions, and also part 3 of the department recommendations, which was the no trapping areas in Region 1 as well. I intentionally excluded part 1, the expanded setbacks. Those areas would still be subject, as you noted, to the standard setbacks for trapping.
Well, with that said, then I'd like to make a motion to adopt the first one because I do not believe the motion actually excluded the motion we were voting on. So I would like to adopt the setbacks specified in Region 1 and in Region 3 especially. That was, Sourdough Road was actually the reason we embarked on this in Region 3.
Is there a second to the motion?
I'll second that.
Okay. All right, so probably Mr. McDonald, if you could read those just so we know, they know what they are commenting on.
Sure, Madam Chair, Commissioners. So the part 1 is would involve a 500-foot setback in 5 areas in Region 1, and then that Sourdough Creek Road in Region 3.
Okay. All right, well, we're gonna have to go back out for public comment for the new motion for the expanded setbacks that were just explained. So is there anyone in the room that would like to comment on that motion? Go ahead.
Madam Chair, Commissioners, Casey York again. I just want to make sure I understand it. I'm a little confused. So this is comment on increasing the setback to 500 feet in Region 1. Is that correct?
At certain trails and roads, yes, in Region 1, and then the Sourdough route in Region 3.
Region 3. So not on the table right now is removing setbacks in Region 1. Okay. We're totally in favor. It's, you know, like I said, there's so many land users out there. I mean, one of the biggest things that people are worried about is their ability to use our public lands. And we would like to see setbacks increased everywhere and make it universal so people know. The trappers know, the public knows, you know, where we can go, and we'd like to see it on these closed roads too. That's very problematic, that there are no setbacks. So and of course, we would like to see a study. Where are things happening? What can be done? Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, Commissioners, Mark Cook with Wolves of the Rockies. I echo Ms. York's comments, but I want to emphasize again, with the responsibility of more snares and traps in the backcountry, there needs to be accountability, 24-hour trap check. Thank you.
Madam Chair, members, Director, Jim Buell, Guilford, Montana, Montana Trappers Association. The proposed setbacks of 500 feet in the first portion of this is onerous. It's unacceptable. And I would urge you to table this. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other commenters?
My name is Douglas Balmain. I am in favor of the 500-foot setbacks, especially with the topic of wolves on the table. Our dogs are descendants of wolves. Speaking of implementing snares in the wilds, when you're baiting snares, you're also necessarily baiting dogs. For that reason, if no other, we need to mandate extended trapping setbacks. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other further comments?
Yes, Madam Chair and Commission, my name is Dagmar Riddle again, and I'm for the setbacks as far as possible. And I want to remind people that snares are used by poachers. So we're legalizing poaching here in Montana. We need to eliminate snares and trapping. Thank you.
Any other further commenters? Is there anyone on Zoom that would like to comment on this motion?
Madam Chair, it looks like Region 2 is up to speak again.
Okay. I think they're still on mute.
As a reminder, we need to hit #3 and unmute on the puck.
Okay, you're still muted. #3 and hit unmute, please. There we go. I think we can hear you now.
Madam Chair, Commissioners, Stephen Capra, Executive Director of Footloose Montana, and speaking also for Predator Defense. I think it's laughable almost that we're having to fight over a 500-foot setback. And I find it really odd the way the commissioner tried to ram through one part of this and confuse the whole, everyone who was watching this. I think that was in some ways potentially purposeful, and I think it's really disingenuous. We need 1,000-foot, a 1,500-foot setback. We need every setback we can get. Remember, the majority of people that have commented to this agency, the vast majority of people that have commented have said they don't want wolves getting killed, and they certainly want setbacks. Why is this so complex to get a simple 500-foot setback? Again, we use our public lands. I don't feel that when I go out on public lands, I have to carry every tool I can to free my dog and to free anybody like a child who could get caught in a trap. We stand ready to sue any way we can to stop this because people and children are going to be hurt. What does it take for the commission to understand people and children and dogs are going to be hurt or killed? This is a no-brainer. We must have setbacks, and this commission must move towards ending trapping on our public lands. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other further commenters?
We have some commenters on Zoom.
Thank you. All right. So, Mr. McDonald, could I just get a clarification? There are setbacks. I mean, there are default setbacks currently, right? Correct?
Madam Chair, Commissioners, yeah, so the default would be 50 feet for the fur bearers, 150 feet for wolf.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Madam Chair, may I clarify some background on this?
Yes.
So this exercise, the setbacks came because of confusion over the language in the setbacks. And it became clear that some places like Sourdough Creek, where I live and Commissioner Walsh has lived, is one of the most heavily used recreation areas in the Gallon Valley and probably in the state, and it warrants extra protection. So that's the reason we went through this exercise. And because of COVID, the the process that was set forth was truncated. We weren't able to have all these public meetings. So this isn't just a knee jerk, gotta have setbacks. This is an exercise that began over 2 years ago. So I just like you to understand that, and I'm not familiar with all these places except for Ross Creek Cedars up in Region 1, but these aren't high, I would hope, high target trafficked trapping areas. We're just asking for a little extra buffer in these areas that are so heavily used. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Madam Chair, to clarify, I apologize. We do have people on Zoom to speak.
Okay, go ahead.
Madam Chair, we have Susan Cronenberger.
Yeah, go ahead.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Madam Chair and Commissioners, this is Susan Cronenberger of Helena. I echo and support the ideas put forth by Mark Cook and Casey York, and especially those put forth by Mr. Capra of Footloose. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have Peg Brownlee.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chairman and the Commission for hearing additional comments. I too am in favor of the increased setbacks. I would like to see them even further set back. A mile would be fine with me, but I would certainly approve of this. I do want to reiterate that I think trappers need to be accountable by placing signage where trapping is occurring or where trapping is prohibited. The public needs this information, and if they want to be seen as in any way ethical at all, they need to provide this information to the public. And that's just public safety. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Next, Madam Chair, we have Clinton Nagel.
Okay, go ahead.
Yes, thank you. Again, my name is Clinton Nagel. I am president of the Gallatin Wildlife Association located in Bozeman, Montana. We are an advocate for wildlife and fisheries. And I would just like to simply say that we are in favor of the increased setbacks. We do think that setbacks should be standardized as much as possible across the state and should be mandated. With that, I will bow out. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have Michelle Dietrich.
Go ahead.
Madam Chair and Commissioners, thank you very much again for the ability to comment. As I said before, I'm for these increased setbacks. I would like to see more of them, and I would propose a study that starts looking at user groups and use in all areas around the state and setting thresholds that at a certain point, those setbacks are increased because of human safety. Thank you very much again for the opportunity to comment.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, next we have Cara McNeely.
Okay, go ahead.
Hi, Cara McNeely again. I am going to voice my support for these setbacks. In these minuscule areas, which need it due to, I also support for signage so that the public is aware of where there are traps. And I agree with the comment that more user groups should be put into place so we can identify future areas for more restrictive setbacks. And in addition to that comment regarding the actual item on the table, I will say that I am sort of astounded that this vote went through. And I appreciate very much the commissioner coming back after the vote and trying to clarify what he had just voted for. I find that just such a convoluted process that that it's obvious the commissioners were even confused about the various items they were voting on. And I would recommend in the future that things be teased out and separated for votes so that these people that are the most aware about what the issue is are actually clear on what they're voting for before a vote is taken. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Madam
it's
Chair,
Kelly.
we have Kelly Little.
Sorry, Kelly Little again. Thank you again for your time. I'm just offering, saying that I'm in favor of the increased setbacks, of course, and continued support for Footloose Montana and Trap Free Montana. And as I mentioned before, I would propose eliminating trapping entirely. And I echo everyone's sentiments that said on here that the clarification wasn't even exemplified to the commissioners. So, I mean, I think that speaks for itself. And I appreciate the discourse on this. And that is my comment. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any further commenters?
We have one last one, Madhu Anderson.
Okay.
Hi, Madam Chair. Thank you very much again. I am in favor of 500 feet setbacks for people's safety and of course their pet safety. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, looks like we have are there any other commenters on Zoom?
No,
Okay.
Madam Chair.
Thank you. Looks like we have a couple in person.
Madam Chair, members of the commission, my name's Tim McKenrick, last name's McKenrick. I've heard a lot of this. I just have a few quick questions for you. Maybe you can answer, maybe not. Has there been any studies done on any conflicts in these particular areas with trappers? And why are we looking at setbacks if there's been no conflicts? What all of a sudden is there a need to create a problem when no problem exists? If the existing rules are working, why would we have to change them? Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, members of the commission, my name is Michael McKenrick, McKenrick, and I would just like to echo what my father had said.
Thank you.
My name is Deborah Slicer, Slicer. I live in the 9 Mile Valley with wolves. Have been there for nearly 2 decades now, and in Montana for over 3. I'm opposed to trapping, but if we have to live with it for now, I advocate, support very generous setbacks. Thank you.
Thank you. I guess, is there any other comments or questions? I have a question for you, Ken. So could you answer that question that he had of if there are instances of problems in that area?
Madam Chair, Commissioners, we don't have any kind of scientific data. It's my understanding from our regional folks is this list, there's 5 places in Region 1 and 1 in Region 3 that were identified primarily through consultation with the land managers, the Forest Service in these cases that identified these as really high use recreation areas. And the idea is to try and avoid conflicts. But in terms of specific studies or anything, we don't have anything like that.
But no instances of okay, thank you. Any comments or questions?
Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
Mr. McDonald, and perhaps this will have to be deferred to the region, but is there any particular reason in section 1 of the proposal why those were not included in section 3 and for an outright recommendation of closure?
Madam Chair, Vice Chair Tabor, I will look to Region 1, but my understanding is they felt the 500 feet would address the concern and still provide opportunity in those areas. But I don't know if you want to try and get Region 1 on the.
I'm satisfied with that answer.
Okay. Thank you. Are there any other further comments or questions from the commission? Go ahead, Commissioner Siebel.
Madam Chair, first of all, I just want to clarify and apologize to everyone if it was difficult to understand my motion, which is why I clarified it before we voted. And I apologize if anyone misunderstood that. Definitely not intentional. Just a few comments. And I asked Ken a question earlier about the 500-foot setback, and we heard several people, 500, 1,000, a mile, whatever it is. The key here, we do have mandatory trapper education coming up. And so that piece of the equation from my perspective, and I find the 500-foot setback fairly arbitrary is the number. It's more than it is now, but there already are setbacks. We don't really have a conflict yet. We have trapper education. So that's why I intentionally left out section 1, the extended setbacks, and that is why I will vote against the current motion as well.
Go ahead, Commissioner Barth.
Madam Chair, part of the issue that led to the setback was that there was no mandatory trapper education. There still is not, I understand. And we're all, we're asked to assume that it will be in there and it will go. I assume that, MTA is a great outfit. They have a great education program. I'm not criticizing that, but we're asked to trust that nobody will go up into these areas and trust that the mandatory trapper education will include that. I guess at this point, the setbacks is easy, especially in one, in Sourdough Creek, in Bozeman, that we don't have to trust. It's just, you shouldn't trap within 500 feet. So I guess just having a year or 2.5 years of sitting on the commission, I think, yeah, we're heading toward good trapper education. It'll be great, but I still think the setbacks are important in these few areas, handful of high use areas.
Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
The reason that I supported the first motion, which excluded this, and the reason that I'll vote no on this motion is I don't believe we're actually fixing a problem that exists. I think we're fixing a mythical problem, and we're trying to create these extra buffer zones. And I'd rather have regulation be responsive to fixing issues rather than supposed issues. If it was really that serious and people were that concerned, then the region would have put it in the area to be closed. The other part about this that I don't like is we continue to get to these very confusing types of regulations where we got one area where it's 50 feet. Then we got another area that's 150, and it needs to be consistent. And we have to think through the strategy relative to putting these things in. And 500 feet, especially in the areas that they're talking about, if anybody's actually done that, to go 500 feet off and then come back is almost absurd from the standpoint of trying to set a trap. But I echo what Commissioner Siebel said in that the Montana Trappers Association has already made it very clear that they want to lead with education. We have SB 60, which will be taking effect, unfortunately not soon enough, but it will be taking effect. And part of it is to really make sure that people understand the responsibilities. The last piece of why I feel pretty comfortable voting this down is, and we've heard it from some of the folks that have actually approached the podium and stated on the monitor. A good trapper doesn't typically go towards area where there's a lot of recreation traffic. Why? Because that will almost undoubtedly push the animals away. So it gets back to, again, we're having quite a bit of discussion about areas that in fact really probably have very little, if any, trapping activity. And so that's why I'll be voting no.
Any other comments or questions before we take a vote? Okay. All those in favor of the motion on the table signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed signify with the same sign.
No.
Aye.
Aye.
Motion fails. Thank you, Ken. I think we better break for lunch. Thanks. So we will break until, I think we needed an hour. So let's just do like 1:10. At 1:10, we will reconvene. Thank you.
Yes.
Oh, makes that.
Should. Unmuted. Okay, I've got it unmuted now. Can you hear us? I've got it unmuted now. Can you hear us? Okay.
Oh, there we go.
Ben, we could hear you.
We could hear you, Ben, in 4.
Can you hear us now?
Yep.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Thank you. Well, I'm going to mute the mic again. Let's see if you can hear us now. 1 second. I'm going to mute it now. Okay, it's unmuted now. Can you hear us?
Yep.
All right. Thank you.
Yep.
So Ben, I think you can mute in the #1. Oops, hold on.
So it did seem like the order mattered too. I couldn't unmute this when that was muted.
#1. Oh, now mine's not working.
Do I need to mute?
Okay, we're unmuted now. Yeah, we were doing that. So yeah, pound and then 1 and then 3 to raise the hand, lower the hand. So
Yeah. And I couldn't unmute the puck until Andy unmuted the Zoom too. So maybe order does matter.
Okay. Hey, Andy, can you call my cell phone, please?
Sure, I will.
Thank you.
Muted, so that works.
So I could unmute it, but I'm not unmuted now. Ben, you can't hear me now, can you? All right, yes.
Yep.
If everyone would be seated, we'll go ahead and get started again. Okay, Mr. Donald, go ahead, please. Wait, first of all, I have a couple clarifications. I said April 1st for the minutes, but it was our June 24th minutes. And so I just want to clear that up. And then Commissioner Walsh, on your brown trout one, we talked about immediately going into effect, but when you read your motion, it didn't specify that. So I'm just double checking to it wasn't supposed to go into effect immediately.
Yeah, my apologies for that. I thought we clarified that with Dr.
Well, we talked
Rice.
about it, but
Yeah.
then when it was read, it wasn't stated. So I just want to make sure. Okay. All right. That's all I needed to clarify, and go ahead, please.
Madam Chair and Commissioners, again, I'm Ken McDonald. I'm Chief of Wildlife Division of Fish, Wildlife and Parks. The next item we have is the 21-22 furbearer trapping seasons and regulations and quotas. And this will be a final. So what you approve today will be what goes forward in the regulations. Today for these regulations, we're just proposing some minor changes to the furbearer regulations related to otter and one other one. And then other than the setback language that you addressed this morning, all other aspects of the current regulations will roll forward. The changes in front of you today include increasing the total harvest quota of river otters in trapping district 1 from 28 to 40 and in trapping district 2 from 25 to 40. And in both those regions, increase the personal quota from 3 otters to 4 otters per trapper. We're also proposing some language that clarifies that all non-target captures are to be reported to Fish, Wildlife and Parks, including those captured in snares. And finally, adjusting regulations or restrictions on trapping near occupied dwellings to clarify that the restriction applies to killing ground sets that are set for animals larger than ground squirrels. The purpose for this last item is to clarify that small killing traps such as mouse traps are not prohibited by these regulations or require notification of nearby neighbors. This proposal went out for a 30-day comment period. We received 98 public comments generally related to trapping since your June meeting. 9 of those comments explicitly supported the proposed increase for otters. 1 supported an increase of lesser magnitude, and the remainder of the comment opposed the proposed increase or expressed opposition to trapping in general. There were some comments that questioned the basis for the proposal, as we don't routinely survey populations of furbearers like we do for deer and elk. But we've included in your packet quite a bit of information that was the justification for the proposal, and we can answer any questions you have on those. So therefore, we're recommending the proposal be adopted as was proposed in June. All other aspects of the furbearer regulations will remain unchanged.
Thank you. Any questions or comments?
Madam Chair, I'd like to propose a motion.
Okay, go ahead, please.
I move that the commission vote to approve the fall 2021, winter 2022 trapping season and quotas as presented by the department, with all other aspects regarding prior seasons included, except for those influenced by routine calendar rotations or by other proposals currently before the commission.
All right, is there any other?
I second that.
Okay, oh, sorry. Yes, thank you. Any comments or questions before we go out to public comment? Okay. I guess we don't have, we'll go out for public comment. Well,
Madam Chair, there was no change to the proposal, so it's.
oh, I don't have to go out for public comment. Okay, thank you. Thanks for the reminder. Okay, all those in favor of the motion, please signify by saying aye.
Aye. Aye.
All opposed, same sign.
Aye.
Okay, we have one opposition. Thank you. Motion carries.
Madam Chair, Quentin is going to handle the wolf.
Okay, thank you.
Madam Chair, if it's okay, I just have a brief opening, and if with your tolerance, I do it from here, Madam Chair, with all the materials I've got. Sorry, that's why I asked.
But I can't find you. Yes, please go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Madam Chair, other members of the commission, and Director Warsek, for the record, Quentin Kujala. Given this topic, certainly one of the more contentious, more debated topics we have on the agenda, just wanted to offer a general start to help us at least all understand where we are in process. And then let Chair, your questions and the questions from your peers guide the conversation from there. In that context, again, the agenda item we're on right now is the wolf, essentially the wolf season definition for 2021, the harvest season to include both hunting and fishing. And this is the second visit of this topic to this commission. So whatever is adopted today by the commission will again be that definition of the wolf harvest season for 2021. We have the proposal in front of the commission today is a little bit different from what the commission adopted to go out for public comment in June. The commission will remember that that first proposal was a range of options, looking for public comment to speak to that range, and the public did that, and then some super participation by the public. You've got a public comment summary from department staff that worked through those 25,000 some odd comments from the public. And then so that everybody sending those comments knows the raw comments themselves have been delivered to the commission as they were received. They were packaged up and sent at intervals throughout the public comment period. The proposal that you see today, again, is different in the sense that there have been some adjustments to the content of the options. I would just generally say that much of those adjustments, as conversations and that public input continued to come in, some adjustments made. Many of those adjustments looking to clarify and also to more clearly delineate that on one end of that option range, all of the elements were consistent in that they were this minimal level of incorporation of new tools, and on that other end of the spectrum, this more inclusion of new tools included. But the proposal is the same as the June adoption in this regard, in that it again paints a range of options across each of those tools. So the commission adoption, the commission motion ultimately looking to fill in where on that spectrum or each of those tools does the commission would like to land. And in that context, the adoption today by the commission, even though the proposal is a final, the adoption will be different in that, at least this way, it will go from a range to specific options within those individual ranges for each tool. And so by that definition of difference, the motion today here will the commission does need to entertain public comment on whatever that motion be. A few more salient points to start the conversation. Much of this discussion has been in response to recent legislative products that talked about snaring, talked about trap baits, talked about management intent. There's some shalls in there. Shall manage with the intent to reduce. Shall include snares. There are also some mays in there, those mays illustrating discretion on the part of the commission's decision space to apply or not, and if to apply, how much, when, and where. So that's been a big motivation. And then as the department has sat down and looked at the range of options, considerations that include, wanting to avoid bycatch, incidental catch, percolates through that range of options. So that's a little bit of the history again of why the proposal is a range, a spectrum of options, why we need public comment today, and then ultimately at the conclusion of your adoption today, Chair and other commissioners, the final definition of the 2021 wolf hunting and trapping season. Knowing that it's a big topic, and we see from the Zoom table of signups that there's some folks that have indicated interest in talking. Likely take more than a little bit of time. We thought we'd stop with that general opening, Chair, and let the rest of the discussion be guided by the commission's questions to us and public comment.
Okay, thank you.
Madam Chair.
Commissioner Tabor.
I'd like to start off with a motion that way we can create kind of the focus of the comments specific to what we're going to be proposing.
Go ahead. Yes.
So I move to adopt the following wolf regulations for the 21-22 season. A harvest of 450 wolves shall initiate a commission review with potential for rapid in-season adjustment to hunting and trapping regulations. Thereafter, the commission shall be similarly re-engaged at intervals of additional 50 wolves harvested if season adjustments allow for additional wolf harvest. Additionally, the following harvests by any region alone shall initiate a commissioner review with potential for rapid in-season adjustments to hunting and trapping regulations. Region 1, 195 wolves. Region 2, 116 wolves. Region 3, 82 wolves. Region 4, 39 wolves. Region 5, 11 wolves. Region 6, 3 wolves. Region 7, 4 wolves. A non-target capture of one lynx or grizzly bear shall initiate a commission review with potential for rapid in-season adjustments to trapping regulations. Afterwards, the commission shall be similarly re-engaged for any additional non-target capture of lynx or grizzly bear. All target captures shall be reported to the department within 24 hours as currently required, to include captures from foothold traps and snares. Wolf snares include required equipment and setting requirements to minimize the potential for snaring and holding non-target species. Specifically, snares must be equipped with a loop stop that will close to a loop no smaller than 2.5 inches in diameter, stop placed at no less than 8 inches from the end of the loop. Snares must have a breakaway device rated at 1,000 pounds or less installed on the loop end. Snares must be placed such that the bottom of the snare loop is at least 18 inches above the surface. If snares are allowed on public land, power-assisted spring-loaded snare locks are prohibited on wolf snares on public lands. A relaxed snare lock is required on snares in lynx protection zones known as LPZs. Wolf and fur bearer seasons continue to be set by the commission annually to allow opportunity for season adjustments between consecutive seasons based upon a review of harvest, population size, and conflicts. Hunters will be allowed to purchase and possess 10 wolf hunting licenses. Trappers will be allowed a bag limit of 10 wolves. Season dates for the trapping of wolves will be the first Monday after Thanksgiving to March 15 for the entire state. For those districts located in the federally designated grizzly bear recovery zone, the department will apply a floating open season date that could start the Monday after Thanksgiving or any day thereafter as determined by the department based upon real-time reading of conditions. If the department does not select a date prior to December 15th, then the season will open on December 15th and close on March 15th. Snaring is permitted on public and private lands consistent with trapping season dates, with the exception of those areas federally designated as grizzly bear recovery zones. Night hunting is permitted on private lands statewide. Use of baits for hunting and trapping wolves is permitted statewide with current wolf trapping bait definition. And finally, we're going to eliminate the quotas in wolf management units 110, 313, and 316.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay.
Madam Chair,
Yeah.
I see that Vice Chair Tabor has shared his proposal with others on the commission. Can I get a copy? And I'm assuming that it'd be helpful to have some available for the public because you covered a lot of ground. Is there any way we could fire off some copies so the public can follow this discussion and make sure we don't end up tripping over our motions again?
I got it on my screen.
Any other comments or questions before I'll wait till the copies get back to open it up to Commissioner Siebel.
Madam Chair, just a quick clarification question for Quentin. I'm a little bit confused as to the process with a specific proposal. Depending on what we pass today, it will go back to public comment, and then does it come back to a vote before the commission, or just public comment after final approval? What's the process?
Chair Robinson, Commissioner Siebel, the process here today is for the commission to have its dialogue, to send it to public comment here today in the room, in the regional offices on Zoom, and then just as we have been doing through the morning so far, come back to the commission for a final decision. Chair Robinson, Commissioner Siebel. Yes.
So I guess I can go through the process. Since we did have, we had comment at our June 24th commission meeting. We also opened it up for a 2-hour Zoom meeting for additional comments. We've received several thousand comments in writing so far. So when we do start the public comment, I'm going to limit it to an hour total. The people that have showed up in person will go first. It'll be 2 minutes per person, like the rest of the comments. And then we'll open it up to Zoom. And once I have a list of how many Zoom participants we have. And so once it gets towards the end, then I will, if we run out of time, I will ask for just oppose or support the motion at that time.
Madam Chair, before we start into public comment, I'd like to just comment on a few of the reasons and why the proposals were what they were, and then also comment a little bit on some of the other actions that the commission might have considered or might have wanted to consider, but weren't available to us. In particular, what I would say for this commissioner is that the training of trappers with snares is very, very important. I think that is the difference maker of making mistakes, not only with the species, but with other species. It is my understanding that trapping organizations throughout the state agree with that and are going to proactively emphasize training for all trappers. As most everybody understands, SB 60 was passed. It's a little confusing as to why it wasn't applied to this season. It's effective March 15th going forward into next year. In an ideal scenario, that would have been applicable to this season and would have paralleled the application of the rest of these, but that isn't the way the legislation is passed. So what we can look forward to in the future is strong education department provided that will be very expansive in terms of the utilization of snares. At one point, we considered that we would not utilize snares. That wasn't really an option available to us. We must apply it. The last point that I would make on this is we know that we have a responsibility to manage this population, but from my perspective, we need to manage it responsibly. And that's why we put not a 1-layer stopgap measure, but a 2-layer stopgap measure for both the number of wolves statewide, but then wolves specifically by region. This is going to allow the commission to monitor this very closely and not allow the population to get run on, but have a very specific control over it. And that's a very important aspect. And finally, I'd point out that the biggest concern by far for me is the grizzly bear elements. And that's why I'm proposing that we stay out of the grizzly recovery zones until the education can happen. That is very, very important for us. This is just for the 21-22 season. We can make further adjustments up or down in any of these regulations. But the purpose here is to make sure that we really work hard on protecting the grizzly. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Are there any further comments from the commission?
Madam Chair, I'd just like to, as a procedural question, if we have a quorum that negotiates something, it needs to be in a public forum. I'm asking, was this motion negotiated among more than 2 commissioners prior to the meeting?
Not you mean together?
Yeah,
No.
we can't
No.
meet more than 3
No.
of us in a quorum.
Not that I know of.
Madam Chair, this is, may I speak?
Yeah, go ahead, please.
I have never had a conversation more than with one commissioner at any given time on this entire topic, or for that matter, any topics related to the commission business, because I'm very clear on what the public process is.
Thank you for clarifying that. Madam Chair, may I ask a question?
Sure, please.
These are fairly detailed proposals per region. I'm just curious as to how you arrived at these numbers, Commissioner or Vice Chair.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Byworth, I asked the department for a lot of data. Brian Waking will tell you that I've been bothering him on a fairly regular basis. And one of the things that I had asked is for a number of different things. One of the things I wanted to know is the correlative relationship between wolves and ungulates. I wanted to know what the population of ungulates were before introduction. And specifically, I wanted to know by region how the 450 might break down, because my genuine concern was that for whatever reason, things might really rapidly occur. So I had asked the department to provide numbers and breakdowns by region of that 450 based on input from various people. I'm sure they consulted with each of the regions.
Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
Vice Chair Tabor, I appreciate all the effort you put in. I appreciate you clarifying that where the numbers came from. I guess overall, we were given a lot of tools by the legislature. We were demanded to use a couple, one to reduce the population and the other to allow the use of snares. I think the stopgap measures that you included in your motion are very helpful. My largest concern is that we are selling our souls in our fair chase in order to provide methods that are unnecessary and more likely to have repercussions and unanticipated outcomes by using things like night hunting and snaring, or night hunting and specifically baiting. I was raised by a very conservative gentleman. He taught me how to hunt and fish and trap, and he taught me about ethics and fair chase. And I'm pretty sure he would come unspooled if he thought we were going to start baiting and night hunting, because it's just, it gives permission to a behavior that we've been fighting and our game wardens fight on a daily basis. And now we're giving permission all out of desire to kill more wolves. We could kill more wolves with snares on public land or private land, I'd prefer, as proposed. But there's no reason to night hunt. There's no reason to use bait on public or private land. So I hope you'll entertain a motion to amend that removes both night hunting and baiting.
But the motion, the other motion is on the floor. It would have to be,
So
it'd have to be.
a motion to amend this, I think, what you have to do.
With your permission.
I don't think you need my permission.
Oh, I don't, okay.
Well,
Madam
I
Chair,
guess I need some.
I tried to review the order, rules of order, but I'm not.
Chair Robinson, Commissioners, this is, the motion on the table is to include night hunting and bait. In order to amend the motion, you'd have to have an approval by the original mover to remove it, and then you could carry on without it. You could still consider another motion then to approve night hunting and bait hunting. So I'm in a separate one. If you remove it from this one, that may be your way to allow that debate to go on without hampering the rest of the motion. Chair Robinson, does that answer the question?
So this one has to be finalized before we can have another, unless Commissioner Tabor accepts the amendment. Okay.
Yes.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Byorth, all due respect, I do not plan on amending my motion. And I would like to comment that the concept of ethics and morals in hunting is a very deeply personal thing. And so while I appreciate your mentor and the person that embarked things on you, I equally had some very important people in my life and continue to have people in my life. I have a pretty deep understanding of the nature of an apex predator that is extremely challenging to hunt, and all the different types of patterns that are associated with that behavior. These are tools. They're not tools for everybody, but they allow more opportunity for hunters to give them, in essence, better odds on trying to be successful, because they are an incredibly difficult animal to hunt. And so I'm pretty proud of my ethics. I really don't respond well to anybody challenging my ethics. And so I'll stand by my motion.
Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
I was by no means challenging your ethics. I'm talking about the ethics of using that technique in the field. The other part of this is if it becomes a matter of choice and personal ethics, then maybe we should take it off of public land where we have lots of recreators, we have all sorts of other activities going on. Maybe it's inappropriate on public land as well.
So everyone has a copy. There's been some time to look it over. I will go ahead and start the public comment. let's just call it 140. I will allow comment to 240. And so I will, and please, when you're commenting in person here, please, if you could be ready to keep coming to comment quickly, so that everyone will have a chance to comment. Just a reminder, there's a 2-minute limit. So I'll open it up for comments on the motion on the table.
Madam Chair, Commissioners, my name is Mark Cook and I'm with Wolves of the Rockies. This here is a declaration of war on wolves. Make no mistake about it, it's going to decimate wolves in Montana. Montana Fish, Wildlife and Parks doesn't even know how many wolves we have. Which number do you select? I've heard 1,200, I've heard 1,150, I've heard 900, I've heard 800. The mechanism that they use, IPOM, hasn't even been peer reviewed. The department promised the commission at the last hearing that we would have the annual wolf report for 2020. Does anybody have it? Another lie. Region 1 has people that need elk to eat. I get that. But the department had options at their disposal to help these people. What did they do? Nothing. What they did was, let's blame the wolf and let's kill the wolf. That's the easy way out of this. This isn't this is nothing but the eradication of wolves and the commercialization of elk. Elk are now becoming a fast commodity in Montana. No science, no ethics, no social tolerance in this proposal. The non-consumptive Montanan is not being heard again. This is BS. It's got to stop. The department leadership, by allowing this to happen, is one of two things. It's either ignorant or disingenuous. They are not managing wildlife properly. The ceiling, which there was never a ceiling for wolf populations, is now the minimum, the floor. I'm not done.
I will allow you to just do some closing comments, but I do have to limit them.
Long time for this. Where are my comments that I submitted in July to the department? Have you seen them? I know you haven't seen them. You know why you haven't seen them? Because the department didn't include them. I went through those comments twice, looking for my comments for Wolves of the Rockies. You're stealing democracy from the people in Montana that support Wolves of the Rockies. That's BS too. I'll close with 2 comments. Commissioners, cast a no vote for this. This is your legacy. This is wrong. Protect Yellowstone wolves. That's critical. And lastly, President Biden, Secretary Helen, relist American wolves before it's too late. Thank you for the opportunity to speak in this slaughter. You people disgust me.
Thank you. If the next speaker could be in line, and because we do have a lot of people that want to speak and we need to be ready to speak, please.
Madam Chair, my name is Tim McHenrick, Montana Trappers Association. I'm just going to make it real quick and simple. I appreciate what you brought forth. I agree with it. I will answer a couple of quick questions. One, the night hunting is on private lands only. Okay, as far as the baiting of wolves, bait is allowed at this point in time for trapping. Okay, it's limited to 1 pound of meat. Has to be covered. All that's covered in the regulations. Just read through the regulations real quick and that'll take care of that. One other quick thing, Montana Trappers Association is taking a lead on this. We just had our rendezvous. We had a discussion and we are starting a snaring class to educate trappers that wish to use snares for wolves exactly how to do it, when to do it, where to do it, all that kind of stuff. So we are taking the lead in that. If you have any questions, I'll be open for comment. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Again, I'm Deborah Slicer. I live in the 9 Mile Valley. I've lived there with wolves for nearly 2 decades. I'm also a professor at the University of Montana, where I've directed a graduate program in environmental philosophy for nearly 3 decades. I'm very familiar with the politics of Montana's wolf wars. Longtime users, a large majority of Montanans feel our interests have been ignored by this commission and recently by the legislature, and we're sick of it. That's why you're hearing from so many of us these days. I, along with tens of thousands of recreational users, oppose trapping, including trapping of wolves. We opposed SB 314 and continue to oppose it, along with various tools for reducing numbers of wolves in the state, which include baiting, night hunting, snaring on private or public lands, extending seasons, and raising the quota to 450 wolves, a magnitude of reduction not required by law. Speaking as someone who has spent her entire working life working with 20 to 25-year-olds, I will tell you that the recent legislature and this commission are out of touch with young people, the next generation, who find these proposals bizarre, ethically embarrassing, frustrating. Speak to them. It ain't easy being 20 years old and looking at the long-term environmental future ahead of you, including this. Please remember that recreational users are your constituents as well. Step up for us. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, members of the commission, my name is Michael McKenrick, McKenrick. I am 16 years old. I've been out trapping or attempting to trap wolves every year. And I was here at the legislature to help bring these tools to you. So I would like to see that these are brought forward to us. Please help us help you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, members of the commission, my name is Mac Menard, M-I-N-A-R-D. I'm the executive director of the Montana Outfitters and Guides Association. I want to touch on 3 or 4 policy points that are included in this. And the correlative relationship between wolves and ungulates is to be celebrated. It's a good metric. It's a way to evaluate whether indeed we're hitting targets or not hitting targets. Monitoring and control provisions within this proposal allow for some responsible real-time assessments and action if necessary. Those are good things. The use of bait and snaring, I have had extensive experience snaring wolves. I've done it. And without it, you're hampered. If you can utilize it, you can have some successes. The materials that will be covered by education with Montana Trappers and Association is an excellent idea. The concept of breakaways, in my world, we would drill out the rivet and on a cam lock and substitute a soft rivet so that in fact we could have a breakaway. It was essential in the environment I was working in. It was quite effective. Those elements I think are good. I'm just simply struck by the fact that unfortunately there's a segment of the community that's opposed to any aspect of harvest or snaring or trapping or anything like that. And I think the proponents will universally be looking for seeking simply a balance between having wolves on the landscape, which they want, and a balance between enhanced ungulate populations for the purpose of hunting. With that, thank you very much.
Thank you.
My name is Eric Jeffries. I'm with the Foundation for Wildlife Management, and I also support the bill, what you guys are going forward with. The state of Idaho, we are losing ground, and we have far more lenient rules and regulations on wolf hunting and trapping than what you guys are proposing. And we're losing ground still. You'll never take as many wolves that are being born. Just not going to happen. We totally support what you guys are doing here and appreciate what you're doing. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Glenn Shunavar, Thompson Falls, Montana. I'm here representing the sportsmen of Western Montana and also the Foundation of Wildlife Management. I'd like to commend the commission on these wolf-like regulation motions. The only thing I had an issue with, the state of Idaho has logged in 475,000 hours of wolf trapping hours. in protective zones for grizzly bears and lynx. That's where 91 grizzly bears live and pictures of 250 lynx. There has not been one grizzly bear or lynx in a bycatch in Idaho in 475,000 hours. So I think this is some good data that you haven't heard, and I appreciate you looking at it and moving forward with this motion. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, my name is James Secular. I'm one of the spiritual leaders of the Blackfoot Confederacy, United States and Canada, and I recommend you guys visit with the tribal leaders. The chairman of the Little Shell, the chairman of Blackfeet, I visit a lot. You guys are violating my Indian Freedom of Release Act by implementing the killing of Magoogie. That's his name. He's in our culture, he's in our ceremonies, and you can't approach him unless you're praying. I know you guys believe in truth, and your Bible is truth, I guess. If not, throw it out the window and knock this building down. You're killing the wolf. You guys call him the wolf. His name is Magoogie. So come to your senses. You guys went to college. This is senseless to listen to. There's killers in this room. There are killers in this whole legislature. I asked that governor to grow some hair for her house to bear wolves in Rhode Island. And you come here to manage our wolves. You guys elected because he's a Republican. All you guys know how to do is fight, fight, fight. Republicans, Democrats. Stop killing the wildlife. The tourists don't come here to see the cow. They come here to see the grizzly and the wolf. How senseless are you voting to kill the wolf? Don't your grandchildren, your unborn, want to see the wolf? Eat the damn thing. I bet you everybody will quit killing that wolf. The guy with the hunting cap will stop killing it. He just likes to kill. Thank you.
Thank you.
Brian McCullough. I've hunted in Montana since 1962. That makes me a geezer. 2217 9th Avenue, Helena, Montana. My cell phone number is 406-431-4311. I support all proposed methods to reduce wolf populations to just above the population required to keep them off the endangered species list. I'd like to note that's science. That's what has been identified by the federal wildlife. What is that? And that's what I understand. You will keep the population above that level with these procedures. I support all methods proposed to reduce wolf numbers and to bring wolf numbers in harvest seasons, because I watched a video of a pack of wolves taking down a calf moose. And half the pack was going after the calf and the half was going after the cow. And finally, they got the cow distracted enough so they could take down the calf and tear it apart. And finally, the cow walked off and gave up. And guess what? We've lost the calf. And then I saw another video. It was of a brutal killing of a bull elk in the winter. Part of the pack attacked the wolf from the front, keeping the horns busy. And the rest of the pack tore chunks of muscle out of the bull's hindquarters, blood flying everywhere. And finally, the bull lost so much blood that the pack was finally able to finish it off. As these events are that are occurring in nature, I do not want any more of this to occur than is necessary by the science necessary to keep the wolf population above the endangered species level.
Okay, your time is up, please.
Yep.
Your time is up.
My time's up?
Yep.
Okay. And I'll pass on the rest of my comments to.
Thank you.
Madam Chairman, members,
Director. My name is Jim Buell, Guilford, Montana, Montana Trappers Association. Thank you for allowing us to comment on these additional management tools that the legislature has authorized us to use. Snares are being portrayed here as something new, something evil. Snares have been used in Montana on both public and private ground for a great number of years. Snares are used to harvest fur bearers, used to harvest non-game and predators. So allowing snares to be used for wolves is nothing more. It's just nothing new. It's just one additional tool that the trapper can use to harvest these critters. It was said here that there was over 470,000 trap nights and snare nights in our neighboring state of Idaho, and not one grizzly, not one lynx was captured in all them hours. We, the Montana Trappers Association, have established a committee that are going to use those methods that were used in Idaho, and we are going to put on voluntarily snare wolf clinics. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, Commissioners, Casey York again with Trap Free Montana Public Lands out of the Bitterroot. These aren't tools, they're weapons of mass destruction. You are going to kill far more than wolves, including pets, protected species, lynx. They're already doing that. They're already getting trapped. We're 40,000 elk over management objectives. Every year, they're breaking records on the number of wolves that are being killed in our state by trappers and shooters. Region 1 is getting hammered. Trapper education, SB 60, does not apply to trappers who have purchased a trapping license in the last 3 years. It does not apply to trappers who say, I'm doing it for property and livestock protection. It does not apply to non-residents who are biting at the bit to come here and spend big bucks to kill our wolves. This proposal is unjust. You had options. This is worse. 2/3 of the Montanans that sent in personalized comments of the 25,000 comments you received, I tabulated them, I read them. 2/3 of them opposed those proposals, including the least restrictive at 66%. A breakaway of 1,000 pounds, that's a draft horse. That isn't even a grizzly, that's a joke. Snare said at 50 foot, are you kidding me? You have one wildlife biologist retired from a utility company versus over 50 biologist scientists that opposed this. 16 of them were from FWP. This is just totally, I'm so frustrated right now, it's hard for me to talk. I can't believe this. I thought better of you. I thought better of Montana. You don't represent the Montanans. You don't represent all the money and all the people that supported the millions of dollars that went into wolf recovery. For what? They're not having any trouble killing wolves. I'm going to end it with this. There's no other species targeted down to the bare minimum. And that's what this goal is, to get them down to 150 to avoid getting them relisted. They will be relisted. We will see you in court.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
My name is Shona Gilbert. I am from Montana. I do not think these proposed management practices are scientific or beneficial. How often have we applied aggressive, non-science-based management in the past only to later realize it was a mistake? Even in the best of times, this is a bad precedent. But in light of record extinction, habitat loss, drought, and fire, the problems with these proposed actions are magnified even more. It's like pouring gasoline on an open flame and then thinking yourself a firefighter instead of an arsonist. The Commission and FWP need to consider the long-term consequences of these decisions and do the best they can to mitigate potential damage. Also, Commissioner Byrath, you are emulating your heroes very well. Thank you.
Next speaker, please.
My name is Douglas Balmain. I'm a naturalist and writer. I cannot address this from a scientific level from my time in the field with biologists and researchers. This is not a scientific proposal. This is a political proposal. There is no scientific management plan that would lend itself to dropping a species to one number above the Endangered Species Act. That's prejudice. That's all that is. If you care about the grizzly, Commissioner Tabor, you care about the wolf. Apex predators are integral to our natural ecosystems, our wild ecosystems, our ungulates, our watersheds, to fair chase to the restoration of willows, which brings back water into the ground soil, ungulates back in the carrying capacity of the ecosystem to carry and cycle its entire capacity through that ecosystem. You have to have an established apex predator presence. And they learn generationally. If we displace our packs, if we continually eliminate mature wolves, you are bringing new individuals in each season that have no knowledge of the grounds, no knowledge of their interaction with humans, no knowledge of their interaction with the ecosystem. So each year you're hitting a reset, brand new animals trying to learn how to survive in a system that's been broken versus establishing a workable relationship, stabilized communities, stabilized packs, and stabilized populations. That's science. Thank you.
Thank you.
Commission Chair, Dagmar Riddle again. I'm opposed to every one of these things that you are going to vote on. I think it's just terrible. This is not the model for American wildlife management, nor is it a fair hunt and chase. This is just a move to exterminate wolves for certain groups of people who hate them. And it's political. It's not scientific. I have a degree in environmental management, restoration technology, and a certificate in fish and wildlife law enforcement. And this is just preposterous. I have a mutual friend that used to work for wildlife services and fish and wildlife law enforcement, and he took out lethally managed wolves for you. His name's Carter Niemeyer, and he is just he's beyond angry at what is being proposed to do with Montana wolves. And how can you all want a number of 450 wolves to be killed in all these numbers in the regions where you don't have any idea how many wolves we have left? All this hunting year after year, and there's no wolf counts. I say we need a wolf count, a good scientific, real wolf count on wolves, because I believe there is less than 400 to 500 adult wolves right now from the last hunt. Because there's poaching, there's natural deaths, and then all this hunting frenzy. Now you're going to add snares and night hunting and poisons and taking wolf pups out of their dens and killing them. What the hell is wrong with us? Every animal, every living thing has a right to live, and who are we to play God? This is just disgusting. And yeah, we are going to sue. I wrote a letter to President Biden, and I'm talking with the environmental attorney. They will be relisted if this goes through.
Are there any further comments?
Madam Chair, members of the commission, director. My name's Rod Bullis, B-U-L-L-I-S. I live here in Lewis and Clark County, and I'm a hunter. And at the very beginning of the wolf wars in Montana, I was the first hunter that was on statewide TV supporting the establishment of a wolf hunting season and wolves as a big game animal. So that's a little of my background in this. So I want to draw your attention to paragraph 3, and this is basically the same words I said at the legislature. Ladies and gentlemen, there are no consequences, zero, to a trapper who kills a non-target species such as a mountain lion, a deer, a pet. There are no legal consequences. And if you go and shoot a doe deer when you're only supposed to shoot a buck deer, you have $500 restitution in addition to your ticket. So the concept of any animal that's a non-target animal being an accident that is killed or maimed beyond survival in an applied device on the landscape is just it's unbelievable in the world of wildlife management. There needs to be consequences to trappers who accidentally or intentionally remove animals killed in pets and wildlife, including loss of license, including restitution. So that's where I'm at with it. It's not an accident that my hound dogs that I ran all over western Montana, if it gets caught in a snare, there's a personal war going to happen. So it isn't in this. I'm just bringing that to your attention. There's no consequences. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any further comments? Okay, we'll go to Zoom for comments now.
Madam Chair, we have Region 2.
Okay, go ahead, please. No, you're still muted.
They were up all that time.
Yeah. Still muted. So #3 and then you have to hit unmute.
Okay. Madam Chair, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Stephen Capra, Footloose, Montana. We are back in the world of 1890 with this commission. Congratulations. You're going to slaughter wolves, beautiful, sentient beings that have feelings and lives. And you're going to sit here and lecture about your morality? I want to say to you, sir, you have no morality. You sat here and questioned, oh, I have my ethics. There is no ethics. There's one ethical commissioner and there's 4 with blood all over their hands. And it's you 4 that are sitting there beholden to one Greg Gianforte. Let me tell you, the people of Montana are going to find out a lot more about you in the days ahead. You're going to be on TV commercials because we're going to let people know who you are and what you're doing because you are murdering innocent wildlife and you don't give a damn. This is politics. This is about tearing apart people in our state. It's about creating a culture battle. It has nothing to do with science. It has nothing to do with morality. It has nothing to do with decency. And when we sit here and hear these trappers, less than 0.5% of our state talking about ethics, talking about their classes, these people are sick. They don't know what they're doing. They're torturing wildlife, and you are committed to allowing them to torture wildlife. God have mercy on your soul.
We go to the next comment, please.
Madam Chair, Aaron Edge.
Madam Chair, members of the commission, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Thank you. My name is Aaron Edge. I live in Missoula and I represent Defenders of Wildlife and our 9,300 members and supporters across Montana. We oppose the proposed changes to increase the killing of wolves during the 2021-2022 wolf hunting season. This year's extreme anti-wolf legislation in Montana has renewed the mistrust in state management of wolves. It is tragic to think that Montana has come so far in the recovery of wolves only to reverse course and discard decades of investment and progress. In fact, the legislation combined with the commission's decisions today may merit federal relisting of wolves in Montana under the Endangered Species Act. We ask you take this potential outcome and the decades of work put into wolf recovery under consideration and act as conservatively as possible in your decisions today. Thank you for the opportunity to comment.
Thank you. Next commenter, please.
Madam Chair, Andrea Zaccardi.
Hi, my name is Andrea Zaccardi. I represent myself and the Center for Biological Diversity and our numerous members and supporters in Montana. The current season structure is already sufficient to decrease the population, even though we haven't seen the 2020 report. The department has stated that because hunters and trappers were indeed successful last year, the population has been reduced. No additional methods of trapping are necessary. Those being considered today have several drawbacks that outweigh the alleged benefits. Night hunting and baiting are unsportsmanlike, can create public safety risks, and increase the likelihood that non-target animals may be injured or killed. Snaring is particularly concerning and often leads to the death of non-target animals, including protected species and pets. While the center doesn't support any form of snaring, we urge the commission to consider a middle ground and to limit snaring to foot snaring while continuing to prohibit neck snaring. This would give trappers an additional method of trapping while reducing the likelihood that non-target animals will be killed. While I usually keep my comments pretty even-keeled, I cannot not express my frustration today on behalf of myself and our supporters. Because we are not trappers, we feel like our voices are meaningless. The majority of this commission are puppets for the trapping community, so much so that they ignored the wildlife experts at Fish, Wildlife, and Parks. I will end with saying that if this motion that was rattled off and not provided to the public ahead of time, even though there were 2 pages of proposals, if it passes, there will be ecological consequences and there will be legal consequences. Thank you.
Thank you. Next comment, please.
Nazarita Goldhammer.
Oh, thank you. This is Nazarita Goldhammer. I own a business in Bozeman, Montana, and my family and friends are all in Montana, and we represent the public that loves Montana for its wild beauty and wildlife. We walk the trails and we hills because we want to be in nature. We want to hear the call of the wolves, and we want to know that the grizzly and wolf are safe from humans who want to snare, torch, and murder wolves. We do not want to be afraid. So we are against these proposed regulations that would support these heinous acts. These are heinous and barbaric regulations, and they are not what the public stakeholders want. We do not want snares, traps, night hunting, and baiting. This begs the question, if the majority of the public do not want hunting, trapping, snares, bait, and night hunting, why do you keep passing such regulations in opposition to what the public wants? You talk about training, but the governor of Montana violated training and hunting regulations. I urge you to listen to the majority of the public, the people who love Montana, to stop coddling these small special interest groups at the expense of Montana. And I urge you not to enact these proposed regulations. Thank you.
Thank you. Next commenter.
Chair Edwin Johnson.
Go ahead. You might, I think you are muted. So is it pound 3 for just the districts, or is it star 6?
Am I unmuted now?
You're unmuted, yes.
Thank you. I'm Edwin Johnson. For 40 years, I've been taking out hunters in what is now called the Gardner Basin Buffer Zone next to Yellowstone National Park. For the first half of my career, Montana hunters were the apex predators. And 2,000 plus or minus elk were taken home from our area every year to feed Montana families. We had a January, February late elk hunt that pushed elk back into the park. Now wolves are the apex predators. Hunters in the upper Paradise Valley had our hunting seasons limited, The wolves are chasing elk out of the park and down into Paradise Valley. They are immigrating down the river and starting to live under pivots and not going back into the park. When Fish, Wildlife, and Biologists proposed raising our wolf quota from 2 up to 1, the wolf advocates got that proposal. She proposed having it go from 2 to 6, and the wolf advocates got it cut down to 1. Well, in summary, I pray that you stand for Montanans who want to hunt ungulates and reject the views of those who care more about predator pups and cubs than the rights of baby humans to grow up in Montana and pursue their hunting heritage. Please let us back into the state of Montana and be under management of Montana Wildlife rather than these outside NGO organizations. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next commenter, please.
Bonnie Rice, Madam Chair.
Madam Chair and members of the commission, my name is Bonnie Rice. It's RICE, and I'm the senior representative for the Sierra Club in the Greater Yellowstone and Northern Rockies regions based in Bozeman, representing over 3,000 of our members in Montana today. We strongly oppose this motion. We urge you to honor previous decades of Montana's science-based approach to wolf management and to reject unfounded ideological attacks on wolves from the legislature and trappers that resulted in a number of extreme bills that will undermine 50 years of wolf recovery efforts. The commission should adopt the most restrictive measures possible, including no night hunting or baiting of wolves, no extension of the hunting and trapping season, no increase in the bag limit, no elimination or change of current quotas around the parks, and a license should be required for each wolf that is killed. Snaring of wolves and other wildlife is not fair chase and can and does result in capture of listed species and domestic pets and threatens human safety. The commission can and should use its authority to ban all snaring on public lands and severely restrict any snaring on private lands. And contrary to previous testimony, according to the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, there have been grizzly bears caught in snares in Idaho. Last, we urge you to honor every comment received and not to dismiss so-called forum comments, the vast majority of which were opposed to more killing of wolves. Many people do not have time to write detailed comments, but they care deeply and their opinions must be considered. Also, we remind the commission that according to FWP analysis and the proposal supporting information, non-forum comments supporting intermediate and maximum new tools and general support for increased wolf killing were in the minority. You have the deep responsibility to listen to the majority of the public and dozens of scientists who have weighed in opposition and stop this unethical war on wolves in Montana. Reject this motion. Thank you.
Thank you. I think that there's a commenter in Region 4 also, so I just want to make sure that we get to Region 4 too, please.
Madam Chair, I believe the commenter from Region 4 is online now.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Next, we have Linda.
Halo. Hi there, my name is Linda Halo. I am calling in from Billings, Montana. Thank you, Chairman, and thank you, Commissioners, for allowing us to speak. I'm calling in to oppose the changes to increased quotas, and I think trapping in general and snaring in particular are pretty horrible. It's really troubling to look at a lack of consequences for inadvertent kills in non-target animals, the lack of education with these bills taking effect this fall and nothing happening till, or no education being required to happen till spring, offers little consequence for poor action. This type of trapping is a public safety risk. These bills are certainly radical, they're extreme, they are not based on science, they're greatly political. I would ask if the committee has actually seen a grant evaluating carnivore harvest as a tool for increasing elk calf survival and recruitment. This was commissioned, I think, by Fish, Wildlife and Parks and Montana State University. It came out in March of 2020. And the gist of it is that wolves may not contribute to elk loss as much as other predators. So if we're using elk loss to determine what we need to do with wolves, that's an errant assumption. And again, since that was put out by Fish, Wildlife and Parks, I would hope that the commission has seen this. I just printed it out. When you look at fair chase defined by Boone and Crockett is the taking of any free-ranging wild game animal in a manner that does not give the hunter an improper or unfair advantage over the game animals. I can't imagine anything more unfair than baiting, trapping, and night hunting.
Your 2 minutes is up.
Thank you. Please vote no on this.
Thank you.
Next, we have Clinton Nagel.
Yes, my name is Clinton Nagel, last name spelled Nagel, and I'm representing myself in the Gallatin Wildlife Association, of which I'm president. Our organization is located in Bozeman, Montana. We are a wildlife advocacy organization concerned about wildlife and fisheries and their respective habitats in Southwest Montana and the greater Yellowstone ecosystem. I would like to refer the commission to the written comments we submitted on July 26th of this year. To put it simply, we oppose any change in regulations that will increase the take of wolves. And that opinion is based on the basic premise that there is no scientific evidence or proof that any of these changes are warranted. Our small organization prides itself on three things: the best available science of wildlife management, ethical behavior in hunting, and adherence to the law. Right now, over 400 scientists have signed a letter urging the Biden administration to take an active role to protect and conserve wolves by relisting them. These scientists refer to the political actions taken by 3 Western states, Montana being one of them. By these actions, the scientists have said that it has and will impede a stable wolf population, thus the region's ecological integrity. We agree with the 400 scientists and disagree with the political actions of this past state legislature, the signing of these legislative actions into law by the governor, and the application of that law by this commission. By doing so, we believe these actions violate the intent of the Montana Constitution, violate due process, as the majority of the Montana citizenry were not informed of these political actions. And we also believe the intent of this legislation violates the purpose and function of this commission, thus hog-tying your approach.
Thank you. Your time is up.
Can I have just a few seconds?
Your time is up. We have several commenters, so I need to keep it on time. So thank you.
Next, I have Sue Ann Stevenson Love.
Hello, I am Susie Stevenson Love. I'm representing myself as a native and lifelong resident of our treasure state. Wildlife, including wolves, are among our greatest treasures. And I want these treasures, including wolves, to remain in a healthy, sustainable population and be sustained for future generations of Montanans and tourists who visit our state. And today I am saddened beyond measure to learn that this is what you, our Montana Fish, Wildlife and Parks Commission, are now proposing to do to our wolf population. It's truly barbaric, and even worse, that it's being adopted by or considered by a state agency charged with managing and being good stewards of our wildlife. It just shocks me, particularly when by far and most Montanans want to preserve a healthy population of wolves. And not only are wolves needed from biodiversity, they're also to be valued as a symbol of the wild, a symbol of nature itself. You know, the hope of spotting wolves draws millions of tourists and dollars to our state. So they need to be sustained for future generations in Montana. And not only is this legislation an extreme threat to our treasured wolves, it deservedly gives Montana a bad name. I'd like our state to be viewed as a careful steward of wolves, not known for slaughtering them. And, you know, the world is watching. So this motion causes me to be deeply embarrassed to be a Montanan. And I urge you, please do not enact these horrific regulations. Thank you.
Thank you. Can I ask how many do we have left for on the Zoom?
It looks like at this point I have 12 more hands raised.
Okay. Well, is there any chance that there'd be more than that?
Well, it looks like one more just came up, 13. So if they all want to have their hands raised so we can know the final number, that would help a lot.
Right. We have less than 20 minutes left. So I would just ask that everyone that is left, please keep your comments to the 2-minute time limit. And even at 2 minutes, that doesn't allow for everyone to have time for comment. But if there's only a couple, I will extend it to let the last couple go. So we'll go ahead with comments.
Madam Chair, next we have Susan Bilo.
Hi. Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you very much. Chairwoman and commissioners, my name is Susan Bilo. I'm a resident of Bozeman, Montana, representing myself here on this call. And I oppose the current motion that's on the table because Montana's current wolf management strategy works. But if you have to change it, please adopt the wildlife professionals' proposed limited new tool options because they address the recently passed legislation, are science-based, and entail regional considerations. I am not in favor of the snares, but if we have to allow them, require them only on private land, and I highly support the snare training that was mentioned earlier. I strongly oppose baiting and night hunting. That is not ethical. It's not fair chase hunting. I also oppose the killing of more than one wolf on one license. Please don't let the wolf pendulum swing so far to one side with extreme and embarrassing measures that you put Montana at risk of losing Pittman Robertson Act funds, being sued by multiple groups, and allowing our state to be one reason that wolves are again placed under the Endangered Species Act protection. You know better and you can do better. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller, please.
Micah Castros.
Madam Chair and members of the commission, my name is Mika Kostarus and I'm a full-time resident in Sealy Lake. I wasn't certain what to speak about today because it doesn't seem as though pro-wolf comments, whether based in science or simply heartfelt, have been taken into consideration over the past several months. So I'll repeat something I've spoken about previously. Over the past several months, we've continuously heard that an overpopulation of wolves, especially in Region 1, are negatively affecting elk numbers. This claim, in large part, is why many of the new laws to kill more wolves came to be. Are elk numbers down in Region 1? If so, according to Fish, Wildlife, and Park officials, there isn't any data indicating wolves are negatively affecting ungulate numbers in the region, and claims to the contrary are purely anecdotal. I repeat, this information came directly from Fish, Wildlife, and Parks. Additionally, are elk numbers in areas of Region 1 truly down? How can this be accurately stated if, again, according to Fish, Wildlife, and Parks data, elk haven't been counted since 2005, 2008, and 2009 in 3 of the 5 hunting units said to be below objective in Region 1? Please take this information into consideration when deciding how to implement the tools listed in your spectrum of options, as everything I've stated comes directly from Fish, Wildlife, and Parks. Realize that all of the options become extreme and cruel when you accept the reality that the claims about wolves that brought us here today are unjustified. I agree with others that an amendment for a mandatory 24-hour trap and snare check should be adopted. Thank you.
Next caller, please.
Eric Goldman.
Yeah, hi, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Derek Goldman calling in from Missoula County, representing the Endangered Species Coalition. Madam Chair, thank you. The recovery of wolves from near extirpation is one of the great American wildlife conservation success stories, which Montanans are proud to have played a role. In 2000, Governor Roscoe created Montana's Wolf Advisory Council, tasked with developing Montana's wolf management plan. The result was a wolf plan that recognized, quote, "The gray wolf is a native species and will integrate wolves as a valuable part of our natural wildlife heritage." Unfortunately, the legislature and now apparently the commission has strayed from the intent of our wolf plan and has gone too far, passing extreme measures that are out of step of where most Montanans are. Montanans want wolf management, not wolf extermination. These proposals are not based on science or factual information. I'm glad that Commissioner Tabor looked up the elk counts from before and after wolf reintroduction. He didn't share his findings with us earlier, so I will. In 1994, 1 year before wolves were reintroduced to Yellowstone, we had 94,000 elk estimated in the state. Today, that's 140,000, 50% more elk than before we had wolves. Elk hunter success rate was 16.5% in 1994. Today, it's in the low 20s. Today, finally, 88% of elk management units, according to FWP, are at or over population objective, including in regions 1 or 2. So this is really a proposal that is a solution looking for a problem. Please keep the wolf snares off public lands. They create a hazard for people, pets, and wildlife. And please retain the quotas around Yellowstone to protect the wolves that are a cash cow for the gateway communities there. Finally, when Montana does lose its authority to manage wolves, you will have only Representative Fielder, Senator Brown, and yourselves to blame. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller, please.
Lisa.
Hi, my name is Lisa Robertson and I live in Missoula, and I'm calling to urge the commission to vote against this motion. We've heard from numerous commentators with credentials in science that killing this apex predator, our wolf, makes no sense, will be detrimental to our environment and the habitat. They are a native species. The economics are also clear. Wolves are a keystone animal for tourism for this state, bringing in millions of dollars, and that is only going to increase, far exceeding any revenue that private profit from that trappers will receive. The barbarity and gratuitous cruelty proposed by this motion lead many to wonder what is driving these policies, compounded by the indelible image seared in our minds of Montana's governor taking a private plane to kill a collared Yellowstone wolf caught in a trap that outraged decent people. This is bad policy for our native wildlife, our state, our region. The public is against this. We know that, you know that. So why on this issue is public will not being taken into account? It is not right that a small minority of our population wields such power over us and our native wildlife. So I will conclude by saying the last best hope for the last best place is to relist the wolf as soon as possible. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller, please.
Gina Diggs.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, please, go ahead.
Good afternoon, Chair Robinson and commissioners. My name is Gina Diggs. I live in North Carolina, but I did live in Idaho for 10 years, and I was proud to be a part of the recovery efforts alongside the Nez Perce tribe of the gray wolf. I hope that you will consider my opinion. Just as a non-resident, I feel like you will not. However, these wolves are primarily on public lands, and the wolf is under the public trust. So please take in my consideration. Please consider my comments. I strongly oppose the inhumane and unethical methods of control on wolves that is currently proposed under these new regulations. I oppose the extension of the trapping season as it only increases incidental take of lynx and grizzly, as mentioned before. Also, if you really adhere to best management practices, please require a 24-hour trap check. I adamantly oppose snaring on public lands as it is indiscriminate and terribly inhumane. And I just spent 3 months out west, 3 weeks on your forest, camping and hiking, and hearing the wolf howl is why I went there. I oppose baiting and night hunting. Where is the fair chase here? I so oppose increasing the bag limit. This is not management, not driven by science. It is calling. I close by reiterating, wolves occupy a high percent of public lands. Therefore, it is of my concern as a non-resident, and no minority, single user group should dominate the use of public lands, nor be allowed to cover our public lands with traps and snares. I urge you, please reject these new proposals and instead protect our wildlife. Thank you. Thank you for considering my comment.
Thank you. Next caller, please.
Michelle Dietrich.
Hello, I'm Madam Chair and Commissioners. Thank you for the opportunity to comment. I understand that you are under a lot of pressure here. You're under political pressure and public pressure, but really what you need to do is look at the science. FWP actually gave you an option that follows the science. Population of wolves is decreasing. The current methods are working. The motion on the table goes against federal direction to increase biodiversity. And it's a danger for grizzlies and lynx. They don't know where their boundaries of recovery areas are. They will cross those lines, they range, and they will be killed by these traps. I urge you to not allow night hunting or baiting, even if it's only on private lands. It may be private land, but wolves are public, and so are the non-target animals that might be killed. I hope that you take this motion off the table and you create another one that includes 24-hour trap checks, prohibits the use of bait and night hunting of wolves, revises the season or keeps the season as it is so that it protects grizzlies and pregnant wolves. Limit the number of wolves that can be snared per trapper, and limit the number of snares or leg hold traps that can be set. I would agree with Andrew Zaccardi and say, let's stick with foot traps or foot snares instead of going with neck snares. That would save a lot of animals. Prohibit power snares and the use of drags on traps and snares. Apply setbacks to all public roads for traps and snares, and require that there's signage that snares and traps are in the area so people can be aware, or the public can be aware. Establish a 1 wolf quota.
Your time
person. I'm almost there. Maintain maximum quota and allow 1 wolf size. Thank you very much for allowing me to comment.
Thank you.
Eric Cluess.
Madam Chair and members of the commission, my name is Eric Cluess, that's CLEWIS, and I represent the Montana Wildlife Federation. MWF has always supported the ethical, fair chase hunting of wolves. However, we do not support these proposed measures. If we adopt night hunting, unlimited take, and baiting, we will have set the hunting image back over 100 years. I also want to point out that the difference between incorporating night hunting on public or private land is irrelevant, considering wolves are public wildlife, no matter which land they stand on. These measures will permanently damage hunting in Montana and the legacy of conservation that we've cultivated. Also, the proposed trapping and baiting also stands to increase the take of non-target species such as lynx and grizzly bears if the dates are not set appropriately. Also, these measures, these potential recommendations do not have any scientific basis. FWP's own data shows that elk numbers are either at or above objective in the vast majority of Montana. Also, there is the very real possibility that these measures will result in renewed federal involvement in management of our wildlife. If this commission truly values the freedom of Montanans to hunt as it is written within our Constitution, then you should exercise your discretion and continue to successfully manage wolves as we have done in the past. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madhu Anderson.
Hi, good afternoon, Madam Chair and the members of the commission. My name is Madhu Anderson. I'm from Rock Springs, Wyoming, and I strongly oppose this motion of trapping and killing wolves. I have a bachelor's degree in science, and I don't believe this is any anywhere close to scientific. This motion does not have any scientific basis, and it looks like more political to me. I'm just amazed and impressed by so many people are calling in who are the residents of Montana, and you received 2,500 comments already, and most of them were in opposition of this motion. So I think you should listen to your constituents and make the right decision of not voting on this extremely cruel motion. Thank you very much.
Next caller, please.
Evan Boilo.
My name is Kevin Boilo. I'm a Missoula boy, 5th generation Montanan. I'm a scientist, philosopher, and I do a lot of wildlife mediation work. So I have a bias towards collaborative, win-win solutions for all stakeholders. Today, we've been talking about lots of stakeholders, but I don't see that wolves are on this list. And it seems to me that wolves are a stakeholder. And this begs the great moral question, and that is whether wolves have needs and interests that have value, should be recognized. If we conclude that they don't, then we must focus on the common human interest, which can only rationally be served by science and not by private interest. On the other hand, if we recognize that wolves have needs and interests, that they are intelligent, sentient beings with nervous systems and the capacity to suffer physically and psychologically, we have no rational choice but to consider the moral issue, the moral value of wolves themselves. We've all had the opportunity to use critical thinking to create non-violent, non-lethal management systems instead of relying solely on violent, private interest-based approaches, which these anti-wolf bills encapsulate. We have an opportunity to overcome our polarization, and there's a lot of polarization today, and I hope we find a way to work it out and find a way to collaborate with each other. But in the end, we must decide how we rank our values. And unfortunately, these wolf bills do not show much regard for all the stakeholders involved. I urge all of us to rethink who is a stakeholder, and that the wolves are stakeholders, and that we find a way to work together. Otherwise, our system is going to be completely out of control.
Thank you.
Just like everybody's pointing out. Thank you very much.
So how many do we have left on Zoom?
We have 5 left.
Okay, I will go ahead and let the 5 go. Next caller.
Connie Poten.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yep, go ahead. You're
okay. Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the commission. When you were talking earlier about ethics and how hard it is to hunt a wolf, so we kind of throw out the ethics for tools. I just want to read the rules of fair chase by the Pope and Young organization, the Pope and Young Club. You know how hard it is to bow hunt. Their first term of fair chase shall not include the taking of animals under the following conditions: helpless in a trap, by jacklighting or shining at night. So I'd say they're pretty ethical at Pope and Young. Depending on what you end up voting for, I think that you should make sure that all animals killed in traps and snares need to be documented and reported, and that any trapper who does not report these animals get severe consequences, like taking their license away. Because we need to know how many elk calves and deer and moose are going to be killed in these traps and snares. Otherwise, how do you know how to set hunting rules, for each year? You've got to know. There's no science left here, so you kind of have to depend on these numbers. I hope you will reject this entire absurd proposal. Thank you.
Next caller, please.
Laura McNeely.
Hello.
Go ahead, please.
Can you hear me?
Hi, I'm Kelton Madden. I am the son of Carr McNeely from Paradise Valley. I am speaking to the committee and to the General Assembly and simply saying, we've talked so much about ethics, we've talked so much about the science, the details of these proposals, and judging from past history and how we've seen many comments are swept under the rug, and public comment doesn't even seem to matter. I think these situations are far more political and politically biased than we want to admit. So I'm going to take this opportunity to say to the committee member earlier who got so ruffled up about his ethics being challenged with night hunting, let's talk about what ethics and he was probably trained with. I'm going to guess, being Montanan, probably trained from a long ancestry of ranchers and hunters, most likely good Christian folk. And me, myself, is a Christian. So let's think for a second about what we're supposed to do on this earth when we're surrounded by all these different species and animals, and we also have our own obligations to livestock, etc. Let's go back to the very beginning and think about ethics. When God was asking Adam to name all the animals, did he say, yeah, name this wolf, and here, I'm also going to give you some x-ray goggles so you can go bait wolves at night and maybe just and kill them and feel no remorse? I mean, what's happened to the soul of the people where we have no connection and sympathy for other living beings? Even if they are animals and predators, we are predators ourselves. We commit horrible atrocities. I just seriously, where has the soul and recognition of this gone? I am okay if you want to kill some wolves, but maybe you guys should get better at training your long ancestry of killing wolves so that you can do it without bait and without traps and these things.
So thank you for your comments.
Stephanie Parak.
Yep. Oh, yes. Hi, everyone. Glad to speak here today. I just want to say that I'm appalled at this war that this administration is raging on wolves. I don't agree with more wolves to be trapped or hunted, and I don't agree with these methods, the night hunting, baiting, snaring, and unlimited take. I think we already have a very liberal hunting and trapping program as it is, and that should be enough. I mean, I tell people, oh yeah, how many wolves are killed each year, and other people are appalled. You already kill a substantial amount. Let them be. I studied forestry and natural resources in college, concentration in wildlife biology. I'm very familiar with the science of wildlife management and the importance of a keystone species like the wolf. None of what you have brought up has anything to do with science. It's pure politics at its nastiness. I've had people ask me, why do some people hate wolves? And it's just very hard to get an answer because, they're not dangerous. There's been 2 people in over 100 years that have been attacked by a wolf. Cows are more dangerous. They kill people daily. Also, there are fewer than 1% of livestock in Montana are killed by wolves. Weather and disease kill more. So let's, wage a war on the weather. That's kind of where we're going here. And nearly every hunting district in Montana is at or above its elk numbers. So I don't understand this animosity toward this creature. And also, on the other hand, I do know hunters that like wolves because they say they take care of the chronic waste disease out there. They go for the weak and sick animals. So the hunters, they can take these trophy elk and deer that they want. And that's kind of the balance we need. And also, with this administration, I sent the governor an email expressing my outrage for the wolf slaughter. I got a response from him about COVID. And, I'm just a Republican and I'm ashamed by this administration and where it's headed. And I think we need
to go to the next commenter. Thank you.
Pamela Williams.
I've been a resident of Boise for 20 years. I am a frequent visitor to Montana, and my family owns a section of land in Dawson County. I have always been under the impression that wildlife are held in the public trust But listening to this commission meeting, I'm really questioning that. These animals are worth far more alive than dead. I keep asking myself, where's the adherence to the principles of fair chase and humane methods of kill? They appear to be missing in action. I'm very troubled by the threat to grizzlies, lynx, and really all species that are presented by traps and snares. I believe that snaring has no place on private lands or public lands. They're cheap, they're plentiful, they're probably not worth collecting at the end of season, which means that they are going to pose a perpetual peril to all species. And your regulations make littering a misdemeanor. Leaving snares would be littering, but I have trouble believing you really care about that. As a reminder, there is general agreement and support among the public for hunting animals for food. That is not the case with commercial harvest and killing for kicks. As commissioners, you have an obligation to look after the interests of ethical hunters and ethical hunting. Trapping and snaring are not that, and neither is slaughtering a huge portion of the wolf population. Thank you.
Thank you. This should be our last Zoom commenter. Is that correct?
That is correct, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Kenna Halsey.
Hi, this is Kenna Halsey. I'm from Polbridge, Montana, and thank you, Madam Chair and Commissioners, for the opportunity to speak with you. I'm a practicing ecologist and have been for the past 30 years, and I urge you to adopt the Fish Wildlife Park staff recommendations as opposed to the current motion. Montana is blessed to have competent scientists and managers within FWP. I urge the Commission to follow their science-driven advice and guidance. The investment Montana has made in our agencies and their resource management efforts should not be wasted. Policies driven by passion rather than science undermine these prior investments and undermine Montana's credibility nationally and can lead to unintended consequences. Before creating excessively lethal standards, please start with a measured approach. Monitor and collect data and understand the incremental impacts of our decisions. Let's make changes based on that learning. Jumping boldly in with both feet without understanding the consequences is quintessential bad ecology. Please proceed with caution and follow the recommendations of the professionals at Fish, Wildlife, and Parks. Thank you.
Thank you. That wraps up our public comments. Is there any other comments or questions from the Commissioner Walsh?
Chair Robertson, I did have a question for the, really a process question, and that is if we reach the harvest of 450 or any of these individual regional harvest objectives, what's the process going to be to pull the commissioners back together? How long will that take, and how do you see that unfolding?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Walsh, I would defer to either Mr. McDonald or Mr. Wakeling, because this was a very specific recommendation coming out of the department.
Or Quentin.
Or Quentin, perhaps.
Chair Robinson, other members of the commission, and Director Warasek, with an eye to Chief Counsel Doctor, we would look to assemble a quorum ASAP as soon as that harvest was recognized. We'd reach out, through the mediums of communication that include email, texting, phone call, recognizing that the expectation here is as soon as possible. We look to notice the meeting. We look to a 24-hour notice, to make sure that the public had, again, recognizing that we want to do it as quickly as possible, but also balancing that with giving the public some 24-hour notice that, hey, we're going to convene. And when you're operating in that kind of timeline, I suspect that we'd probably move quickly to a Zoom format or to conference call. And again, would look to Chief Counsel Doctor to add or modify or change any of that. Chair Robinson.
Thank you. Commissioner Walsh.
Just a couple of other things. To the extent that we can get some kind of heads up that we're getting close on any of these objectives, that would be helpful, so we can arrange our schedule around that. I came here today prepared to support the department's limited option and do not support night hunting on state or private lands or the use of baits for this purpose. And so I will be voting against this motion.
Becky, did you have?
Chair Robinson, commissioners, to the
question of whether or not we would have to have 24-hour notice to the public. Much like Commissioner Walsh asked for heads up, we could too be giving the public heads up as we get closer and closer to that 450 limit. So if we could get a commission meeting before that 24-hour notice, at least the public would have been seeing that we were getting close to that 450, or if the commission passes the individual regions as well, once we keep getting close to those. So that's just maybe in addition to what Quentin Kujala was mentioning.
Any other Commissioner Byers?
Madam Chair, thank you. Mr. McDonald or Mr. Wakeling, I had a couple of questions. Many of the commenters asked about the last season harvest, and I was curious about any data you might have to provide us.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Byworth and Commissioners. So last season, the total harvest was 328, which was a little more than the previous years, which was right around 300. The other point was the end of year population estimate that we promised we bring you. It's in your packet, but based on the IPOM model that has been peer reviewed, the ending point estimate was 1177. So pretty much similar to the previous year.
Follow up, Madam Chair?
Follow up, yes.
With that in mind, then, if we're going to do kind of a region by region quota, if there's no mandatory reporting of harvest, how are we going to track that in real time over the course of the season?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Byworth, we do have mandatory reporting for wolf.
Okay, thank you.
And a mandatory tagging. That's a 24-hour reporting, and then you have 10 days to bring it in to get tagged.
Okay, so follow up. Then that's in the existing regulations, so it doesn't need to be in this package.
Yes.
All right, thanks for reminding me. And I have one more question, Madam Chair, and then I'll.
Yes, go ahead.
Mr. Wakeling sent out a great brief for us prior to the meeting, which is always very helpful. And one thing he was asked, I think, by Vice Chair Tabor about the difference in wolf population in the different regions in 2008 versus 2020, and also elk counts, mule deer counts, and white-tailed deer counts. And I just noticed in region 1, the number of wolves has increased fairly drastically, over 280 wolves, it looks like, more than there were in 2008. But the number of elk have only gone down, it looks like, 39 wolves out of 3,500. It looks like there's a substantial, so the first question is, I mean, does this reflect regional data? Are there resolution there that we can make any judgments? And the second one is white-tailed deer seem to have dipped a little bit, but mule deer have dipped significantly in region 1. Could you talk about this graph and how much resolution it provides us to make a decision?
Madam Chair, members of the commission, Commissioner Byworth. When we start to look at the relationship between prey items and predators within an ecosystem, it becomes incredibly complex pretty quickly. A lot of the literature we look back on, and some of the hallmarks work with wolves comes off Isle Royale. And you're looking at a very simple relationship there between wolves and moose. And you can start to learn and start to see some pretty significant relationships where as predators increase, prey numbers decrease. And as prey numbers decrease, then predators' numbers will decrease. It's extremely difficult when we're looking at an ecosystem where we have mule deer, white-tailed deer, elk, moose, and then we have the addition of some of those other predator species, grizzlies, black bears, mountain lions. And often what we see is, we know for a fact in a large part of the state, our grizzlies have increased. We know that we saw an increase in wolves for a while. We've been seeing that staying fairly steady. When we look up in different parts of our state, in the Northwest, wolves, the diet of the wolves up there are predominantly white-tailed deer. It's not predominantly elk. Even in other parts of the state where we do see a larger proportion of the diet being elk, oftentimes it's not the leading cause of mortality to predators. Mountain lions are often a very high, accounts for a high degree of that predation. So we often look for a real simple cause and effect, but it becomes extremely complex. And not only with the predator-prey relationships, but also some of the dynamics we see with the forested habitat and some of the other habitat that supports these various species. Different things that happen on the landscape. You'll see white-tailed deer move up in one place and mule deer move down, and it won't necessarily be a result of one of those other species. Oftentimes it can be the habitat that's driving that. And then the prey communities also, the predator communities will also respond. So we often look for real good linear responses. But what I like to say is we're working with nonlinear math. When you work with nonlinear math, you wind up with multiple solutions to a single problem.
Thank you. Madam Chair, one more follow-up.
Sure.
I don't know if this is better for Becky or Quentin or Ken, but I guess my greatest worry in this package is moving forward is that our mandate from the legislature is to reduce the number of wolves. They provided certain tools. One is mandated snares we must use. But what I'm worried about is the unintended consequences. Are we just going to end up killing no wolves because we've enjoined we'll get through the courts, we'll end up not having a season at all. So are we really just shooting ourselves in the foot? Are we making it more likely in the future that trapping doesn't keep going? I mean, I'd love your opinion, whether it's a legal opinion or a management policy opinion, but I'm worried that we're going to cross lines that are going to prevent us from managing in the future.
Chair Robinson, Commissioner Bio, I'll take a stab at that. I think I understand your question to be, are we going to end up not killing any wolves because the season will be enjoined? Am I understanding that correctly? The challenge that this commission has is both to comply with the legislature, which requires you to reduce the numbers, and avoid an injunction on the season. And I think that there are several ways to get to that, and this motion tries to thread that needle. And so I do think there are things you can tweak here and there, and we won't be able to guess definitively how we avoid the potential for that outcome. And so I wish I could tell you something a little bit easier, but I think that's why you get paid the big bucks. Sorry for the bad joke, but that's probably what I can say to help put you a little bit more at ease, that you're within your authority to do what you've been asked to do, and that we'll see where the chips fall after that. Is there anything more specific I can try to help with that?
No, thank you.
Madam Chair.
Commissioner Seaver.
Mr. McDonald, I have just a couple of questions, or you can certainly defer to whoever. All the recommendations that are in this motion, are they not within the spectrum of the recommendations of the professionals in your department?
Madam Chair, Vice Chair Tabor, it looks like they fit within those range of options we put out.
And a follow-up, Madam Chair.
Go ahead. Madam
Chair, Mr. McDonald, the extra stopgap measure of adding by region, that was an idea that was born by the commission. That didn't come forth from the department. That was an extra layer of protection that the commission was suggesting.
Madam Chair, Vice Chair Tabor, yes, that's true.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Any other comments or questions?
Chair Robinson, may I just add one piece of information? Literally posted while we were at lunch today on the Helena IR. There is an article that talks about Biden backing the end to wolf protections. It also acknowledges that hunting worries are growing, but it is information that just today attorneys filed in court a response to some requests for relisting wolves. And the response is that the protections or let's see if I can find it so I don't have to, of course, I can't find it while I'm sitting here, but basically it is a support to the previous decision to delist the wolves in the 48 states. And so I tell you that because it is support from the Biden administration for this current status of wolves, which is to be delisted in the US.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions? All right, hearing none, I will put the motion to a vote. So all those in favor of the motion on the floor, say aye. Aye. All those opposed?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, we have 3 for the motion and 2 opposed, and motion carries. Thank you.
Madam Chair, can I ask you for a quick break?
Yes. Yes, let's see what time is it?
Just a few minutes.
Let's go till 3:10, please. We'll take a break till 3:10.
Thank you.
All right, everyone, we're gonna go ahead and start the meeting. If everyone could get seated, please. So Ken, I want to do the bighorn sheep transplant to Wild Horse Island, please, next.
All right, Madam Chair, Commissioners, again, Ken McDonald, Wildlife Division Administrator. This proposal is a proposed action with the augment bighorn sheep on Wild Horse Island. The impetus for it being in front of you today is that the state statute requires that the commission approve movement of bighorn sheep from one part of the state to another. And the same applies for the turkey and the pheasant items that we'll be talking about later. In this case, Region 1 is proposing to move bighorn sheep to Wild Horse Island, basically to provide some new genetics to that population. The population on Wild Horse Island was started back in 1939 with the release of 6 sheep. It was augmented with a couple other rams in 1987. From there, it's grown up to about 140 animals that's been used as a source herd for other populations at times. Recent genetic study shows that there's limited genetic diversity and some inbreeding. Not an immediate concern, but we wanted to get ahead of the curve on this one. So we're proposing to move disease-free sheep into the population that would help diversify the genetics. And we would only move bighorn sheep where pathogens of concern are not detected. In talking with Region 1, they're thinking about a population up near Eureka as the source herd. And it's not a huge population up there, so it would probably be over a course of 2 to 3 years. If you adopt this proposal today, it would initiate a 30-day public comment period, and we would return for a final recommendation or final approval in October. Happy to answer any questions, and Region 1, I think, is on the line that can answer any specifics.
Madam Chair,
Go ahead, Commissioner Tabor.
I'd like to move the commission to vote to adopt the public comment, the plan to augment the Wild Horse Island bighorn sheep population as presented by the department. Second.
Okay, Commissioner Walsh, thank you. All right, Mr. McDonald, could we just do the turkey transplant also, and then I'll just go to public comment? Sorry, keep you on your toes.
Sure. So similar to the bighorn sheep, this is a requirement of state statute that the commission needs to approve movement of animals from one part of the state to the other. In this case, Region 4 is proposing to translocate Merriam's turkeys from areas where they have over-objective populations or from areas where we have damage complaints to supplement some other existing low-density populations. The objective is to move turkeys over the next 3 winters to habitat that's within riparian or mountainous ecological systems of the Judith River, Missouri Breaks, the Big and Little Belt Mountains, the Big Snowy, the Judith, and the Moccasin Mountains. If we did this, trapping would occur in winter months. Release sites would be identified by biologists from Region 4 based on some habitat evaluation and specific locations and habitat needs. If it's on private land, we would secure permission from landowners and affected neighboring landowners prior to any release and would coordinate with public land management agencies. Similar to bighorn sheep, adoption today would initiate a 30-day comment period, and we'd be back in October for a final approval.
Okay, thank you.
Madam Chair.
Yeah, go ahead, Commissioner Siebel.
Madam Chair, I move that the commission vote to adopt for public comment the plan to augment Merriam's turkey populations in Region 4 as presented by the department. Second.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Tabor. All right, so any questions or comments on either one of those to Mr. McDonald before we go out to comment?
Just one.
Go ahead. Yeah.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Ken, I believe there are turkeys in each of these locations already. Are there problems with winter kill or are the populations suppressed there right now in the Big Snowies and Judith and Moccasins?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Byworth, the information is there's low population. So, whether it's habitat related or just kind of fringe habitat, it's as much as anything a way to address overabundant turkeys in certain places and, try and make them available elsewhere.
Thank you.
Any other questions? All right, anyone? I'll take comments on either one of those or both, if you would like to comment on both. So.
Madam Chair, fellow commissioners, my name is Kurt Alt, Conservation Director for Wild Sheep Foundation and the Montana Wild Sheep Foundation. I'm here to, first of all, share with you that your wildlife staff in wild sheep work in Montana is doing superb work. The little belts, they were very specific in where they would get sheep to transplant into the little belts and not incurring additional risk in transferring a pathogen, a novel pathogen, or a pathogen that would be a novel pathogen to a different herd of wild sheep. We know through Bob Garrett's work at MSU that we've done that a lot. I did that a long time ago in my career with the agency without that eye to pathogen transfer within wild sheep. So, and they did a great job with the tendoys. They picked the one herd in the state that we know is pathogen free, at least for those pathogens that can cause long-term harm to wild sheep. And that was Wild Horse Island, pulled 26 sheep off last year. So my hat's off to your agency and the wildlife folks that work in your agency on wild sheep. We are concerned about bringing different sheep onto Wild Horse Island. We understand the genetic concerns that were expressed, and we could probably look at many populations around the state that would maybe share some of those same genetic concerns. Our concern is the source herd. Sounds like I just found out it was identified, but Mike, our real concern is the source herd pathogen free? And certainly the only way, unless they have information on the ground already, is to trap. And if they are not pathogen free, especially with Mycoplasma ovi pneumonia and other pathogens that can be harmful to wild sheep, it would be a detriment to the state's only source population of pathogen-free wild sheep. So we're quite concerned. We'll stay tuned. We think it may be premature to look at that. So I wanted to raise that concern and not to the detriment of your wildlife folks, but as a concern on top of their efforts. So thank you.
Thank you. Did you have any comments on the turkey transplant?
Oh, no, I don't. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair and members of the commission, for the record, my name is Marcus Strange and I'm here representing the Montana Wildlife Federation. I'll try to save you some time and just say that we strongly support both of these. To the sheep transplant, I would say that Mr. Alt did a fantastic job and I echo his comments, both positively and the concerns. And then with the turkeys, I would just say if the department could drop a few off where I hunt, that would be great. Otherwise, we're strongly in favor of that. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments in person here? All right. Are there any commenters on either one of these on Zoom?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Okay.
I'm promoting Thomas.
Madam Chair, members of the Commission, my name is Thomas Baumeister, Montana chapter of Backcountry Hunters and Anglers. We do support both proposals, the turkey proposal and the bighorn sheep translocation project, and I also echo Kurt Alt's comments. Thank you very much for your endorsement.
Thank you.
It looks like that is all we have on Zoom, Madam Chair.
Okay. I do have a question. Mr. McDonald, do you have policy that they are tested before you transplant them onto Wild Horse Island?
Madam Chair, that the proposal actually talks about it would be from a source herd that has got no pathogens of disease concern. So we would test them. If an alternative source was looked at, we would first do disease testing.
Okay. Thank you. Any other questions? All right, for the first one we will vote on is the bighorn sheep transplant to Wild Horse Island. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Okay, turkey transplants. All those in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Motion carried. All right, we'll back up. I think muzzle loader, is that what's next in line?
That's what I have next.
Yep.
So back onto the order of the agenda. The next item is final approval of the muzzleloader season. This is a season that was approved by the legislature in House Bill 242 that had an effective date of October 1. So this coming October, which means we need to have a season this December. Statute calls for a 9-day season starting the second Saturday following the end of the general big game season, which in 2021 will be December 11th through the 19th. That basically starts on a weekend, ends on a weekend. The proposal before you would allow hunting of deer, elk by traditional muzzleloader using any unused license or permit valid at the end of the general season for hunting deer and elk in specific hunting districts, and be valid during the muzzleloader season in accordance with the authorizations and restrictions associated with that license and permit. As I said during the meeting in June, the muzzleloader season wouldn't supersede other existing seasons or hunts, such as a shoulder season or game damage hunt. It would be in addition to those where they overlap. The statute and the proposal in front of you today also contains additional restrictions on caliber, projectile, and powder type. They would be incorporated in the adopted regulation as required by statute. We did have a question at the June meeting about whether hunter orange would be required. Statute requires that hunter orange must be worn during any firearm season. So the answer to that is yes, hunters would have to be wearing hunter orange during the muzzleloader season. We put the proposal out for public comment. We received just over 150 comments. About 80 supported the proposed season, 40 disliked it, and about 30 had suggestions for modification. Because it is required by statute, we're recommending no change to the proposal and that the commission approve the muzzleloader season as presented.
Madam Chair.
Go ahead, Commissioner Tabor.
Madam Chair, Mr. McDonald, I did get a few comments from folks that expressed a concern that certain kind of specialized populations in that December timeframe. So in particular, one of the things was pointed out was the very large mule deer bucks that tend to come down out of Canada and work their way into Montana in that December timeframe. And several people expressed, genuine concern that there would be kind of an assault on that group. So in general, any ideas or thoughts, the department might have where we can pay close attention if this is having the unintended consequences stacking up on a certain district or something because of the time of year? And if you could just perhaps comment in that regard.
Yeah, Madam Chair, Vice Chair Tabor, that is one concern. The thinking is it's a short season with a pretty limited weaponry. That being the case, it'll be new for us. So we're part of the learning curve is going to be, learning how much interest is there in this. Our plan would be to, with like we do during regular season, is have enforcement out there and biologists out there kind of tracking and observing, and then bringing that back into the season setting for the following, which would happen right about that time in December, and let you know.
Perfect. Thank you.
Commissioner Byer.
Madam Chair, thank you. I'm just curious, muzzle loaders can be used, any muzzle loader could be used through the general season. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And then in this special season, it's a traditional muzzle loader season. So the modern black powder driven, center or, primer driven rifles would not be available. I think I read that, but I'm getting fuzzy this late in the day.
Yeah. Madam Chair, Commissioner Byworth. Yeah, you're correct. And there was very specific wording in the, actually in statute. And I don't claim to be a muzzleloader expert, but a whole number of very specific things about, hunters must use plain lead projectiles. and a muzzle loading rifle is charged with loose black powder, Pyrodex or equivalent substitute, ignited by a flintlock, wheel lock, match lock, or percussion mechanism using a percussion or musket cap. So if you're a muzzle loader hunter, that means it's it's traditional, not high-tech weapon.
Any other questions?
Madam Chair, I'd
Mhm.
like to make a motion. I move that the commission vote to adopt deer and elk muzzleloader seasons for 2021 as presented by the department. I second that.
Okay. Got a motion and a second. Since there were no changes made from the June adoption, we do not take public comment. So all those in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Motion carried. Thank you. All right, elk shoulder season up next.
Madam Chair, Commissioners, the next item is elk shoulder season adjustments. This is a final. So what you vote on today will become regulation. The basis for this proposal is we continue to have over objective elk in hunting districts, even with the current shoulder seasons. The proposal here is to extend the previously approved season in 18 over objective hunting districts in regions 2, 3, 4, and 5 to February 15th, 2022. And these are 18 different hunting districts where the shoulder season was slated to end earlier than that. We're also requesting to add a shoulder season in hunting district 314 in the Paradise Valley, also with the season date to run to February 15th. And just a little background, the current ending dates, which are before February 15th, was based primarily on input from landowners who didn't support hunting all the way to mid-February. But we just wanted to point out the season date extension doesn't obligate any landowners to allow permission or hunting, but does make the opportunity available if they do want to allow hunting to reduce elk numbers. This proposal was out for a 30-day public comment period to extend the season dates. The department received 256 comments, and the vast majority of those opposed extending the shoulder season, primarily due to concerns about stress on elk and concerns by landowners. After your June meeting, it was also suggested we look to expand the already adopted shoulder seasons in those 19 hunting districts to include public lands. So we also put out for public comment and sought comment about expanding the shoulder seasons in those 18 hunting districts plus 314 to include public lands. We had about a 2-week comment period. During that time, we received 135 comments about including public lands in that late shoulder season. And of those, 127 opposed the option. Those comments, along with some internal comments to us, highlighted complexities associated with adding this additional component. Some of those complexities include just the existing license types and things that include permits valid only on private lands, winter range closures, things like that. So because of these complexities, the department did not recommend expansion of shoulder seasons to public lands and adjustments to this coming shoulder season, but would consider it later as part of the biennial season setting process, and we have time to really vet it and think about it in terms of all the complexities. So we recommend a shoulder season be added to hunting district 314, and the shoulder seasons be extended to February 15th in those 18 hunting districts that are identified in your packet there. With that, I'd be happy to try and answer questions, and I believe we have some regional staff around if there's specific regional questions.
I guess I have a question. That 314, I thought that was something that was part of the original motion in our last meeting.
Madam Chair, I don't believe it was part of the motion. I think it was just a
discussion,
a point that you guys asked if we would look into that.
Okay,
Madam Chair,
go ahead.
I'd like to make a motion. I move the commission vote to approve the addition of a shoulder season in HD 314, LPT 314.00, and extend the late season to February 15th, 2022. for all relevant license permit types for antlerless elk shoulder seasons in hunting districts 262, 290, 298, 314, 390, 391, 393, 411, 417, 502, 510, 511, 520, 530, 540, 560, 575, 580, and 590. In addition, I move the commission vote to approve expanding shoulder seasons in the following hunting districts to include public lands. The eastern portion of hunting districts 411 and 511 is demarked, separating west and east at Montana Highway 238, hunting districts 417, 540, 580, and 590.
I second that motion. Okay, thank you. Are there any questions or comments on that motion?
I have one question.
Sure, Commissioner Walsh.
Yeah, Chair Robinson, just a clarification from Commissioner Tabor. Is that eastern demarcation Red Hill Road in 411?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Walsh, yes, it is. It's
Thank you.
Otherwise known as Red Hill Road.
Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Go ahead, Commissioner Siebel.
Yes, Mr. McDonald, a question.
Oh, yes.
Mr. McDonald, you brought up the tag types and is my recollection of the tag types, there's an 005 tag, a 595 tag, that are the cow B tags. Some of the shoulder seasons also let you use your general season tag if it's unused in some areas. And I guess I just want to make sure if we do approve this limited opening of the public, that we do have tags that are actually good. And when we talk public, we're talking BLM, Forest Service, state. Could you comment on the tag types and what would be relevant in those situations? Madam Chair, Commissioner Siebel, it's any valid tag type that's currently valid in that shoulder season. So I'd have to look. We had some of these. I don't think they're included in this list that Vice Chair Tabor provided, where that tag is only valid on private land. So that would be problematic, but I don't think that's a problem here. And I'm looking to Brian who researched it. So those tags that are valid now, in the district would be valid on the follow-up on the public land.
Sure, go ahead.
Mr. McDonald, it was my recollection some of those 005 and 595 had restrictions that they were only good on private land, and we're not changing if that's the case in that district for the B tag and for the shoulder season, that would still apply. I'm going to look to Quentin if that's all right.
Yeah, Chair Robinson, if I may, other members of the Commission, Director Warsack. Yeah, it's a great point of clarification, looking to make it to make it be different than for that subset of districts that Commissioner Tabor's motion identifies to include public land. We would be needing to read those license definitions as valid on public and private land. So if they were right now valid only on private land, then they'd also have, per that motion, in those, I think there were 5 districts in east half of 2, we read Commissioner Tabor's motion as adding public land to that license opportunity, and would certainly look to Commissioner Tabor to see if we've got that wrong. That's how we hear it.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, no, that's precisely what I, was intending. And I'd like to just comment that, I did recognize and look at those comments, and several of them were negative towards, public land and other things. But what I will say is, if we look at the overall management of elk and in the shoulder seasons and the various different mechanisms that have been tried, in a great way, a lot of them have been ineffective. And so this is the best way I can put this. This is a shot at trying to see what impact it has. It's not permanent. It's for one season, and it's going to give us an extra data point and some information so that when we do go into season setting, that I think we'll have some viable feedback. We already have seen the long-term experiment of canceling the late seasons, trying to replace it with shoulders. There's a lot of different elements that will ultimately be considered. This just gives us one more opportunity to maybe really address, sincerely and seriously some of these really incredibly overpopulated areas. And that's why this proposal is being presented.
Madam Chair,
Commissioner Spire.
I believe this is illegal. I think this is a breach of trust, and I think it's a breach of rules. When we established the criteria for shoulder seasons, it was very specific, not on public land. And in this kind of a late date modification to a season, we're slipping it in contrary to what I think, and correct me if I'm wrong, I think it was an administrative rule that we've already implemented. And I believe we have to go through a process rather than just a quick slapdash regulation process to slip it in. This is another travesty because it's the whole criteria were built around a bargain. That public land was left out, private land was included in shoulder seasons because that gave private landowners an option to let people hunt. And where they didn't, the shoulder seasons failed. If you look at the list here, there's 3 where we kill more elk in Region 3 than anywhere else in the state. We have more elk hunters and a higher success rate than anywhere else. We have 3 hunting districts where they're over objective, and all 3 are barely over objective. So shoulder seasons work when there's public access. 314, I'm in favor of moving this ahead because last season, landowners in 314 started letting more public on their place so we could actually work with them. They met the criteria. We should include a shoulder season. And I wish they would have been willing to include me on the multiple discussions of this in advance. So first, I think it's illegal. I don't think we have the authority to do this. I think if we want to change the criteria, we should do that in an open process. If we want to change it, we could change it in the biennial process, which is coming up, where much more than 15 days of notice would be. I am profoundly against private or public land hunting because all it's doing is shifting the problem. I mean, the whole problem is getting elk off of private lands where they're causing damage and onto public land. This just makes no sense. I mean, let's kill off the predators and then we're going to hunt elk late in the public lands. I think it's a travesty.
Becky, could you speak to that, please?
Chair Robinson, Commissioners, this is Becky Doctor, Chief Legal Counsel. I've been failing to say that for the record. I understand that the commission passed the plan for shoulder seasons through commission rule. It's not found in administrative rule. It is under the authority of the commission to pass these types of seasons and extend seasons. And so you can look at it one of 2 ways, that you are adjusting the criteria that was previously passed by the commission. Or you can look at it as a separate regulation outside the shoulder season plan. Either way, where you're extending season dates. So either way, I don't see this as outside the commission's authority to pass.
Madam Chair,
Go ahead, follow up.
I still think it's cowardly to do it this way. I think if we're going to change the shoulder season criteria, let's have a public discussion. Let's vet the criteria and let's make a conscious decision. I'm not against testing the theory, especially in a few hunting districts, but I am against making a promise and then turning our back on that promise. Even if it was a different commission, that's the promise we made to the hunters of Montana, and we're breaching that trust.
So I guess I have a clarification. It was out for public comment, correct?
Madam Chair, we had about a 2-week comment on that public land extension piece.
Madam Chair.
Go ahead, Commissioner Tabor.
So to be clear, what the whole really charge behind this proposal is talking to a number of people that say really the opposite of what was intended happens. There's one of 2 things that either is going to happen here. You're either really trying to purposely cause private landowners to do something, and that might be the real true intent of that original action by the commission, or you really are trying to get after elk management and effectuate control over these populations. What we do know by now watching these shoulder seasons, that the exact opposite thing happens in general season. In general season, the public lands are hit hard and the elk take safe haven on private land. Now what's happening in these shoulder seasons is more and more private land people are bringing in hunters to try to effectuate change on the private land, and the elk take safe haven on public land. So if we are earnestly interested in controlling population, which is really the only intent of this motion, then it just stands to reason to give it a try to see whether or not hunting both private and public, we actually can have an impact on these seriously overcrowded areas for elk. That's the purpose of this motion. I'm sure when they originally thought, they thought it might work, but like everything we do, we're constantly learning and adjusting as we go. And it doesn't make sense to me to stay married to something that has not in fact worked. We at least have to get some data points so we can make educated decisions during the season setting.
Further comments, Commissioner Siebel?
Madam Chair, a question for Mr. McDonald. What is the process for reporting harvest in the shoulder seasons, or what's the current process for that?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Siebel, we incorporate that into our annual harvest survey calls. So we wait until after the February closing date, and then we contact elk hunters and then also query about harvest success during that shoulder season.
Further comments? Oh, Commissioner Siebel.
Oh, yeah, Madam Chair, just a couple of comments. The reason they seconded and supported this motion was really because it's a very targeted, small approach to try to understand if expanding this to public land will have an impact on the population of elk in these overpopulation areas. That's the reason that I supported or seconded this motion and support it. I think it's really important. I've been in situations with a bee season where on a large ranch that has landlocked public land within it, that the elk, they figured that out relatively quickly as well. If you're honoring the real rules with regards to BLM that's landlocked or Forest Service is landlocked. So that's the reason I support this proposal. And I think it's something we look at and get as much information back from the hunters as we can to try to accurately assess, and obviously population surveys as well, to try to understand what the impact is going to be. But I think it's a good targeted approach, and these areas were specifically identified as, it sounds like, as areas that were very highly over population objectives. Thank you.
Further comments or questions? Commissioner Walsh?
Just a clarification on the motion is, Commissioner Tabor, would we then be extending the shoulder season in 411 on the western half of 411 on private land?
Do you want to repeat? Just go ahead and repeat the motion. The second half.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Wall, so the bottom half reads, I move the commission vote to approve expanding shoulder seasons in the following hunting districts, including the public lands in the eastern portion of HDs 411 and 511, separating west and east at Montana Highway 238. So 411 is already approved for private, the whole district, but only the only the eastern half of 411 is eligible for public land hunting, and likewise 511. They're already designated as shoulder seasons for private land hunting. So there's no change to that. The only thing I'm doing is adding, I don't know if half is the right proportion, but the eastern half of these two districts.
Any other comments?
Madam Chair, I need to clarify again, in all the hunting districts in Region 3 in Southwest Montana, only 3 hunting districts are over objective. Region 3 kills more elk and provides more hunter days than anywhere else. I can't be more clear than that shoulder seasons are not necessary where the public has access to elk during the general season. I think public access is the key to public elk management. And unless we can couple the two, all we're doing is going down the road of privatization. We're going to hand over our management to private landowners. They already hold the cards. They can let anybody they want onto their property to hunt elk at any time. They already get to self-select. And we have other tools, game damage tools, management hunt tools. We have brucellosis tools in certain areas. We have a lot of tools at hand. I think enough tools that mandate, let's try the existing tools. And then as we revisit our elk management plan and we revisit the shoulder season criteria, let's have a good, thorough conversation about that. But let's quit saying 5-week hunting season doesn't work, because it works in Region 3. And these 3 districts are barely above objective according to the data. So let's at least be clear. When you say it doesn't work, it has worked in Region 3.
Commissioner Walsh.
Madam Chair, not to hammer this point, but aren't we in this motion extending the shoulder season to February 15th?
Yes.
In the case of 411 in public and private land?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Wall, so this motion does 2 things. It extends all 19 districts, including 314, to February 15th. That's phase 1. Phase 2 is it identifies the 5 or 6 districts that I specified to be inclusive of both public and private land.
Madam Chair, the only request I'd have is that we limit the extension in 411 to the eastern portion, east of Red Hill Road, based on feedback that I've received. And maybe that could be corroborated by Mr. McDonald or other folks on staff. But what I've heard is that the populations are very low and under objective on the western portion of 411, and that there would be no reason to extend Feb 15 on the shoulder season there.
Madam Chair,
public or private land.
Commissioner Walsh, that is the exact motion. We are limiting it only to the eastern side, excluding the western side of 411.
The way
But it says public. That's really part of only the public part of it. We would have to add it up here to be clear.
Exactly.
Yes.
That it's included in the private land portion?
Yes.
It is there. I read it off. 411's there.
No, he's, correct me if you're wrong, but you're asking
That's
for
what I'm
the
asking.
private land to be the only eastern side of the
Correct.
district also. The extension.
The extension to
Yes.
private to public land east of the river.
Right.
And it says, pardon me, but it sounds like the department had other information on 511 as well, that they were going to restrict the western portion of 511. I don't know if that would also be meaningful to apply that to the private land.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Walsh, I guess I'd like to ask Quinn Kujala to address this. So far, 411 and 511 private land has always been included in these districts. And so we're doing nothing different from those private land portions of those districts other than extending it 15 days. Including 411 and 511, public land only applies to the eastern sides of those districts. So I think if I understand you correctly, you're asking for 411 not to be the only one that doesn't get extended on private land to February 15th?
To the western portion of the 411.
On private land.
Right.
And is that based on, because I know that there's a tremendous amount of sensitivity on the public land portion of what would be the Western Snowies. But did we get public comment relative to the concern of the elk population on private land for the western portion of the Snowies?
I mean, I did.
Okay.
Yeah.
Commissioner Siebel.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Tabor, I did get feedback as well from people both that have landed 411 and 511 that the western end, the private landowners are very, very accommodating with shoulder season hunters. And so they've had good success there, and the herd is very small relative to the size of the herd east of the Red Hill Road, which is mostly the Little Snoys. So this one area has kind of a disparity in elk population is what I understand from the landowners.
Madam Chair, I would entertain then a suggested amendment to the language that would reflect what you're asking, Commissioner Walsh. But I'm going to make you do the language.
Yeah. Yeah. I think we can do both, yeah. Madam Chair, I think we can accomplish this simply by modifying the existing language that we had in our package by sticking your language, I don't know the highway number, but in front of 411 and 511. Okay. Thank you. I move the commission vote to approve the addition of shoulder season in HD 314 and extend the late season to February 15th, 2022 for all relevant license permit types for antlers, elk, shoulder seasons in hunting districts 262, 290, 298, 314, 390, 391, 393, 411 and 511, separating west and east. Okay, so the eastern portions of 411 and 511, separating east at Highway 230. And then 238, sorry. And then the balance of this will be the same, 417, 502, 510, 520, 530, 540, et cetera.
So Commissioner Tabor, do you accept that amendment?
Chair Robinson, yes, I do.
Commissioner Siebel? Okay. Okay. All right, thank you. Any comments on the amended motion? All right, I'm going to go out for public comment on the elk shoulder season then. Anyone, we'll start with anybody that's here.
Good afternoon, Chair Robinson and members of the committee. Again, for the record, my name is Marcus Strange and I am still representing the Montana Wildlife Federation. It hasn't changed in the last 20 minutes. You know, we have several concerns about these shoulder seasons and I'll try to keep this succinct. First concern is that they're not meeting the current agreed upon criteria. These criteria are essential to ensure that late seasons don't replace harvest during the general season, are biologically viable, and are only in approved districts where they're meeting that criteria. The department should only be implementing these late seasons for elk when public access and hunting pressure during the general season doesn't work. We need a broad harvest across the landscape during the general season when the most hunters are in the field to achieve successful elk management. The best available science shows that when elk are hunted during the general season, they are most effectively distributed across the landscape. And when we get into these later seasons, they're not as effectively distributed. Our second concern is this really does feel like an agenda to base elk management on a few individuals' ability to sell trophy hunts. I hope we're mistaken, for such an agenda will definitely lead to harboring of elk during the general season so individuals can sell trophy hunts with cleanup cow elk hunts later on in the year for the general public. Many of these proposed units are in areas that are heavily leased for trophy hunting operations. We're going to see fewer and fewer elk on public lands as we continue to tailor seasons around trophy hunting operations. We've seen such a model play out in other states and it doesn't bode well. Perhaps the most confounding, and I'm glad this was brought up, is the shoulder seasons on public lands. This goes directly against the purpose of a shoulder season, which is to move elk onto public lands. So why are we further exacerbating the problem by hunting elk on public land in the middle of winter? I'll close just by saying at the end of the day, we don't have an elk population problem, we have an elk distribution problem. And by doing these shoulder seasons late in the year, you're going to further compound that problem. We should stick to the agreed upon criteria and not have shoulder seasons on public land. Unfortunately, we have to oppose this proposal. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other commenters that are present?
Brian McCauley, Helena, Montana. I'm in support of the adjustments for the elk shoulder season. And there's comments that are made that that I disagree with, that are made by a lot of folks. And they say the season's open for 6 months. The elk are hunted for 6 months. That's not true. When the elk are shot at, they run and hide and get off to someplace. And most hunters only hunt on the weekends, and they don't, or on opening day, and not during tough weather. Elk hunters do want to harvest cow elk. In 2016, 2017, a total of 10,985 cow elk were harvested, of which 2,074 were harvested during the shoulder season per FWP reports. Again, there were 27,000 elk B tags that have been sold. So the public is definitely interested in shooting cow elk. Elk hunting in January and February is fair chase. Just ask anyone who's hunted then. I see no request to have the general hunting season shut down during the regular season when there's a heavy snow. If anyone does not want to hunt during the elk shoulder season, I hear a lot of comments about people against the elk shoulder season. Well, there's a simple answer to that. Don't hunt during the elk shoulder season. Don't take the opportunity away from the rest of us that are interested in hunting the elk shoulder season when the elk are over objective in a given district. I also request the commission to eliminate the elk shoulder season measures because there are no measures for other tools that FWP has established to manage elk to objective. The elk shoulder season is just another tool in the FWP toolbox that includes allowing the general license to be used for either sex elk or the sale of elk B tags, elk damage hunts, and so on. In addition,
Your time is up. If you would like to wrap up, please.
One last second. Oh. Okay.
All right. Thank you.
Madam Chairman, members of the commission, my name is Rod Bullis, and for this testimony, I represent the Helena Hunters and Anglers, and we are absolutely opposed to this idea and the proposal of including any public lands in the shoulder season. 135 comments, 127 opposed. I know of no national forest lands or BLM lands whose management plans say on the public winter range, let's encourage activity that'll displace or stress these animals more. Hunters go there to where it's managed to public land winter ranges that have solitude and displace them and put stress on them and drive them to the public lands back. Because hunters will go to public lands versus private lands because they don't want to ask for permission. The deal on the shoulder season, I was the last person to testify, and I stood up and made absolute clear, and this is in a record, I think Mr. Kuchel was there and said to the commission, this absolutely does not include public land. And the commission said, yes. And it is a marriage. And it is a marriage. It's a honorable action that's being dishonored to include public land. Thank you.
Are there any other commenters?
Mac Menard, I'm speaking for myself. Madam Chairman, members of the commission, I'll just relate one personal experience we had. My daughter and I have the privilege of being able to hunt a piece of ground after regular season, and we kind of jam it in there and have some fun with it. It's always been a lot of fun, a shoulder season hunt, if you will. And wasn't able to get it done. The elk are in large abundance. We hunted extensively on the private ground that was available. And the one section in this otherwise tract of private land was the place where all the elk were. So this is a district that is over objective. We held our hunting opportunity back to be part of the solution, went over there with every great intention and couldn't get the job done. Elk are elk. So I do think there's some opportunity here that makes sense. I personally would prefer extension onto the public land than I would extension into the 15th of February. Thank you.
Thank you.
Chair Robinson, Commissioners. Casey York again out of Hamilton, Trout-Free Montana Public Lands. So I'm kind of confused here. What was stated is if we're really trying to reduce this elk population, and 15 minutes ago, we gotta kill those wolves. It's just so irrational. And if it wasn't so disturbing, it would be comical. When a hunter talks about you're removing a calf that's the size of a Labrador, how ethical is that? And what does that do for hunting and the image? It sounds like either way you look at it, this is not about ethics. And we've established that earlier. Who cares about ethics? Somehow that became a personal thing rather than a moral code. And it sounds like a moneymaker. So I would strongly encourage you, this is so much of today is going down the wrong path, and it's going to bite a lot in the butt.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, Commissioners, Mark Cook with Wilson Rockies. I echo her comments about the predators taking care of some business. I think you're going down the wrong path also. I was here several years ago when the shoulder hunts came onto the radar. There were assurances made by this commission that certain things were going to happen. And now you're turning your back on that. And you're turning your back on that to accommodate individuals in organizations like the Montana Outfitters and Guides Association to make money. That's wrong. The public belong to the wildlife belong to the public under the public trust doctrine, as it does to other people. This nonsense has got to stop. I urge you to oppose this.
Thank you. Are there any further commenters? Okay, do we have anyone that would like to comment on Zoom?
Yes, Madam Chair. First, we have Greg Munther.
Okay.
Hi. I was at that commission meeting in Helena where the decisions were made and the commitment was made for a feedback mechanism so that we could assure that at least 50% of the elk harvested were during the general and archery season. I've yet to see that information. Number two, it was very clear it was going to be restricted only to public lands. Now we have this proposal to go on to public lands. And most of all, I really want to quickly bring up the point is almost all the travel plans that I'm aware of open their public lands wide open to snowmobiles on December 1. December 1, right after big game season is supposed to end. So now potentially we have midterm pregnant elk being harassed in belly deep snow, being chased every day by snowmobiles. It's wrong. It's unethical. I don't care what you say about ethics. It should be regulated. Ethics should be regulated and should be, in this case, it should be restricted. No public land elk hunting. And I oppose February 15th, chasing poor elk around, pregnant elk. Ask your landowner friends, would they chase midterm cattle around in belly deep snow? Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller, please.
We have Bob Anderson.
Hello, my name is Bob Anderson. Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, I own property in District 314. I've owned this property for 40 years. It's been in my family since the 30s. I currently have elk problems. Currently, right now, we are participating in a current damage hunt. As of On the 18th, I had 300 head of elk come in every night that night, starting the 6th of August, and I also have problems in May and June. This is on 220 acres of irrigated hay ground. This is why we need a shoulder hunt to make sure we can reduce the numbers. The numbers here are way over objective. We need to use this as a tool. I strongly suggest to you that you vote in favor of this proposition and also include the state ground because of the fact that the state ground is in between the private lands in this district, and that opens up that to more opportunity for these hunters to hunt both on private and state grounds to reduce these elk numbers. The current situation with these overpopulation of this elk in this district in 314 has made a drastic effect on the ability of the ranchers and the farm people here to make a living. Personally, it probably will affect me into thousands and thousands of dollars. So I strongly suggest to you that you vote for that. And I encourage you to work together with the current landowners and the management so that we can get this done and open up more property for people to harvest these elk. I'd also like to thank you for your opportunity to speak here today. And if anybody has any questions on how much elk do damage to you, you can sure give me a call. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller, please.
Next, Madam Chair, we have Mike Marchand.
Madam Chair, Commissioners, thank you for your time. I'd just like to state Montana's shoulder seasons have deviated from their original intent that we were sold in 2015. Originally, the shoulder seasons were a temporary foray into a means to reduce elk numbers and displace them from private property. With that initial intent came the requirement that the number of elk harvested during the archery and general seasons combined, not to include the shoulder season, is more than half the number of elk recruited each year. Historically, we've not been meeting that criteria, and as far as I've been able to find, the department hasn't released current data for this past year on that. If we're considering a public land option specifically for data points on what happens when we hunt both private and public property, I'd point out that we already have ample data on that during the general seasons. Elk will simply push to the properties with the least amount of pressure. Further rebuttal of these new proposals can be seen within the original guidelines in the commission adopted in 2015. I'm sure the commissioners are familiar. However, I'd encourage anyone who's not to go back and look at this original document. I'll just briefly touch on a few points. The fundamental objectives of the original document states shoulder seasons can only be successful at reducing elk numbers and should only be maintained in those areas where key landowners are committed to reducing elk to the identified objective. If that commitment is absent or subordinate to other interests, shoulder seasons can't be successful and fundamental objectives cannot be comprehensively addressed. The intent is to expand opportunity to address elk numbers and distribution problems that have not been effectively addressed and with this season or other season structures. It is not the intent to create an opportunity to continue shoulder seasons in districts where lack of reasonable public harvest opportunities during the general season is the primary cause of elk numbers exceeding population objectives.
Your time is up.
Thank you. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Our next caller, please.
Madam Chair, next we have Thomas Burmeister.
Yes, Madam Chair, members of the commission. This is Thomas Baumeister again, Montana chapter of Backcountry Hunters and Anglers. While it may not be illegal, it certainly is a violation of the promise, perhaps the public trust, when we were told as hunters that we would not hunt elk late in the year, in winter, on public land. We've been told this over and over again, and here we are entertaining this very thing. Just a couple months ago, the department came out with a suggestion, an entertainment of possibly extending it out to public land, but was quick to point out that there's no specific proposal before us. And here we are. Now we're hearing that we're going to extend elk shoulder season onto public land in 5 or 6 hunting districts. All along, we went and sort of reluctantly supported the elk shoulder season because it was criteria based, and also because we were told that we were going to see a revised elk management plan that would guide these type of decisions. We ask you, where are we with the elk management plan? It seems like this is mission creep at its finest. Suddenly, we're faced with new proposals, sort of out of the blue. Where is this going to end? And when are we going to see the elk management plan that we were pledged to see long time ago? With that, we urge you to stop and not entertain hunting elk on public land during the elk shoulder season. Please vote no on this proposal. Thank you.
Thank you. The next commenter, please.
Madam Chair, we have Jackson Farr.
Hi, good evening. This is Jackson Farr, Nashua, Montana. I oppose this, the shoulder season. I don't believe it works. We're pushing elk back onto private land that we're supposed to be getting rid of. We don't need to be hunting them in the winter when they're stressed and they're carrying fetuses. I believe this is another step to privatize our public animals. Landowners are making profit off of them during hunting season where we can't access them. And then we're doing their dirty work and cleaning up their cows. Landowners and hunters and the fish and game need to work together, use some of the resources we have now with block management or the hunt roster to hunt these animals during the hunting season and not just profiting off them. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Do we have further commenters?
We have one last one, Madam Chair, Bob Anderson.
Thank you.
This is Bob Anderson again. I do have a quick question for the commissioners. If the shoulder season is implemented in District 314, will that start at the current time, like tomorrow? As shoulder season normally start on the 15th of August, would that take an effect immediately in 314?
Okay, thank you. And I don't usually allow 2 different comments, but I will allow the answer to that question, but you will not be allowed to comment more on that. Thank you.
Madam Chair, Ken McDonald here. The intent is that would start after the general season.
Okay, thank you. So is there anybody in the regional offices that would like to comment?
I don't see anybody raising their hand.
Okay. All right. Any other comments or questions from the commission? Commissioner Siebel?
Madam Chair, just a point of clarification, looked at the map that all of 511 is actually west of Red Hill Road. So I guess the motion still works the way it stands or the way it's proposed, but I just want to make sure that's not an issue with when you guys write it up.
Chair Robinson, other members of the commission, Director Warsack, no, but that is correct, Commissioner Siebel. It does effectively include all of 511. We can make that work. It's one of those circumstances that has evolved over the course of the conversation going back to June. And so there is another way to address it if the commission wanted to, but it works right now. It commonly references Highway 238 through those 2 districts. So there's arguing points both ways. Chair Robinson.
So I guess I need a clarification. So if it's all in the west, then that would take it out of the motion? Isn't it the eastern part? Or is it the eastern part that we're taking out?
Chair Robinson, if I may, other members of the commission, Director Warsack, yes, effectively all of 511 is west of Highway 238. So if you didn't want to extend the shoulder season to February 15th and 5/11. Another way to do it would be to drop 5/11 from that list. From both lists then.
Right. Okay.
When the original motion included the private land in 5/11, it would have been different in the two lists, but as the motion currently sits, you could effectively exclude 5/11. 5/11 then would run to February 1st as it currently is described in the 2021 regulation. Madam Chair.
Commissioner Walsh, I think you were the one that asked for that change, so I guess I'd just like.
Chair Robinson, I'd like to turn that back to Ken McDonald and ask for your input on 5/11. The feedback I got was specific to 4/11.
If you don't mind, I want to have Brian address that one. He's been working on this one.
Could you clarify that question for me one more time, please?
I think the question is whether we include 5/11 in this extension or exclude it. It is, the feedback I got from constituents was that the population of elk in the western portion of 4/11 is under objective and that we should not include it in this extension. And then I think among the staff, 5/11 was added to that.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Walsh, I'm not sure that I've got enough detailed knowledge of the units myself to be able to give you an adequate answer. However, what I'll say is in our conversations with the regions, as we were considering some of these options, the regions did not express any concern over including the public portion of 5/11 in the proposal. They did not express a concern that that would create an issue. And that's why in the options that we provided, that was one of them.
Yes, thank you. Chair Robinson, Commissioner Tabor, do you have any additional insight on this?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Walsh, no, I had asked specifically for the department to ask the regions to say, if we're going to try this as a mechanism to learn, come up with the districts you feel most comfortable. Because at one point we were even talking about trying to create a cap similar to Wolf and everything, because we really wanted to go to school on this. And then that became problematic. And then ultimately I just asked, well, then just give me a handful of districts where the people on the ground would say, these would be the ones that would make sense. If you're going to try this, try it on these. And so those were the ones I listed. Then once that came out, we got this additional information about the concern on the western half of 4/11 specifically. No mention about private land and the issues for the date on 4/11, just very specifically about the public land and including that, because that would be the western snowies, and that's not a good spot to go. So then that's why the revision to just including the eastern portion of 4/11 as demarked by 238, as well as 5/11, because they're connected. So that's how I got there, Commissioner Walsh. But again, very open to getting it right, because what I care more about is getting focused on areas where we can truly understand the interplay as a data point as we enter into shoulder seasons.
Chair.
Yeah, go ahead.
Chair Robinson, members of the Commission, Director Warsick, at the risk of hurting rather than helping, if one looks back in the regulations to 2019, that's the last time we see a specific reference to the road, in this case, Highway 238. And it shows up in the definition of hunting district 411. When you look at the same, in the same year, you look at hunting district 511, you see rather than a reference to the road, you see exclusion of public lands, national forest lands from the shoulder season as tied to the individual license type. So just reading from that, there has been a sensitivity to public land. There is the south side of the Snowies a bit in 511. If that helps, it's been captured differently. It's been described differently. The road, like I say, I'll just leave it at that. I don't know if that helps or not. But one more time again, as the motion currently sits, as we understand it, effectively 511 has been removed from the extension because the west portion of 511 as demarked by Highway 238 is essentially 511.
Madam Chair, I need to clarify that. I thought Commissioner Walsh's request was for the west end on private for 411, not 511.
Chair Robinson, Vice Chair Sewell, other members of the Commission, Director Warsack, I understood that he addressed both 411 and 511, though that the east portion of 411 and 511 east of 238 would be included in the date extension. And then that your original motion, Vice Chair Tabor, said same thing for public land east of 238.
Madam Chair, I just want to make sure we really address this properly. So is there anybody in the room that can express what we all wanted to do? And perhaps it requires going back through. So Commissioner Walsh, specifically, what are you trying to do for 411 and 511? What are your concerns about that?
Yeah, Chair Robinson and Commissioner Tabor, my concern was the western portion of 411 based on feedback that I'd received from folks in that area.
So can't we just take out 511 as far as the restrictions that we put in there and just have it the eastern portion of 411?
Based on the information we have here today, that's what we got to do. Is
I think it should be off of both.
Madam Chair, a couple more questions. Sorry, Commissioner Walsh. So to be clear, what the feedback you wanted to do on 411, you did not want to extend the date to 415 on 411 on private land.
On the western.
public
On
and,
the western side.
on public and private land, correct?
Right. And, but you, okay.
But the motion lists, your motion on both sections lists 511 also, which basically takes it out of the shoulder season, from what I'm understanding. Is that correct, Clinton?
Chair Robinson, that is correct. If the focus has been if the focus has been 411, the west end of 411, taking care of that, if I may, Chair Robinson, then adding, in the first half of the motion, letting 511 just sit as 511, extends it to February 15th. And then the original piece of the second half would keep it in 511 just on private land.
So we'd exclude it from the second half.
So we would exclude it if going back to the first half of the motion and just saying all of 511, not just the east end, all of 511 is in the extension. And then Vice Chair Taylor, your original second half, which says on public and private land, just east of 238, that would mean that no public land in 511 is hunted, which would address that portion of the south face of the Snowies that is public. for that, for those instances where, again, making a connection to 411, elk in the snowings proper are going back and forth across the divide, if that helps, Vice Chair Tabor.
Yep.
Edited the way.
Okay, so I'd like to revise the motion again. I move the commission vote to approve the addition of a shoulder season in HD 314, LPT 31400, and extend the late season to February 15th, 2022 for all relevant license permit types for antlerless elk shoulder seasons in hunting districts 262, 290, 298, 314, 390, 391, 393, the eastern portion of hunting district 411 as defined by Red Hill Road or Montana Highway 238, 417, 502, 510, 511, 520, 530, 540, 560, 575, 580, and 590. I move the commission vote to approve expanding shoulder seasons in the following hunting districts to include public lands. The eastern portion of 411 as defined by Highway 238, 417, 540, 580, and 590.
In 530 as well? Did you just?
Yep. No, 530 wasn't on the list.
Yeah, it's there.
Yes, it is. I'm sorry. It was crossed out here. 530, 417, 540, 580, and 590.
Do you, Commissioner Tabor, would you accept that?
Madam Chair, yes, I will. And I actually documented it where I said it. So I think I got it right now.
Okay, so Commissioner Siebel?
I'd update my second as well.
Okay. Becky, I guess a quick question. We didn't make that big of a difference. Is it, we don't need to go back out for comment? Okay, thank you. Any other questions or comments from the commission?
I just have one final comment. I just want the commission to recognize how the preponderance of comments, both in the elk shoulder seasons, wolf seasons, is clearly opposed to the decision we're making. And I just want to caution us to remember that these are the owners of the wildlife, and we got to be cautious about listening. It's just propagating, I think, a perspective that this administration has a war on wildlife, and they're not interested in the voice of the many, and they're just interested in the voice of the few. It's a dark road we're going down, and I can't vote for extending shoulder seasons on public land now or later.
Any other comments or questions? Okay, I will put it to a vote. All those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed, same sign.
Aye.
Okay, one opposition, motion carries. Next one is the non-game checkoff work plan, please.
Madam Chair, Commissioners, again, this non-game checkoff work plan is a final. So with your approval, it will be finished up. Just a reminder, so this is actually mandated by statute, and the statute requires the commission review and approve an annual work plan for the use of non-game checkoff funds, which has been 30 to 40,000 a year. I've talked to our budgeting folks. The amount we have available for this year is $46,384. So we're proposing $36,384 go towards inventory and monitoring of species of concern and species in need of inventory, and for helping minimize impacts of Endangered Species Act listing on landowners, recreationists, and users. $5,000 would go towards wildlife viewing and outreach, and $5,000 towards a competitive graduate student stipend for non-game research. The work plan and this list of items, as I mentioned last time, represents just a portion of the overall non-game program, and it's that portion funded by the non-game checkoff. So this is a complementary to a larger base program. It helps meet our objectives for non-game management and our requirements to manage all wildlife. It's gets pretty good use because it's non-federal. We can leverage it with federal dollars a lot of times. So with your approval today, it will continue the work of our non-game program and ensure the non-game checkoff funds are put to good use.
Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Yep.
I'd like to move the commission approve the proposed non-game tax checkoff work plan for fiscal year 2022.
Second.
With emphasis on finding ways to minimize impacts of endangered species acts, listing on landowners, recreationists, and other user groups.
Are you good with that second, Commissioner Meyer? Okay. Any other comments or questions? Okay. Anyone like to comment on the motion that's present? Okay. Are there any commenters on Zoom?
No, Madam Chair.
Okay. With no comments, all those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Thank you. Okay, next up is the Jordan Urban Wildlife Plan.
Madam Chair, Commissioners, again, this is another statutory requirement that states basically that a city or town may adopt a plan to control, remove, or restrict game animals within the boundaries of a city or town limits for public health and safety purposes. Upon adoption of a plan, the city or town shall notify the department. If the department approves the plan or approves the plan with conditions, the city or town may implement the plan as approved or as approved with conditions. So that's the reason this is in front of you today. City of Jordan has worked with their community to develop a plan that proposes to address control of deer and turkeys in city limits, primarily for health and safety reasons, as well as to maintain long-term health of populations and habitat in that surrounding area. The plan is patterned after similar plans that have been completed in communities of Colstrip, Glendive, and Ekalaka. The plan uses hunting as the management tool of choice, but also allows for some removals of aggressive resident deer or turkeys when they are causing problems, and they would be removed on an individual basis by a Montana peace officer. And that's because the Montana peace officers are the only ones authorized to use firearms in town limits for that purpose. So the hunting component of both species within the town boundaries would be limited to archery equipment. The town of Jordan, the Garfield County Commission, and the Garfield County Sheriff are supportive of this. The proposal went out for a 30-day public comment. We received 3 comments, 1 from Great Falls in support, 2 from Livingston in opposition. The city of Jordan also had held a public meeting on their plan back in April. They had 14 people in attendance. Notes from that meeting indicated all in attendance were supportive of that. So with today, we're seeking final approval. Your approval will enable the city of Jordan to enact their plan for management of deer and turkeys in the town limits. I'd be happy to answer any questions, or could look to Region 7 if you have real specific questions.
Okay, thank you. Are there any questions or comments from the commission?
Madam Chair, I make a motion.
Okay.
Move that the commission vote to approve the town of Jordan's deer and turkey management action plan.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, Commissioner Siebel, thank you. All right. Is there anyone present that would like to comment on this motion? Are there any Zoom commenters on the city of Jordan? Jordan, that's close, cross the river.
No, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you. All those in, any other comments? Okay, all those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed, same sign. Motion carried. Okay, the 2021 contractual public elk hunting access agreements, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This would also be a final action. These are access agreements that have been available for nearly 2 decades to allow issuance of elk permits to landowners or immediate family or employees if they allow public hunters to hunt on their land. Specifically, the statute states that for every permit or license and or permit off or issued to a landowner, 3 public hunters would have to be allowed access on that landowner's land. The statute was modified in 2021 legislative session that that modification required or includes commission approval. It also allows a license or permit can be either sex or antlerless or a combination. And again, it allows 3 public hunters and allows the landowner to pick one of those 3 public hunters or 1/3 of the public hunters. When we brought this agenda to you in June, we had 2 proposed agreements. Both of those went out for public comment. Since then, there's 5 more additional agreements that have been developed that are in your packet. Because those are being considered final as well, we need to make sure we get public comment on those additional 5. So the 2 agreements that you approved in June for public comment were the Lee agreement that allows a single 41120 permit to the landowner, family member, or employee. And in return, the landowner would allow 3 either sex 41120 permit holders to hunt on their land. One of which would be chosen by the landowner from the list of successful applicants. The other one is a Swans agreement that would provide 2 411-20 either sex permits to the landowner in an agreement in exchange for 6 either sex 411-20 permits to hunt on that land. 2 of those would be chosen by the landowner. The public comment on those 2 agreements was minimal. It was a mix of support and opposition. The opposition was mainly more to the program and the content of the program versus the individual agreements. Again, these are required by statute or allowed by statute. So it's not an option to just say we don't like these agreements. There's 5 new agreements then. These came to us after your June meeting, so they haven't been out for public comment. So I'll go over them real quick. The first one is the 7-bar Lazy 6 Ranch. It incorporates 3,622 acres of private land in hunting district 426. Under the agreement, 1 either sex permit would be issued to the landowner or family. 1 either sex hunter would be selected by the owner, and 2 public either sex hunters would be selected from the list of successful permit holders. The next one is the Rocket Land and Livestock. It's 24,000 acres in hunting district 410. Under this agreement, 1 either sex license and 410 archery permit would be issued to the landowner or family member. 1 410-21 archery either sex permit would be selected from a variety of categories that the landowner specified, and then 2 004-00 or 417-02 antlerless permit holders seeking to harvest an antlerless elk would be randomly selected from the list of applicants who have access, and they would be provided access on the private land between October 23rd and January 15th. But the ranch would restrict the number of days per hunter to 5 calendar days. The next one's the Groover Brothers Ranch, 6,500 acres in hunting district 411. This one would involve 4 either sex licenses and 411-20 permits to the landowner and 3 designated employees for use on that landowner's land in exchange for 4 411-20 either sex permits and 8 411-0 antlerless permits to public land hunters who have drawn those permits. Access would be between October 23rd and February 1, and the ranch would restrict the number of days per hunter to 5 calendar days. Next one is the Jones Ranch Unit, 20,000 acres in hunting district 411. It's 2 either sex elk licenses and 900-20 archery permits. And the public would get access to 411-20 either sex elk permit holders selected by the ranch from one of several categories, and 4 411-00 antlers permits would be allowed access on that ranch between October 23rd and February 1st. hunters would be restricted to 5 calendar days scheduled with the ranch manager. The last one is the Daniel Johnson Ranch. That's 250 acre ranch in hunting district 701. One either sex elk license and 700-21 archery permit would go to Daniel Jansen or family members. And in return, one 700-21 either sex archery permit would be selected by the landowner from a variety of categories, and two 700-00 or 007-00 antlers permit holders seeking to harvest an antlerless elk would be randomly selected from the list of applicants. The hunting would be, for those would be October 23rd through November 28th, and access would be managed through the block management program. So with your approval today, all 7 of these would be considered final if you approved them all, and would be effective for the upcoming big game season.
Any questions, Commissioner Walsh?
I was just going to make a motion.
Oh, sure.
I move that the commission vote to approve the contractual public elk hunting access agreements with the John Swans Ranch, Robert Lee Ranch, Rocket Land and Livestock LLC, Groover Brothers Ranch, Jones Ranch Unit 7 Bar Lazy 6 Ranch, and the Daniel Johnson Ranch.
Second.
Okay. Thank you. Any questions or comments, Commissioner Byer?
Just one, please. Madam Chair, Ken, how many more are we likely to slip in the next go round? Or are they done for the year?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Byworth, as far as I know, they're done for the year. We were not anticipating any new agreements, but I'm looking over here.
I'm Chair Robinson, Commissioner Byworth. I'm not aware of any others outside of those. I'm just looking at you, Ken, to make sure that you got the one that was recently added to the agenda, and you've got them all. Are you aware of that?
I have the ones that were provided me.
Okay. I'll check on it, make sure everything's there. Thanks.
Commissioner Siebel?
Madam Chair, Ken, the one question I had is about the Johnson Ranch, and it just caught my eye that was only 250 acres in hunting district 700. Bigger question is who vets these proposals and the quality of the land that they're offering for their to open up to the public for these tags, and I'm just curious if you could speak specifically to that particular request.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Siebel, the first couple were vetted by our biologists in the sense they've been around for a long time and we've had quite a long relationship. The other ones came in and with the change in the statutory language this year, the conclusion is we don't have a lot of option. You know, if they meet the criteria, which is landowner, they provide the access, they're entitled to those licenses and or permits. And so they weren't heavily vetted in terms of, you know, this is a good ranch or not. It's because of the statutory language, they're offered those to the landowner.
I guess I have a question. The landowner and the 3 other ones have to harvest the elk on that particular property?
Madam Chair, the landowner is restricted, the permit they get, they're restricted to their property. The public hunters can hunt.
Right, because they drew already.
Right.
Okay,
They're
got it.
given access
Okay.
to that private property.
But the additional permit is only valid on that land. Okay, thank you.
Chair, I'm sorry, Commissioner, go ahead. Chair, I was wondering if we could hear the motion again, just to make sure that we got all of the.
I move that the commission vote to approve the contractual public elk hunting access agreements with the John Swans Ranch, Robert Lee Ranch, Rocket Land and Livestock LLC, Groover Brothers Ranch, Jones Ranch Unit, 7 Bar Lazy 6 Ranch, and the Daniel Johnson Ranch.
Thank you.
Does that encompass all of the ones that should be there?
Chair Robinson, it looks like there is at least one that's not on that motion. Kennedy.
I think we got them all. There's the two and then 5 new ones.
Did we get them all? Okay.
Chair Robinson, may I address this? The WMR was not on the list. It was added recently and it was not added to the motion. And so there should be 8 of them that need to be approved here today. And so I think, is that on your agenda, Chair Robinson, for WMR? Yeah, so that one should be added to the motion as well.
Was that one that you went over? Ken?
It was not. I don't have that.
Madam Chair, Mr. McDonald, it's in our book, and I think the reason it's confusing is it's item number 8 under Kennedy. So when you look at that folder, it's called the WMR Ranch, but it's labeled as Kennedy.
Okay, I don't have that one in here, so I don't know. Becky, if you have it, or Clinton. I just have a hard copy, so if it got added electronically.
Like this one.
Madam Chair,
Commissioner Walsh.
I'd like to modify my motion to include the WMR Ranch.
Commissioner Tabor, you had the second.
Yes.
Okay. Mr. McDonald, do you want to go ahead and run over the specifics? Thank you.
So Madam Chair, Commissioners, the WMR Ranch would allow or encompasses approximately 9,771 acres of private land in Hunting District 702. The enrolled land would be open to free public elk hunting with legal weapons from September 4th through November 28th. Terms of the agreement, 3 hunters would receive a 900-20 either sex or 007-0 antlers elk permits. In exchange for the one permit offered, a 900-20 archery either sex elk permit offered to the landowner. The conditions are pretty much the same. They would need to schedule the hunt with the ranch manager. The 3 hunters would be allowed 5 days each, and other conditions are the same.
Any questions or comments? All right, I will open it up for public comments if someone would like to comment on the contractual public elk hunting access agreements.
Chair Robinson and members of the commission, for the record, my name is Marcus Strange. Generally speaking, we're thrilled about these. They're great opportunities for public access. We don't have any holdups with any of the ones specifically this year. We would pose a question, is there a way to have some oversight in how the landowner is allocating that one tag? This feels like an opportunity rife for abuse, and we just want to make sure that the public interest is being best represented in that. But other than that, this is a fantastic opportunity. These really do give us a lot of access. I was told that at one point the director here was able to get 49 hunters onto someone's land in exchange for one tag. And that's the kind of model we should be looking for. And we just want to make sure that this is administered well. So if there's a way that we can look into how that one tag is allocated so it's not abused, that would be great. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other comments? Do we have any comments on Zoom on these access agreements?
We have one on Zoom, Thomas Baumeister.
Okay.
Yeah, Madam Chair, members of the Commission, Thomas Baumeister and BHA. Quick procedural question. So we just learned that 5 additional agreements were introduced today. Sort of wondering about the public involvement process here. I was not aware of them, these additional ones. So question to the Commission, perhaps for the department, how do we handle public involvement in this process? And how can we be assured that not additional ones, sort of to use Commissioner Byers' words, sort of slip in perhaps after the fact here today? How do we keep tabs on this?
Thank you. I'll let Ms. Doctor talk to that point for you.
Chair Robinson, Commissioners, I had a really hard time understanding. Oh, it is. I thought they were alerting me to my comment. I had a hard time understanding what the comment was.
He was wondering how the 5 additional or 6 additional were added and not put out for public comment earlier.
Chair Robinson, Commissioners, there weren't 5 that were added. The public comment that went out, I think, included most all of those. If not, no, there were additional. I'm getting I guess I'm perhaps not the one to answer the question because I don't have my facts right.
Process.
Chair Robinson, Commissioners, thank you. I will focus more on process than this factual one because I'm not aware of what went out for public comment on this one and what didn't. But the process that we usually use is that the legal requirement for a matter to come to the Commission is for it to be on an agenda and then for the Commission to take public comment before its final decision. And because it was on the agenda and the Commission took public comment here, it satisfies legal requirements. Now, the Commission has a practice of considering some of its agenda items in a proposal, taking public comment there, public comment again, and then public comment again at the final, but that is not required legally. So what is legally required is simply putting it on an agenda and taking public comment at the final decision-making meeting, and that's what happened here.
Okay. Thank you for the clarification. Did you have any further comments, Mr. Baumeister?
No, I don't. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Yep, Commissioner Tabor.
Mr. Baumeister, I'm not quite sure what happens and what your media trying to input, and of course your input is valuable. But you might look in the future because every time your comments come through, it is at a volume and a density more than any public comment. So just we can check the technology aspect of how you're feeding in so we can get the benefit of all your.
It is a little bit, it's very hard to understand what you're saying because of the how loud you're coming across to us. So, and I'm not sure what the deal is, but hopefully for the next meeting, we can figure that out. Thank you for your comments. Are there any other Zoom commenters?
No, Madam Chair.
Okay. All right. I will put this up for a vote. All those in favor of the 2021 contractual public elk hunting access agreements signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Motion carries. All right. I guess pheasant translocations next, please.
Madam Chair, Commissioners, again, this is a final. This is on approval for pheasant transplants. We have 2 different transplants for pheasants that we want you to approve. One is we release pheasants as part of our upland game bird enhancement program. And this year we're proposing to, we have 2 landowners that are seeking to release pheasants on their land. And then the other part is proposing to release pheasants on wildlife management areas as part of a youth pheasant hunting opportunity during our youth pheasant hunt days, which this year will be September 25 and 26. Just like the turkey and the bighorn sheep, your authorization is needed if we're moving animals or transplanting wildlife. So the approval we're looking for is, again, the approval for release of pheasants as part of the upland game bird program. The 2 sites are in Region 4 in Teton County and Region 6 in Phillips County. As part of the agreement with the landowners, they provide upland game bird hunting access on a designated portion of their lands in return for the stalking of the pheasants. On the youth hunt, we're proposing to release, it looks like it'll be about 2,700 pheasants on wildlife management areas as part of our youth hunter recruitment program. We would be expecting to release pheasants in WMAs in regions 3, 4, 5, and 7. They would be released just prior to the youth hunt with the intent of providing harvest opportunity. And there really is no intent that they would be part of any augmentation program. We received a total of 71 comments on the pheasant stalking proposals. And as you can see in your cover sheet, they're kind of all over the board. 18 were against both forms of pheasant release. 13 commented against the upland game bird release, but were silent on the youth recruitment. 10 commented against the youth recruitment releases and were silent on the upland game bird. 1 commented in favor of the youth recruitment releases, and 26 commented in favor of one or both. At your June meeting, there was some discussion about disease concerns. We share those concerns. We provided a pretty high level summary of addressing that. But basically, anytime you move fish or wildlife, you have to be cautious about moving pathogens. So we're working with our health folks to make sure that gets incorporated into the planning process. Additionally, biologists inspect birds that are stocked as part of the upland game bird program and would do so with the WMA releases as well. So with that, we're asking your approval on these 2 stocking proposals for pheasants for this year. And then we would probably see again next year on next year's releases.
Questions or comments?
Madam Chair,
Commissioner Sewell?
I move the commission approve the department's planned pheasant releases on private lands and state wildlife management areas as presented.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Commissioner Byer?
Yeah, I feel like a broken record up here, Madam Chair. Since the 1950s, it's been clear that stalking pheasants, pen-reared pheasants, is a waste of time and it's a waste of money. I appreciate gathering youth, but you know what? When I was a kid, 12 years old, I was handed a 410 single shot H&R topper model, and I went out and I missed a bunch of pheasants, and I got better and better, and finally started harvesting pheasants. Nobody said hunting is supposed to be easy. It's not supposed to be easy to get a wolf. It's not supposed to be easy to get an elk. It's not supposed to be easy to get a pheasant. The whole movement around modern hunting is learning the skills, understanding the habitat, checking the wind, using a weapon that's suited to the job. And all that's just kind of crumbling away. It's got to be easy. We're managing, our legislature is managing for the 1950s based on bad information and bad science. Throw a few pheasants out for the kids, great, but let's not undermine our whole scientific wildlife management. There was no question.
Any other comments or questions? Okay, is there any public comment?
This is the last time, I promise. Madam Chair, members of the commission, Marcus Strange for the record, representing the Montana Wildlife Federation. Sadly, we're going to have to oppose this for many of the reasons that Commissioner Byer said. There's some really terrible stories of kids being involved in this program where they're just traumatized by either the birds not taking flight and actually running to them, to just, having to shoot at them point blank. And it's not a great use of our money. We're putting a lot of money into this program. And I think we could use this money for better R3 initiatives. R3 initiatives are really important and they're valuable. I just don't think that this is the best use of our dollars. And these birds generally don't survive very long if they do make it out of one of the chutes. So with that, we would oppose this. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other further comments? Are there any commenters on Zoom?
There are no hands raised, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Before I take a vote, any other? Oh, Commissioner Walsh.
Chair Robinson, just a quick question for the staff. What is the cost of this program?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Walsh, it basically is dependent on number of birds. So for the upland game bird program, and I think it'll come out the same for the youth pheasant, we're paying about $10 per bird plus stocking. So for the upland game bird program, plus mileage to get them there and back. So for the upland game bird program, because we didn't have a lot of interest this year, it'll be pretty minimal. For the youth pheasant stocking, it'll probably be 2,700, probably 30 to 40,000. And then obviously the intent with the youth pheasant hunting, per the legislature this last year, is ramp that up, and so more birds will be more additional funding, but they authorize the funding.
Thanks.
Have you been present for this hunting season with the translocated pheasants?
Madam Chair, I didn't understand.
Oh, are you present when this is happening? I guess.
Yeah, Madam Chair. So we will have staff present when the birds are stocked, as well as during those youth pheasant days to kind of evaluate the interest, and hopefully do a little bit of just surveying of satisfaction and success, things like that.
Any other questions? Okay, all those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
Opposed.
We have one opposition, motion carries. Okay, brucellosis review and annual work plan.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Commissioners. So this is the 2021 annual work plan for elk management in areas with brucellosis, and it is a proposal. If you concur with this today, it will go out for public comment, and we'd be back in October for final approval. The basis of this is basically back in 2012, the department worked with a citizens working group that was comprised of veterinarians, livestock producers, some wildlife biologists, and sports persons to see if we could develop some consensus recommendations for elk management in areas with brucellosis. And that areas with brucellosis we're treating as the designated surveillance area that's been designated by the Department of Livestock, where they've identified as designated surveillance for brucellosis. In January 2013, the commission endorsed elk management recommendations from the Citizens Working Group that includes bringing an annual focused annual work plan in front of the commission for approval. And basically the focus of the work is preventing commingling between elk and livestock in this brucellosis zone, the designated surveillance area. And that high risk period is basically January through June. In 2020, so the report is, we had primarily our commingling risk management was focused on hazing. We had 312 hours of hazers working in the Madison and 47 hours of hazing in the Paradise Valley in response to landowner requests to help mitigate for brucellosis concerns. There was no fencing and no elk hunting or kill permits issued in 2020. For 2021, I'm sorry, for 2021. So the proposed 2022 annual work plan will include the same approaches as used in the current work plan, which would include hazing, limited fencing, limited lethal removal of elk, habitat modifications, and other efforts to move elk away from cattle at small scales to reduce the risk of brucellosis transmission between elk and cattle. The plan uses an incremental ratcheted approach from non-lethal to lethal. It allows take of up to 250 elk for brucellosis management purposes, which is why part of the reason we're needing your approval. Even though it's up to 250, not more than a handful have ever been taken in a year. The proposed plan maintains previous land ownership and date descriptions, clarifying where and when elk may be lethally removed to move elk away from cattle. And again, the proposed number of elk that could be taken would be 250 maximum. With your approval, the work plan we put out for public comment for a 30-day period, and we would come back in October for final. I'd be happy to try and answer any questions.
Okay, thank you. Are there any questions from the commission?
Madam Chair,
Commissioner Tabor?
I move to the commission to vote to approve the public comment, the proposed 2022 annual work plan for the elk management in areas with brucellosis as proposed by the department.
Is there a second?
A second.
Okay, thank you. All right, is there anyone here that would like to comment on the brucellosis review and annual work plan going out for public comment? Okay, is there anyone on Zoom that would like to comment on that issue?
No, Madam Chair.
Thank you. All right, all those in favor of putting the brucellosis review and annual work plan out for public comment, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Yeah, motion carried. Thank you. All right, mule deer adaptive harvest management plan.
All right, thank you, Madam Chair. This is, I believe, our last item for wildlife, at least. So what we're asking for today is approval to put out for public comment the updated deer adaptive harvest management plan, or AHM plan. Again, this is proposed. Montana's mule deer management goal per that plan is managed for long-term welfare of Montana's mule deer and provide recreational opportunities that reflect the dynamic nature of deer populations. This AHM plan was originally adopted in 2001 and serves as the primary guide for recommending regulations for mule deer hunting seasons. This updated plan that's before you today and that we talked about during your work session last month provides a data-based approach for developing mule deer hunting recommendations. And as you guys heard, the basic premise of the plan is to recommend different season types in each of 5 population management units or ecoregions based on population and harvest metrics. It's intended to help guide biologists to set regulations for hunting districts so there's a more consistent approach. It provides guidance to the department and the commission, but I want to stress it does not limit the commission decision space. The plan, like we said, divides the state into 5 different ecoregions and then lays out for each ecoregion 3 different harvest strategies, a standard package, a liberal package, and a restrictive package that should be applied depending on monitoring harvest metrics. Those are described in tables 1 and 2 of the draft plan. Staff have worked over the last couple of years to address and update the plan in 5 different areas, which we talked about during the work session, so I won't go over those again. Today, we're seeking commission approval of the updated plan, which would initiate a 30-day public comment period. And like I said, we would return in October for final approval.
Okay.
Happy to answer any questions if you have any.
Any questions or comments? Commissioner Siebel?
Madam Chair, I move that the commission vote to adopt for public comment the revised adaptive harvest management plan for mule deer.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Walsh. All right, is there anyone in attendance who would like to comment on putting the adaptive mule deer adaptive harvest management plan out for public comment? Do we have anyone on Zoom to comment?
No, Madam Chair.
All right, I just want to thank you, Heather, for all of your help today. You've been very helpful.
Thank you for the opportunity, Madam Chair.
Do we have any more comments or questions on this? Okay. All right, so all those in favor of putting the mule deer adaptive harvest management plan out for public comment, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Motion carried. All right, now on the agenda, oops, excuse me, thank you. Oh, thank you. And before I don't want to forget this, thank you to all the staff, and I know some have left, hopefully they're still listening, but we appreciate all the work that you guys put into all of this. And so I just want to thank everyone for all your work. Okay, the next item on the agenda is public comment for issues not on this agenda. So I would open that to anyone who wants to speak to items that were not on the agenda.
Madam Chair, Commissioners, thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Mark Cook and I'm with Wolves to Rockies. I don't expect you to know this, but probably about 5 or 6 years ago, up until about 5 or 6 years ago, there was a program of information called the Wolf Weekly. The Wolf Weekly gave an update of what was happening with wolves in Montana. And this not only covered, it didn't so much cover the hunting and trapping and now the snaring of wolves, but it covered if they were poached, hit, capture myopathy, those type of things. The reason it was done away from, or it ceased to be produced, was because the department felt that we had enough wolves now. Well, we're not in that direction anymore. So I'm asking the commission to bring something forward to reestablish the Wolf Weekly. Second, the current interactive map that the department uses to update the wolf mortality for hunting, trapping, and snaring is terrible. I'm asking that the commission bring something forward, and it's very easy to do. And go back about 5 or 6 years, and there was a formula that they followed that was so much easier to follow. I'm asking that the department acknowledge that and reestablish that. This helps all the people throughout the United States, but also in Montana, monitor the decline in wolves that we are going to be seeing. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you. Are there any other public comments for items not on the agenda?
Casey York again. Couldn't pass it up. I've been here all day. Couldn't miss out on the final one. Trap-free Montana public lands out of the Bitterroot. I'm a gun owner. I enjoy going shooting. My family are very big gun owners. Those funds go to Pittman Robertson that pays for the wildlife. Traps don't have an excise tax on it. The money doesn't go to Pittman Robinson funds. The $28 trapping license that's purchased by about 5,600 trappers in Montana doesn't begin to cover the furbearer expenses, the furbearer division salaries and benefits. So we're kind of confused. Why did the trappers seem to carry such a priority? FWP meets with them. The river otter is a classic example again. There's only 57 trappers in Montana that trap river otters. Over 117 comments went in opposition to increasing that quota. 94 of them were Montanans.
This is for speaking to items not on the agenda.
Okay, well, that was never open for public comment, and everything else that was final was. My point is 57 trappers versus 94 Montanans were in opposition. The majority of any trapping proposals, we are in opposition. The majority of the comments you get are in opposition, and yet we never, ever get a win. We had one exception, and I've been doing this for a lot of years, and that was the quota outside Yellowstone. We finally got that reduced, and today that was eliminated. We can't get 24-hour trap checks before you. We can't get beaver. We're in a drought. Beaver are so important. 85% of wildlife depend on beaver. 55% of your threatened and endangered species rely on them. Lastly, your decisions today advance our cause. You help seal the fate. Trapping is going to go the way of slavery. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other comments? I guess, Heather, are there any comments on Zoom for this portion?
No, Madam Chair.
Thank you. All right, so that, Shauna, do you have the date for our October meeting? Okay, our next meeting is October 28th.
Madam Chair,
Yes. Commissioner Siebel?
I move to adjourn.
All right. Thank you. And thank you everyone for coming and taking the time to spend all day here.
Madam Chair.
Well,
I've been so impressed with the opportunity. But this is the first time where setback is really just impressed with the opportunity, which I think is really important. So I just want to say thank you. There wasn't an opportunity to say that.
Oh, well, thank you. Thank you. We're trying and yeah, it's just